What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty more Lone Star Showdown preview, some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. We'll continue to go over keys to a Longhorn upset of Texas A&M on Friday, plus a little Texas basketball conversation. The Longhorns waited until 1 in the morning to lose today. That was rough. We will recap the Longhorns' loss in the opening round of the Maui Invitational. We'll chop it up with Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered at 8 o'clock. Our man Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports will join us a couple of days early this week to give you his winners for the upcoming long football weekend. Got a little Longhorn recruiting to discuss, and in honor of Turkey Day, I have created a 12-team bracket of the top Thanksgiving foods that we are going to fill out together on this show. So a lot of sports and a lot of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock. We appreciate y'all starting your mornings off with us. How are you today, my man?
I am fantastic. It is a beautiful morning, and I'm feeling great. And the sun is starting to come up. It's going to peek its head out. Maybe a little cloudy today, but you got your rain. Everybody get your rain yesterday?
Got the rain.
There you go. You're done. You're good now. Everything looking like it's going to be a beautiful day for the game on Friday. So everything is good. Saturday still will be kind of clean. Sunday will start to get cool. Look out for the cool weather coming in there. Get that Woods comfort system. Better get that bad boy all straightened out. So when that heat turns on, you don't want to see a bunch of smoke bellowing out of the bottom. Hey, out of the attic or the basement. Well, there's no basement, so it'll come out of the attic. So we want to make sure that's all clean and ready to go. So give them a call. Don't wait.
Is that a forecast for winter?
That's not just a forecast for the heat jamming on. I mean, some people have already put their heat when it gets to 40, they start putting the heat on. Not me. Everything's just shut down now. It's just cool enough inside the house. As a matter of fact, I walk around with a sweatshirt on because if it's 65 in the house, dude, I'm cold.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I don't have a lot. I just don't have a lot of cushion for the pushing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just, I weighed in. The big man still has not got to 160. Still hovering around 157, 156. Can't do it. Hey, ice creams are coming, folks.
Ice creams are coming just 2 days away. Yeah. Have you bought your half gallon yet?
No, that's the shock treatment of when I get in the car, I get it in the freezer the night before. When I get in the car with the stuff that we're going to take over to my daughter-in-law's place, that's when I pull the half gallon out and put it, in a little freezer bag and say, oh, this is, I know you're not going to say, what is that? I'm going to say, that is mine. That's all you need to know.
It's not for anybody else. I brought 1 spoon today.
That's right. 1 spoon. And if I have to dig in it with my fingers, I'll do that. That's not for anybody. That's not to be shared. Everything else here is to be shared. Nothing else. That ice cream is not to be shared with anybody, even the little kid.
Yeah, sorry about that, kid. Go sit at the kids' table. This is for the adult.
Yeah,
here.
I'll sit in the corner like little Jack Horner if I have to.
You're going to be like, what is the movie? Matilda, where that kid is just eating that chocolate cake in front of that entire group of people. It's going to be you with the ice cream. Everyone's going to be chanting, Buck, Buck, Buck.
No, that's just going to be, it's like I won't hear a thing. My face is going to be in that ice cream. I'm getting in there. I'm going knee deep. It's my day. Thanksgiving is going to be my day.
You might hit 160 if you down an entire half-gallon tub of ice cream on Thursday.
I think that's a good possibility. I'm going to have a weigh-in the next day.
I like that.
The next morning, but no, it'll be that night because the next day you lose weight overnight for some odd reason. Before you go to bed, that's when I'm going to have my weigh-in.
Yeah, I think you should do a weigh-in maybe tomorrow before.
Yeah, try not to throw up. I'm going to try not to throw up any time before. So.
And then have one on Thursday night after your turkey is down, but more importantly, after all of that ice cream goes
I've had
down.
I've had breakfast, eggs, bacon and eggs, and I had a steak last night with mashed potatoes. So I'm working it.
I like it. All
You
right.
know all that, BK. The thing is, with all that stuff, you have to work out too. I mean, the treadmill and some weightlifting really, really helps. Just eating when you're a skinny body like this, it doesn't, you'll gain a couple pounds, but you'll never get up the bulk that you need. So you got to go in that weight room. I got to go in there probably tomorrow. We're off. I'll go in there tomorrow and get a really good hearty workout before I start to chow down.
There
And
it
hopefully,
is.
and hopefully for everybody, have a wonderful Thanksgiving, please. Enjoy the people that you're with. Tell them how much you love them, that you're happy to be around them. Even if it's for dinner and then you get the hell out of there, just enjoy the day with your family. Really. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do during the holiday season, during any season you're there for us. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Well
No tip for
said.
kids because they ain't been to school in like a week. Those dudes get off like Friday. They're picking people off from school. They used to have to go to school all the way till Wednesday. Wednesday at like noon. What
It's
the hell is
weird.
going? Isn't that what's going on here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think different districts have different rules, and I know that different colleges have different rules. Like the University of Texas is all week. My sister, who goes to UTSA, obviously a part of the University of Texas system, she's got class until today. And then, yeah, growing up, I remember I went to class through Wednesday of Thanksgiving week.
Right? You didn't get off on like Monday. Friday wasn't your last day.
Right. So I'm in favor of the kids. All right. I'm glad that the kids get this week off. They've been
Well, it's
working
kind of in
hard.
favor that it's good for the teachers too, I would think.
Yeah. Well, the teachers deserve it. They need the days off more than the kids do, if we're being
Yes.
perfectly honest. But yeah, I don't think there are too many kiddos in
No.
school right now.
They're not. Believe me, they're not sitting in anybody's car line. They're in bed. They're in bed right now.
No tip for kids on a
No
Tuesday
tip from
morning.
kids.
As the Buck mentioned, we will be off tomorrow and Thursday, but we will be back on Friday. We'll have a regular schedule plus our TSU pregame show broadcasting live from Schultz Garden. That'll be from 4 to 6 with the 6:30 p.m. kickoff.
Yeah, because the Devils coming down to Austin. The Devils are coming to Austin.
Oh, the Aggies are the Devils now, huh?
Yeah, they live here too.
Yeah, they do live here. Well, you don't want to live in Bryan College Station after you graduate, do you?
No, I don't think so.
I always get a kick when Aggie fans and Red Raider fans like dunk on Austin. It's like, no, like the majority of your alumni lives in this city. Nobody sticks around your town because it's a horrible place to be. They realize that, and they just up and leave as soon as they graduate, or in Tech's case, as soon as they drop out. But nobody's hanging around College Station or Lubbock. You're getting the hell out of there and coming to Austin if you can, right?
Austin or Houston.
Yeah, maybe Dallas too, but
Yeah.
I like that. How you feeling on a Tuesday morning? You know, all season long you've been so confident that Texas was going to knock off A&M. Even after the Aggies piled up 11 straight wins, even after Texas stubbed their toe a few times, you've been so confident that Texas was going to find a way to win this football game. And then yesterday you threw a major curveball at us, and you said, I don't feel too good. So how are you now 3 days away from kickoff? How you feeling about the Horns' chances?
I feel a little bit better. 43-27, Texas.
You went from feeling like a loss yesterday to feeling like a 16-point win today?
Yeah, I think there'll be some overthrows by Marcel Reed here. I really do. But the only thing keeping me back from getting in the 50s is those two wide receivers. They're going to go through this secondary like crap through a goose. Let me say it like shit through a goose, because they're not going to be able to handle those guys. They're not. So be ready for some big plays by the Aggies in the throwing game. I think the Aggies will try to pound the ball, but I think they won't have any success running the ball in Austin. Texas will not have any success running the ball, but their throwing game will be good enough. And Sark will find ways to get guys open. Quarterback is playing really well right now. Receivers will catch the ball. It'll be fun, but this will be an air raid deal here for both teams, because I don't think anybody's gonna. Well, I definitely don't think the Longhorns are going to run the ball for sure.
That's a big key in this football game. This almost has an Oklahoma-style feel to me, where the team that wins on the lines of scrimmage is going to win this football game. And look, at times we've seen Texas win up front. Obviously, the Oklahoma game, the other big rivalry matchup that the Longhorns had this year, they dominated a very good line of scrimmage team in Oklahoma en route to that 23-6 victory in Dallas. So we know this team is capable of doing it, but more often than not, against good teams, Texas has lost in the trenches.
That's the only game we can go to. We've been using that Oklahoma game as the springboard for anything to do with the run game or the line of scrimmage or physicality with this Longhorn football team. And that's a shame. They play a lot of games. There's a lot of games during the course of this year, and we have to keep leaning back on that thing that happened, in October. And it hasn't been anything like it. Just Vandy was close to it. I would say close to it, but nothing like the way I think you felt when you were at that game or around that game. That was just a physical mismatch that Texas put on in Dallas. They haven't put on anything. Well, they have. Vandy was close. I'll say it was close. I mean, they got off to we looked for a good start. That was something the fans wanted, and the team got them excited. But other than that, this has been a very poor execution of the run game at Texas. It just has the entire year, with the exception of those two games, really. Well, and Texas that one game, we can all lean back on that game because that's the game that always comes back. So,
well, we have to. I mean, Texas has played in 7 SEC games so far, and they've only rushed for more than 100 yards one time. And that was the Oklahoma game. They got to 100 on the nose against Vandy, but they've only rushed for more than 100 one time, and that was the Red River Shootout. So
I mean, and you say it a lot, and it's true. Coaches are problem solvers. They haven't been able to solve this problem. It's been a long drought and just awful for this team when it comes to the run game. How they have not figured out who their best runner is, how they have combinations of runners, what they do in the run game, what you try to do in the run. I mean, it's almost, and now we're to the point, BK, it's just throw it. Let's go. Let's win the games by throwing the ball and having Arch Manning have 300-yard throwing days, and that's fine because it's about winning the game right now.
A couple of bits of sound from Steve Sarkisian to get to. That's a perfect segue. One of the cuts, we'll play this one second, but Steve Sarkisian basically said exactly what you just said. Like, whatever we have to do to win this football game on Friday, that's what we're going to do. But I do want to start with this one. It's a pretty long answer from Steve Sarkisian at his Monday presser. He was asked about just the run game struggles and the offensive line struggles and, like, what can you do at this stage in the season with just one regular season game remaining to try to get your ground game activated against the Aggies?
We just keep chopping wood. I mean, that's all you can do is, again, we go back to the game plan mode, and we try to again look at the opponent, look at what we're best at, and then how can we combine those two and put something together to where we feel comfortable with it. And again, last week I probably could have ran it more. I'll be honest with you, I probably could have, but I probably wouldn't have thrown some post routes for touchdowns either. So there's a fine line, right? You're trying to do what's best for the team, as you're trying to build an aspect of your team to improve upon. And I thought we ran the ball relatively effectively. We didn't get a ton of ops. I mean, we were throwing the ball. We only ran 59 plays in the game. We averaged, I think, 8.4 or 5 yards per play. And so, there's always that fine line of, we need to improve upon something, but at the end of the day, what are we pretty good at, and how can we work those two things, collectively together? When we had to run it late in the game to let's put the game away, I thought we ran the ball pretty good. I thought we got a tough holding call on Spencer Shannon, or the game's over. We aren't even having to punt again. But outside of that, I thought we moved the ball forward. They knew we were going to run it. We ran the ball, and it was good. Now, we need to find that balance, and we need to have the threat of the run there that they have to defend it. And if they don't, we got to be able to continue to run it. And I think that's what we're doing. And so, what you do is you just keep grinding away at it, and you keep trying to find a way. And I think the last thing we're going to do and would ever do is give up on it, and that I think that would be the wrong way to go about it.
Just give up on it. Cut it out. Quit blowing the smoke up everybody's ass with that. Oh, we're going to find a way. No, forget about it. Just throw the ball. That's 15 more throws for Arch Manning and the wide receivers. and your throwing game. That's fine. You think your play action fake is doing anything to anybody? They don't care, because if you give it to the running back, he's going to get smashed at the line of scrimmage. So nobody cares. You don't have to balance. You don't pretend anymore. The pretense is over with. From this point on, throw it to win it, get it down the field. Your quarterback's in a rhythm now. He feels pretty good. Guys are getting open. Your running backs aren't doing anything. Your offensive line aren't doing anything. Don't try to, we'll continue chopping wood. Throw coal into the fire. Forget the wood. Just throw the ball. Throw it down the field. Let's go. There's not a soul that's watching Texas football right now that cares if Arch Manning throws 57 passes and he throws for 400 yards. They're going to say, wow, did we win? Yeah, we won. Nobody's going to say, oh, you know what, we had a real hard time running. Nobody cares about the hard time running. We know you have a hard time running now. That's inevitable that you can't run the ball. Hey, we'll see in the spring. Start fixing that stuff once you go find some running backs and some offensive linemen.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there from Steve Sarkisian's answer. Texas did average about 8.5 yards per play on offense against Arkansas. That's very good. You know why Texas averaged 8.5 yards per play?
Because they didn't run it.
Well, they averaged 13 yards per pass.
Yeah.
They were at 3.5 yards a carry, and they were at 12.7 yards per attempt.
You know what that tells me? Throw it more.
Yeah, so yes, Sark, you did average a lot of yards per play. That's very good. We would all love to see 8.5 yards per play against Texas A&M on Friday, but it's not like, you were super balanced in getting there. And, it sucks that Steve Sarkisian just has to point to a couple of plays or a couple of moments in the game where he feels like the run game is effective. Because he's sitting there telling us the run game was effective against Arkansas because of a couple of moments. Buck, Texas became the first FBS team this year that has failed to crack 100 yards on the ground against Arkansas. Remember, Arkansas is 2-9. They had the second-to-last rushing defense in the SEC. They were giving up about 180 yards per game on the ground before Saturday. And again, Texas, the only FBS team that the Hogs have seen that has failed to crack 100 yards rushing. So it wasn't effective.
Yeah, that he'll have to look to fix all that stuff in the offseason. That ain't getting fixed from this point on. Just do what you can to win the game, and that's throw the football and find more great patterns and more great schemes and protect your quarterback. Every once in a while, hand it off to somebody that's going to get you 3 or 2 or whatever you're looking to get, because you're not having a breakaway game by anybody rushing for 120 yards in this offense. You don't have the linemen for it, and you definitely don't have the running backs for it. None of them are the same. The running backs aren't the same, and damn, the offensive line isn't the same. And your emphasis on the run game doesn't have to be the same, because nobody cares. Nobody cares about your emphasis on the run. We care about you throwing the ball and completing passes, and your guys who can catch will actually catch the ball. That's all we care about right now in winning the game.
Well, you're going to like this next answer then, because Steve Sarkisian was asked a little bit later in the press conference how patient he is going to be willing to be with his running game against Texas A&M.
We're going to do what we need to do to win the game. If it's run it, throw it, screen them, whatever it is. And again, it's Monday at 11:25. We play at 6:45 Friday night, and so we're putting a plan together that is going to try to put us in the best position to win the game. And if the run game's hitting, all bets are I'm probably going to run it more, and if it's not and we're throwing it well, we'll probably throw it more. If both are hitting well, man, that's a great sign for us. And so, again, we'll put together a plan that we believe in schematically and believing in our players, and then ultimately try to put them in position Friday night to have success and to gain confidence against a great defense. And again, I'd love for all facets of the offense to be going, but at some point we got to remind ourselves our job is to try to win the game. And so that's what we'll try to do as the game unfolds Friday night.
Yeah, there you go, Coach. That's exactly what I want to hear. You know what? I'll try everything one time, and that's it. I won't come back to it again. So if there's 10 runs that you feel good about during the course of the year, or you think you do, or, I think we ran the ball well, we'll try everything one time. If it gets stuffed, see you later. I'm not coming back to it. That's a bunch of throws that I can throw the ball instead of trying to go back and bang my head against that wall over there.
Is this a running back coach? Is this a running back coach that I'm listening to this morning?
Man. It's a running back coach that's coached there with good players and good offensive line. So it's a running back coach that watches this line right now who can't bust a grape, and running backs who they can't get anything on their own right now. They need to have holes. This group, they don't have runners this year, including the guy that rushed for 1,100 yards. That's a difference maker right now. They don't. That's something that they can address when the season is over. They definitely got to address this offensive line. Or if they go out and get a bunch of defensive players or cute wide receivers, that's nuts. If Coach Flood talks his head coach into, I can make this happen again with these guys that I have, that's nuts by the head coach. You need to go out and get some guys with some experience, and you need to go find a thumper at running back. And it doesn't have to be a great one, BK. It's just got to get one that can get you 4 yards. That can, if it's not there, that has enough power. Not CJ.
It's got to be a great one. Come on, man. It's the University of Texas. We're competing for championships. It's got to be a great one.
Well, I always think you can find a great one in this state. There's one that'll be running around in these playoffs in the high school level. If not, there's one at or TCU or Houston or someplace that's playing pretty decent. They just need they just need an opportunity. I mean, they're all over the place. Like I said, they're in these other schools in Southwest Missouri State or something. You can bring somebody from there if you think that fit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be, at Notre Dame. It doesn't have to be a Love or somebody like that. It has to be somebody that will fit what you're really trying to do. Right now, these guys don't fit what you're trying to do.
Well, a good example of bringing in a guy from a different school is the team you just played, Arkansas.
Oh, my God. That guy, where did he come from?
Yeah, Mike Washington Jr. started his college career at Buffalo, then transferred to New Mexico State, and then ended up at Arkansas.
In the MAC?
Hey, started in the MAC and then went to the WAC and then ended up in the SEC. I mean, he's gone over 1,000 yards. It's not like Texas was the only defense that he feasted on this year. That guy's had a hell of a season for the Hogs. So
that dude in this porous offensive line would be okay. He may not be a 1,000-yard rusher, but he'd be about 700 yards, and there'd be some runs that you would really appreciate with him. He can make it happen. He's one of those guys, big, strong, will dish out punishment to you, and he doesn't need a big hole. He can help make the hole with his body type, I thought.
Yeah, part of me wants to say it was a swing and a miss by the Texas coaching staff this past offseason, but really they went down looking, Buck. They didn't swing. They ran it back. They trusted that every running back and every offensive lineman that they already had on campus was going to be good enough for the Texas run game to be as good as it was in 2024.
I know they got a great medical staff, but how can you throw your hands up in the air when you got a guy coming off a knee who's always hurt anyway, and then you got a guy who had an Achilles tear, and then, and Trey Wisner hadn't been the guy who was hurt all the time. He got bumps and bruises, but he was a banger himself last year. I was expecting him to be a little bit better than he was, with the experience that he got last year. He just wasn't the same guy. Those other guys, you couldn't have expected that from them, coming off the type of injuries they had. That was a miscue by the staff right there.
Yeah, and I think they thought Jarrett Gibson would be a lot better in his second year of college football. Obviously, he hit the portal.
They should have known that in the first year. They should have known what they had. They had a fullback thinking that he was a halfback. That's serious. They should have known that dude is not a halfback. He's a fullback.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I think, by the way, even though he's not here right now, I think if he would have had a role in that with two backs in the backfield, which they don't do enough of to me, BK, I think he would have been okay. He'd have been okay if you said that's my fullback, and I think the kind of year that he probably could have had here still as a fullback, sliding out of the backfield, catching a little first down, 3rd and 3, catching the ball out of the backfield, blocking for a lead back, I think he would have been okay.
If you would have told Jarrett Gibson he was playing fullback, he would have hit the portal before he actually did.
Yeah, but he would also.
You're not getting a former top 3 running back recruit in America to switch to fullback and him be okay with it.
Well, I think you would. I mean, that would have been up to the running back coach and whoever's talking him into getting on the field and having some playing time. We have packages for you at that. Well, if not, then he deserves to be at Morgan State, where he'd probably be playing next week.
Minded State.
Yeah, he'll be playing for the Bears at Morgan State. Yeah, he'll probably. That's where he needed to be. If that's what been his mindset that, I'm better than that, well, good luck with the Rattlers of Florida A&M.
Yeah, he'll end up somewhere better than that. But
You think so?
Yeah, of course I think so. We see it happen all the time with former high recruits. They get ample opportunities to prove their worth.
We're going to make a follower to see where this guy ends up.
Yeah.
We'll see if he ends up being a Gator back in his hometown. I don't think so. I think the Gators look at him and go, no.
There's quite a difference between Florida and Morgan State, sir.
Yes, there is.
And considering how Florida played this year, maybe they could use a guy like Jarrett Gibson.
He could be at the Patriot League with Lehigh.
Right, exactly. So, Texas, by the way, did pick up a commitment from a 3-star running back over the weekend. A local kid named Jet Walker played his high school football at Georgetown? Yeah, ran for nearly 6,000 yards in his high school career. Last year as a junior, he had 2,700 yards on 10.5 yards per carry, 27 touchdowns on the year. So, a lot of success in 5A Texas high school football.
I watch a kid Van Hopping every Friday at Lake Travis, 210 pounds, downhill kind of guy, a thumper. He's your white running back, BK, but he's got all kinds of quickness and all kinds of, he's powerful at 210, 208, 210. And, he's going to Dartmouth, but then, I think he's going to Princeton, but you already got a guy from Dartmouth playing wide receiver. So maybe maybe you need two of those kind of guys.
Well, Jet Walker is also white, so you do have your white running back, and he's 6'2", about 215, so he's a big body as well. And, no disrespect to Van, but Walker put up better numbers in his high school career.
Yeah, you don't need two dudes. You need that dude and a couple other guys. You got to go in the portal and find them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, look, they've got two running backs committed. They've got the 5-star Derek Cooper from the state of Florida, so they go out of state for one. He's still coming? Yeah, they go out of state for one. They go in-state for another. So that's a solid 1-2 punch right there for a recruiting class. But, again, you can't just hope that those guys will be ready to go in their first years of college football.
Well, you better be able to coach them, and they better be by mid-season, by the time you get through playing, games 1, 2, 3, and 4, and if you have that kind of schedule, they better be ready to play by the end of that at this level.
Well, yeah, but I'd rather have somebody with college experience who we can rely on versus saying those freshmen better be ready to go for SEC play, otherwise we're screwed. That's a horrible place to be in. You don't ever want to – having freshmen that can play well is great. Having a guy like Grayson Littleton who's just that good where you have to put him on the field, that's great. But you don't want to be at the point where it's like, well, we have to have the freshman ready because nobody else at his position is good enough to play.
Yeah, it's interesting. The teacher has to teach too for the student to learn. So you got to have somebody that's coaching those dudes the right way. If they're big time rushers in the state of Texas, then they still should be pretty good once they get and you recruit them at Texas, they should be ready to go. And they're depending on them is up to you. You're the ones that got to have the faith in them and make sure that they're ready to go. Whether in the SEC, the Big 12. They're just running backs. They've been running all their lives. They've been running from big guys, little guys all their lives. It's not that shouldn't hold you back if they're pretty good.
Yeah, I wonder if Chad Scott is maybe coaching for his job on Friday. I wonder if a few Texas assistant coaches are coaching for their jobs on Friday, right?
I don't know anything about Coach Scott. I just know that you've had some guys that haven't got better.
Right. Yeah, look, it's his first year in Austin.
Right.
So, you're always a little careful to blame somebody who's only been here for not even a full year, right? But this is the worst rushing offense Texas has had since 1944.
You just happen to be the guy coaching the backs at a place like Texas. Yes.
Now, a lot of people will say, well, blame Kyle Flood more than Chad Scott, right? If this offensive line was better at creating goals.
There's a lot to go with that dude.
Right. So it's like, is Kyle Flood coaching for his job on Friday? Steve Sarkisian's not coaching for his job on Friday. No. We know that. But you wonder, if Texas does lose this game to Texas A&M and the offense struggles, and more specifically the run game struggles again, then is Steve Sarkisian going to be allowed to run it back? is he going to be able to convince Chris Del Conte that, hey, man, it was just year one of Chad Scott, and Kyle Flood's been with me all 5 years, and we've done some really good things on the offensive line. Just give me another chance with these guys to turn it around and get us back to where we were in 2023 and 2024? Or is Chris Del Conte going to say, yeah, dude, my phone's been ringing off the hook from a lot of people who want you fired. They're not going to just let this thing stick around. You've got to make some sort of changes to appease the masses. So, hey, let's bring somebody else in.
You're going to have to find a running back that has real speed. I mean, they're missing a speed back in this offense right now. One guy that can just absolutely light it up. I mean, and they're out there, but you got to find the right one that, like you said, can run at this level and not going into the line of scrimmage and start shaking when he gets going, because there's not a hole there, but that has to run with some velocity. And if he does get it into your linebacker area and make one of those guys miss, that can go to the house. Not somebody can get caught, nice 10-yard run and get run down. You need somebody that can go to the house. And there's a lot of those speed kids in Texas that you may have to trust in. Their stars may only be 3 BK or 4, but you're going to have to say, you know what? If that guy gets loose on anybody, they can't catch him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's, you got to bring those guys in recruiting. But again, I think you need to go get somebody from the portal. And I mean, Texas doesn't have a speed running back. They don't have a power running back right now. They don't really have anything at running back. So, Trey Wisner's the best option that they have, but obviously it hasn't been the year for him that he or any of us would have liked. We're talking about a former
if he comes back,
three-star.
He'll be the starter again. So don't, unless they feel like Baxter's health is back, because they'll try to make him the starter.
Well, I just don't think you can do that, right? No disrespect to Trey Wisner and C.J. Baxter, but to me, you're not taking the running back position seriously if that's your plan for 2026. So,
well, I think their plan is that they'll find some guys in the offensive line, but those running backs are going to kind of remain the same. They want Baxter to be there. They want to prove you wrong on that kid.
Yeah, and maybe they will next year, but this year C.J. Baxter is just
he's not. His knee's not ready.
No, he can't play. He should not see any snaps on Friday. He's going to, because the staff loves him. I mean, he got snaps early in the football game against Arkansas this past Saturday, and he's just not doing anything.
You got to let him get well. He's not well yet,
right?
And that it's not his fault. I mean, first of all, he's got that tag of being injured a lot, period, and he's coming off a major surgery, and he's just not. You're trying to make him well when he's not.
Right. Yeah, you can't bank on C.J. Baxter being healthy. It's easy to say, well, 2 years.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah, 2 years removed from the surgery, he's going to be a difference maker this year, right? And I just don't know how you can bank on that happening. So, yeah, obviously that's an off-season question for Texas. The hope is they could find some way to establish some semblance of a rushing attack on Friday.
Yeah, obviously, just like somebody said, you need somebody that's been on the field, that's been practicing, not guys that are banged up and they can't practice. They don't get a chance to develop.
Well, these guys have been they've been practicing. I could be practicing.
You're right.
I could be practicing every day. I'm not good. Those guys are obviously better than me, but some guys it doesn't matter how much you practice. You're
right.
You're not up to speed at the University of Texas playing in the SEC.
No, I watched Christian Clark. He'd be a good back someplace else. He'd be fantastic down at Texas State. He's not, this level is not serious. I'm serious. I mean, I watch him. I mean, he'd be, at other places. I don't even know in the Big 12, but he's not at this level in the SEC, that kind of back.
Yeah, hasn't worked for him yet.
And I don't know about the other kid, the freshman. Who knows? We never see him. That guy could be dynamic. We don't even know.
Right. Yeah, James Simon has played in just 3 games this season, only 1 game in SEC play. That was the Oklahoma game, kind of in mop-up
I don't
duty.
understand what the plan is. What was the plan for him?
Well, I think the plan was Trey Wisner, C.J. Baxter, Christian Clark, and Jarrett Gibson are your running backs this year. I bet the plan all along was to redshirt James Simon. They just weren't expecting the 4 guys ahead of him on the depth chart to be as inconsistent as they've been. I don't think they recruit like James Simon wasn't Bijan Robinson coming out of high school where it's like, oh, we got to play this guy as a freshman. I think the plan the whole time was let's give this guy a year to develop on the bench. And the only reason we're asking for him,
started to develop how long was it taking this group to find out that no, this not work? I mean, I think that's the frustrating part. It's taking them too long to figure that out, and that kid never got a chance to get pushed up to get developed.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we don't know if James Simon's good. We just don't know if he's bad.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's right. I don't know if he's bad. It's hard. You can't tell if he's good. He hadn't had enough chance to play.
That's where he's at. Mike keeps saying it's got to be play calling and X's and O's problem. This is a head coach who's had a 1,000-yard rusher 13 years.
Yeah, he knows what a good running back looks like.
He knows how to call a good rushing offense. He's been doing it for an incredibly long time, even at your favorite school, Mike, Alabama. So, yeah, it's the same plays. It's not like Sark has gone away from stuff that worked in the past just for the sake of trying something new. It's just the personnel, and this falls on the head coach. This is obviously not to excuse Steve Sarkisian. He's the guy who put this roster together. But, yeah, this personnel up front on the offensive line and in the backfield just hasn't worked. So, look, you hope you figure something out. You hope you have an Oklahoma type of performance. Like last year, Buck, Texas ran it for 243 yards against A&M. You're not getting that. Can you get to 136? Because that's what you got against Oklahoma, and that's the best rushing game and really the best overall game your team has played all season.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Can you get to 100 yards less than what you had against these guys last year? That is where we're at right now. That is what we are asking for.
The following year, that's where you're at.
Yeah.
And the same dude is running the ball.
Hey, I don't want any turkey on Thanksgiving. I just want the cranberry sauce and the stuffing. You can have everything else. Just give me a couple of sides, and that will be good enough for me. That's what we're asking for the Texas run game on Friday.
Yeah, I'll take 75 yards in a cloud of dust.
Oh, man. Hey, Trey Wisner, by the way, we'll get to a round of sponsor shout-outs here in a second. Trey Wisner for the season, Buck, has 442 yards rushing to lead Texas. That means he needs 58 to get to 500 for the regular season. I will ask you, over under Trey Wisner, 500 yards after Friday night.
Over.
Okay.
Over, yes. Over, I think, yes.
All right, so you think Texas is going to get to 75-plus as a team then?
I do.
All right. I like that.
I really do. It's the Aggies. Once again, the devil is coming to Austin, so he's looking for a soul to steal, but it ain't here. No souls here, brother.
We need Trey Wisner to turn into little Johnny with the fiddle.
Yeah. He'll get his 500. I would like to be a 1,100-yard rusher, and then the next year you're begging to get to 500 with the same staff just about. I'd be like, damn, coach, what's going on? What is wrong with me?
If I'm the coach, I'd be like, yeah, exactly. Like, damn, what did I do wrong? What happened?
Really, that's how those dudes will look at it. Like, what did I do wrong? Where have I gone wrong? I mean, I'd run just as hard. I do the same thing. I've been working out as hard. What just happened?
Yeah, the soul searching.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Has been strong.
Yeah, there's a lot going on to what they're doing. Once again, BK, I think instead of messing with two tight ends, maybe you should have made a deal and mess with two running backs at times. But it's too late for any of that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the other four, blocks of silly putty, they didn't help you either. So
well, earlier in the year, I was agreeing with that, but the running backs aren't good. Why are you putting more not good players on the field?
Well, you do that with tight ends every week.
Well, it's been better when they've gone away from 12 personnel. That's been the biggest change. They've started to spread the ball a little bit more, and they've gone more 3 wide receiver sets, and it's worked. So, that's been what's best for this offense is less guys around the backfield and the line of scrimmage and more guys on the perimeter. So, yeah, just in a good year when you have, last year when you had Trey Wisner the way he was running and Jaden Blue, I thought 2 backs would have made more sense. When you had Bijan and Rojo on the same team at the same time, I thought you could have gone more 2-back sets. But this year, I don't think Trey – who's the second running back you're putting out there? I'm cool with Trey. I think Trey's good enough to be out there. But, C.J. Baxter, I'm telling y'all, is a waste of space right now.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry. I know that's so disrespectful, but just watch him play.
Nice kid, though. Nice kid.
Yeah,
does
great kid. Great kid. And I'm not saying he's going to be bad for his whole career. He just, right now, at his current state, is not a good football player. So I just don't – I don't think that's the answer right now is putting more running backs on the field because you're just not getting enough from that position. So, I don't know. All right, we'll take y'all's thoughts. 512-222-9328, the code of text line. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll get to more Steve Sarkisian sound, more positivity. Both of us are picking Texas to win this football game. I know we spent the last 20 minutes talking about the run game issues, but obviously there are better things that's going on with Texas right now. We'll get to those in a moment. But first, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, of course, collectibles, accessories, and tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, all the items that they had, the wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes, folks. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Come join us Friday. Can't wait to get over and see folks early on Friday, getting ready and getting prepared for the Texas A&M football game here in Austin, Texas. Jelly cats are available. Luggage is back, the Longhorn luggage. If you're planning on making a trip during the Christmas holidays, grab some of that luggage, some of that carry-on luggage that they have. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com, folks.
Absolutely love Sue Patrick. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love the Coverts. Love them.
Yes.
I know you've been going out there checking out. I see you still got your ride. Everything's working right. Going to work right into 2026 with your car. Everything will work out. You don't need a new car. You just need to drive that one you got into the ground, baby.
That's seemingly what I'm doing. Yeah, every time I drive by Covert Bee Cave or go to covertbeecave.com, I get a little new car envy. But as of right now, we're sticking with the Ultima, Buck.
There you go. The ultimate driving machine.
The ultimate driving machine.
There you go.
She's still rolling. Took the girlfriend's
Absolutely.
car to Houston, though, so I didn't trust the Ulti for this one.
She let you ride that one?
Yeah.
She's cruising around this town with yours?
It wasn't a let me. It was a we're taking my car.
Nice.
Yeah, good move. Good move by her. All right, shout out as well to audiovisual consultations. I'm at my parents' place in Houston. They got hooked up by AV Consultations.
Sweet.
I think they've got it's a 98-inch TV that they have in the living room.
The monster there, huh?
The monster. There's a TV in this room. 65.
Got some static. You're messing around with something there. You got it? Now I could hear you. I thought I could hear you. Yeah, you're screwing around with something there.
You talk.
No. We too low. Yeah, now I can't hear you at all, buddy. BK is fixing up his headset. He's getting the audio straight on his headset. We're trying to analyze some of the stuff that the Longhorns need to do, but it's crazy to try to analyze something that can't be fixed this season. These are things that'll have to be fixed in the off season, and there are probably a lot of teams around the country that are getting towards the end of their football season and are working towards next year, really. So, you there? You're like crackling Rosie. No can hear, my friend. No can hear. BK is going to fix that audio of his. But as I said, there's tons of things that Texas will have to do next year. That's next year, and that's when the season is over with. What they'll have to do this week in order to beat Texas A&M is they're going to have to be as physical can be, because the Aggies are physical on both sides of the football. They're physical in the linebacker and down lineman area on defense, and their offensive line is probably the best offensive line in the SEC with numerous runners. And for the Longhorns, they're going to have to be able to hang in there physically with this football team on Friday, which there's no doubt in my mind that they can't do on the defensive side. Offensively is where I think that the Aggies will have the advantage with their defense against this offensive line. And we can go back to the Oklahoma game, which we seem to go back to an awful lot when it comes to Texas football. And it's a shame because that was back in October, and you would think by this time in November things would have changed with this offensive line, but it's not. There you go.
Are we back?
You are back, and Cracklin' Rosie is gone now.
Sorry about that, y'all. I have no idea what happened there. But technical difficulties on the road. I am not convinced everything will stay fixed, but
sounds good.
Good for now. So, anyways, AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. We trust them. Our families trust them. They're the best at what they do. If you want to upgrade your home TV, you can do it with AV Consultations. Find out more online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed.
DK, I was saying that these are things that we're talking about now that there are a lot of teams around the nation trying to figure out for the following year with a couple games left to play or one game left to play. You can't fix. There's nothing that you're going to fix. You know, as I said, when Sarks talks about, you know, we'll try it. It's all about winning the games on Friday. It's not about what we can try and what we can experiment. And here's some new things that we have for the game, a bunch of new wrinkles. You may have a couple trick plays that you want to do. You know, you had one last week that was successful. You may want to have a couple of those in your bag for Texas A&M because they're going to have a couple of those type of things. But you're not fixing the problem that you have right now this week. That's not it. You want to survive this game and you want to win this game.
Yeah, well, the good news is you've got a quarterback that you feel like can go out there and win you this football game.
Sure.
I mean, Arch Manning has played at an incredibly high level over the last month. And even in the Georgia game, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he was perfect in Athens. Nobody was, but I thought he was the best offensive player for Texas in that game. And he got no help from the run game, no help from the offensive line. His receivers and tight ends couldn't catch anything. And I thought he was poised, and I thought for the most part he was pretty solid against Georgia. But more specifically, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, and Arkansas, the other three games that he's played most recently, he's really put it together. And he just looks way more confident out there. He's much sharper with his decision-making.
Yes.
The accuracy issues feel like they're a thing of the past. Now, obviously, A&M's got a much tougher defense than Arkansas does. But you've got a quarterback and you've got a passing game that I think you have some confidence in. You've been looking for it. You didn't have it early on this year, but I feel like you have it right now. And even if you can't run the ball for 150 or 200 yards, I still feel like Texas has a chance to win because of the way number 16 has been playing.
Yeah, I mean, it will be your offensive line. It's not about what you can do in the run game. It's what you can do at protecting your quarterback now, who's feeling confident. This is a game where he needs to continue to throw the ball and push the ball down the field. These guys, if they catch it, are doing well when they catch the football. And it's not like you have to have a star at wide receiver. You just got to – he's spreading the ball out to a little bit of everybody. You know, last week everybody got – I mean, even Jack Hendry's got to touch the ball a couple times last week. So just keep on what you're doing. And as I said, don't waste your time if there's something not working in the run game trying to say, well, we want to be balanced or we like to do this in order to set up this. There's nothing you do in the run game that sets up anything in the pass game right now. So just pass it.
Right. Yeah, if you got a channel your inner Mike Leach to throw the ball 50 times this weekend, then do it, right? I know that's not what any coach prefers to do, but balance.
Well, that's what they
need to
say
be a
they don't want to
split,
do. They prefer to be balanced. That word balance always seems to come out. Who cares? No, winning the game is what it's all about. And if you throw it 50 times and then at the end of the game and you start saying, well, I didn't want to do it that many times. We won the game. I don't want to do that. That's not who we want to be. All that stuff doesn't matter. It's winning the game. What is your way of winning the game? This time of the year, if you're still searching this time of the year, what is the way you can win the game, right? That's the most important.
Right, and that's where I'll give the head coach some credit. He said that yesterday, right? He didn't say, no, we've got to maintain a balanced attack. Oh, no, we've got to stick with the run game. He's like, no, we got to do what's best. And look, I can't quite figure out why so many Texas fans have been like criticizing Steve Sarkisian for abandoning the run game in recent weeks when it's like, just look at the numbers. Like, why would you Why would you run the ball when you're averaging 3 yards a carry, and when you're throwing it, you're like at 8-9 yards per attempt? Like, would you rather have less yards on plays? Like, I don't understand that kind of math, that kind of logic at all. So there are times where, yeah, of course, maybe you want them to run it more, but this team right now is way better at throwing the football, so they should be making way more of an emphasis on throwing the football, doing what you do best.
Yeah.
I don't think the Aggie defense is the get-right game for your rushing offense.
No, this is not the week for that. You're right. This is if it's something happens and you get off a couple nice run plays and you get a little bit of momentum in the run game, but believe me, you're not going to be winning this game because of your run game. That's not what's going to win you the football game against Texas A&M. Because, dude, they are going to be flinging it themselves. They can run it and pass it, but their main thing right now is they got 2 wide receivers that are NFL-type guys, and they're looking at your last couple of weeks of your film in your secondary, and they're figuring that part out. They already figured that they can run the ball okay enough when it comes to the run game, and if they get in a little bit of rhythm, they will continue to do that. But I don't expect them to be in a rhythm against this Texas defensive line and linebacker area. But in the secondary, they are going to throw the ball. Marcel Reed is going to take off and run himself, but they're going to throw it to those cats that when they get loose, it won't be like anything so far that Texas has seen this year. You know, those couple young guys at Florida that were really, really good, but had that particular quarterback throwing it to them. You know, these are guys like that are so much better. They're so much more experienced in catching and running with the football.
Well, let's not forget Texas played Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate in Ohio State in Week 1. Like, they've seen elite receivers this year, and they held up very well in that football game. Now, this past defense has sprung a couple of leaks in the last month. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but they have seen some elite wide receivers this year. It's not like Craver and Concepcion are unlike anything they've gone up against this season.
Well, there's nobody like that besides the first game.
Okay, well, you didn't say that before, so I'm just saying, they have played somebody as good as that on the outside, and they've seen a lot of talented receivers in this league, but the overall point that I think you're trying to make is that pass defense has to be better. I won't disagree with you there.
Yeah, no, they've got to be a lot better.
But they got to stop the run. They got to stop the run first, don't they?
Yeah, but they'll do that. I mean, they've done that. They've just about, to me, they've done enough defensively to stop the run. And even in the past couple of weeks, this is still a pretty good defensive team when it comes to stopping the run. The real leakage is back in the back section now.
Well, yeah, they did give up 133 rushing yards in the first 16 minutes of the game against Arkansas, and that was to a dual-threat quarterback. Marcel Reed is obviously a dual-threat quarterback, so, I mean, Colin Klein does love to run the football as A&M's offensive coordinator. So you talk about it all the time, Buck. You always say how opposing teams will always try to test Texas's run defense.
Will. Of course they did. I mean, they tried that last year too. They're going to still everybody Texas plays against wants to find out physically. That's the mental part of the game for them. Will they be there physically in a football game? If you consider yourself on the other side a physical team, they're always going to want to test Texas to see are they going to be there for 4 quarters of physical football. Yeah. And most of the time, to me, it's been not in the run game. You're not going to continue it because that's now the opposing team beating their head against the wall. To me, now what's happened lately is you don't have to beat your head against the wall if you want to throw the ball against this group.
Yeah, I'll say this real quick on the run game. Like, number one, Texas needs Anthony Hill on the field on Friday.
Yes.
Number two, Texas needs to spend a lot of time this week working on zone reads on the edge because every edge defender that Texas had got at least once by Talon Green or KJ Jackson. So that's what A&M does. That's not out of character for them. Marcel Reed is an incredible athlete. He's not as big. He's not as imposing of a runner as Talon Green is, but obviously he could scoot. He's a huge part of the Aggie rushing attack. So those two things, I think, are paramount for Texas.
Yeah, I worry about him more so in the passing game when he starts scooting, more so than he does running the option.
Yeah, he's good at that too.
I think guys like Anthony Hill, when they come off from that linebacker area, when the dive is in there and they're in charge of the quarterback, I think they'll be around there enough to make him have to do something. He's just not going to have a clean run around the end like we saw this week. Some of those were clean runs. There weren't anybody right there. Once he made the dive fake and he had the ball, it was like, where's the next guy? And here comes Michael Taft getting thrown in the rinse cycle out of nowhere, from way back there. It's like, wow.
Yeah, that can't happen. That
No.
cannot happen because then you got to drop extra guys in the box, and that allows Craver and Concepcion, those
Yes.
two weapons on the outside, to get some
Yeah,
things
and like
going.
you said, they'll be throwing the ball over the middle for those guys to catch and run.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. What's your confidence level in the Texas secondary being able to turn things around? Like, we know what the last 4 weeks have been. We ran down the numbers yesterday. They are not good for Texas on the defensive end, but like you said, most of it has been because of the back end. How you feeling in Texas's ability to look more like the secondary we saw early in the season?
Well, my thought this morning would be 43-27.
Oh.
Now that we're talking about it more, how about 43-37?
Okay, still a win.
They're gonna get theirs. They
Yep.
just are. They're just too talented against anybody with their wide receivers. I mean, it doesn't matter who they're going to. They're undefeated. I mean, that's an undefeated team. That's a team that nobody has figured them out with their guys catching the football. And the guy that I still talk about is that big son of a gun at tight end. It's like 6'7". It roams the middle of the field that you can throw over the top. And when you start telling me yesterday about what it looks like in the middle of the field, what you're noticing about this Texas secondary is there's guys coming down the guts. Well, that's a big 6'7" guy running down the gut who catches pretty good athlete. He's not a great tight end, but he's good enough for what they do.
Yeah. That's
down
the
the
guy who had
seam.
the game-winning touchdown catch in their victory over Notre Dame early
Yes.
in the season. Obviously, the reason why the Aggies are still undefeated. Yeah,
But I think I worry more about their catch and run with Craver and those guys. I mean,
Yeah.
punt returner in space. He's, it would be like if Niblett was a guy who not only in punt returns could do the things he does, but if he was a receiver like that in space, what he would do. I mean, that's what Craver's like. He's a scary. I think he's one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, he's having a great year. I mean, both of those guys, a couple of transfer portal pickups from A&M, and they have been godsends for that Aggie offense.
The one guy can have the drops. He's a little Craver can drop some that hit him in the hands. He's got a little wingo in him where when he comes across, because he's not a big guy, so when he comes across the middle a little bit, he's peeking on who's coming the other way at times, and he drops some easy balls every once in a while. But once he gets it in his hand with his speed, he can just go.
Yeah, Craver averaging 16.6 yards per catch this year. Concepcion at 15.9. So, yeah, both of those guys have been big play threats for A&M all year, and it would really behoove the Texas secondary to tackle a little bit better.
Yeah, oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah, that they have. Like, that's something you brought up yesterday. It's like, look, they've struggled in coverage, but also a big part of why some of the opponent passing stats are as inflated as they are is because Texas can't tackle. Like, once guys catch the ball, they've had a hard time bringing them down. And, 7, 8-yard receptions turn into 27, 28-yard receptions in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and these guys, these are the two guys that I think can make those kind of things happen to you. They can make you look silly in your secondary after the catch, and it doesn't have to be over the top of you. It can be right in front of you, and they get you one-on-one, and they go right around you.
I wonder how much, at this stage in the year, you usually don't work on tackling, right? Because you don't want guys to get hurt. But, win or lose, like regardless of if Texas makes the playoff or not, they are going to have weeks between this game and their next game. Right?
Yes.
They're not in the SEC championship. They're mathematically eliminated, so they will not be playing next Saturday. So after this, it's hopefully a first-round playoff game in mid to late December. If not, it's a bowl game in probably later December. So if you're on the staff, Steve Sarkisian already told us yesterday Texas is practicing in the afternoons this week. Normally they practice in the morning, but I guess in part because this game is obviously at 6:30 on Friday, they are moving things to the afternoon. Are you, because of the tackling issues that we've seen from Texas and because of how important physicality is going to be in the Lone Star Showdown, is this a game where you're maybe putting on the pads and ramping things up a little bit?
As the coach said, I'm doing everything I can to win the football game, and if I have to do that, this time of the year, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to make sure that the guys who can't be innocent bystanders after a guy catches the ball, they can't lollygag over to a spot. You got to make sure that you get to where your buddy is to help him out, because the one-on-ones, you're not going to win the one-on-one battles against those two guys when they got you one-on-one shaking. So the next guy in has to be in the proper space, because he can't shake two guys. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to force him to the other guy. Or if you don't make the tackle, you got to make sure that you're not giving up, leverage on the outside, that he's got a lot of room between him and the sideline that can go down the sideline for scores. You got to force him back to where the people are. I mean, that's a part of your job too. If you don't make the tackle, you got to make sure that this guy is going back to where everybody else is coming. And the guys who are supposed to be coming there, they better start coming that way.
Yeah, you got to have 11 hats flying to the football on every play.
I mean, this is what you did. This is how they won the game line. This is what they did last year. They were all over the place defensively.
Yeah,
guys were running to the ball. You got to play that.
A&M didn't score on offense. Their only touchdown was a pick six. Like, they did not get into the end zone. You had a couple of awesome goal line stands in there.
I mean, you got to rally. You got to be at the ball.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see. And again, like I have faith in Manny Muhammad. Manny Muhammad's not going to win every matchup against whatever receiver he's going up against. But if I'm A&M, I'm like, all right. Do we have the true freshman Cade Phillips? Do we have Jalen Gilbo, who's been up and down? Do we have Warren Roberson? Who's the second corner on the field?
Well, number 24 is not going to get to play corner for me in this game.
Number 24 would not have played anything for me in the last year and a half, but we don't make the calls on that.
No, there's just – no, I can't. I got to have guys that can actually tackle guys and cover guys in this football game. You're going to have to do a little bit of everything really, really well. I mean, really, really well. The small things, BK, are going to have to get buttoned up for sure. And your communications in the back, because they love the crossing routes too. Craver crosses the field in those deep crosses that Sark used to like to throw at Alabama with Smith. They like to do that at A&M with Craver. They really like to cross him really, really deep. Not those 15 shallow ones, those 30 yards across the field. I mean, you got to keep your eyes on that dude.
Yeah, we'd like to try those with Ryan Wingo, but he doesn't catch them, so they don't work for Texas.
No, he's okay. The bombs are okay. It's the ones that come across at like 8 yards and 6 yards. I'm like, oh, no. Is this what is this one going to do?
No drops. 6 catches, no drops for Wingo against Arkansas this past Saturday, so more of the same. All right, we'll get back into this game. Our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will be joining us here in a moment. Chris was at Texas, Arkansas. We'll get his recap on the Horns win over the Hogs. Also talk Texas A&M, and look around the SEC. Obviously, the Longhorns need a win on Friday and maybe need some help from some other teams around this conference. So we'll get to that in a moment. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Our friends over at Relax the Back. I love Relax the Back. I'm in my chair right now. And I will be in this chair an awful lot during this holiday season. Relax the back during the holidays. If you got bad back, bad shoulders, folks, find yourself a comfortable chair, whether it's an office chair or a recliner to get into. And Relax the Back, they have all of those. They've got also the accessories that you need. If you got problems with your shoulder, I got the vibrating ball that I was using yesterday. That's right. I was using the big ball on myself yesterday that I got from Relax the Back, folks. And you can make yourself feel absolutely fantastic. Get rid of some of the pains you have in your neck, your shoulders, your hips, your thoracic back, lumbar area. They have it all at Relax the Back. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, the whole works. Of course, adjustable mattress sets that they have at Relax the Back. And they've got 2 great locations. In BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And, of course, at North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like a buck at Relax the Back.
I'm so scared to do this because of the technical difficulties I had earlier, but I'm going to take y'all for a quick spin here. How about the zero-gravity massage chair?
Oh, yeah, baby.
The back. Doesn't come with that Texas pillow. That's a family touch. But the zero-gravity leather massage chair. If I was sitting in that, I've done shows from that chair, Bug, I'd be passed out right now.
It knocks you out, huh?
Yeah, also I stayed up past 1 a.m. to watch Texas lose in Maui. That was great.
Wow.
Great decision by me. Way to go, BK. Thanks for that one, Coach Miller. But, love Relax the Back. I will be moving to that chair and taking a nap right after our show ends today. I can tell you that. Shout out to them. Also, a shout out to Altstadt Beer. I brought the Altstadt Beer to my parents' place. That's my contribution to the Turkey Day festivities. Got me a 15-pack of the Altstadt Lager.
15-pack, nice.
Yeah, and I also brought beer for other people, too, for Thanksgiving. But that 15-pack's going right to me. Love the Altstadt Beer. If you're looking for a last-minute item to bring, don't cook. Just bring the beer. Everyone likes the beer more than the food anyways. Show up with the Altstadt Beer on Thursday. Of course, for your tailgates and watch parties on Friday, bring the best beer. I know you've got a lot to choose from, but Altstadt checks every box. It's brewed locally. It's easy to find. They've got a bunch of different brews. It's brewed without any additives or preservatives. And I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. Get you some. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And Tuesday means 2-for-1 pizza. How about 2 for the price of 1 at Tony C's Pizza, that Austin original coal-fired pizza, serving the New York-style pizza and the Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. I'm going for a meatball sub today. I know it's 2 for 1, but I'm looking for a meatball sub. Good meatball sub with some Parmesan cheese over the top of it. Yeah, that's what's going to happen for me. They've been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years, folks. Highway 79 in Round Rock, of course, the Dell Diamond, right beside the Dell Diamond. Anderson Lane, and, of course, in Bee Caves. 2 for 1 pizzas at, that's right, Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C. I'm coming for a meatball sub today. Yes, indeed. I love a good meatball sub. It's all about the bread, brother.
That's a good move. Yeah, you shouldn't be eating any bird this week. You save that for Thursday. So go get you your steaks, get you a meatball, get you some pork, get you something
like that. Save the ice cream.
That.
Save that ice cream for Thursday, too.
I love all of that. And a quick shout-out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Our guy Mike tuned in this morning. Shout-out to you, Mike. Mike's a great dude. Big Longhorn fan,
Absolutely.
Big TSU supporter. Tunes in pretty much every single day. Well, what can he do for you? Well, he can upgrade your home. If you've been thinking about a new kitchen, if you've been thinking about a bathroom remodel, if you've been thinking about adding on to your current space, you don't want to buy, you don't want to sell. The market's a mess. You bought your current place for a reason. Why not make it even better? McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That's the website. Right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. You can look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 40 years. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. They've done work at the Bucks place. They've done work at Rodney's place. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. You can reach out to Mike directly at 512-633-9580. Or again, that website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com.
Sweet.
All right, let's take a look around the SEC. One of our favorite segments each and every week. We chop it up with our buddy Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, who we saw in person at Schultz Garden. How about a guest appearance? Chris Phillips was our college game day celebrity picker at the very end of our pregame show on Saturday. CP, have you recovered from a weekend in Austin, my man?
Guys, I have, believe it or not. Yeah, no, it was a great time. Had a blast. It was good to see you guys for the game. Thoroughly enjoy ourselves every time we go to Austin. Funny enough, I could not quite put it into overdrive, at least on Saturday, because I had a 6 a.m. flight out of Austin on Sunday. So
was it crowded at that airport on Sunday morning at 6 even?
No, because I flew out of the South Terminal of the Austin airport. And if you know anything about the South Terminal, you know it is like probably as big as my apartment. And my apartment's not small, but it's not as big as an airport, I can assure you. So,
sweet.
Yeah, no, it was really, really easy in and out, but I was literally at the airport at like 5 a.m. So
there you go.
On Sunday. So I couldn't, and I, for some reason, man, I was gassed after the game, but we had a great time. Friday night, went out with the boys, enjoyed Austin. So I mean, it's a great time every time. The people really make it what it is. And I mean, certainly game day is awesome and DKR delivers every time, but yeah, it was great to get back, man. It was great to get back, and crazy to think we're on the last weekend of the regular season. It's weird because I'm sure you guys feel this too when you're covering it. And for me, when I'm covering it and traveling, it's like it flies by, but it's also, it doesn't at the same time, but it does. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, we tell people every time when the season starts, savor every week, because you're going to blink and it's going to be Halloween, and you're going to blink again. It's going to be Thanksgiving. So it's fine. It's here. And I will tell you guys, I think this is the best week of the college football season. I love rivalry week. There's nothing like it. It's just all these matchups, these games, and the hatred, and so much on the line in the final weekend. So yeah, it's going to be a great weekend.
Chris, what did you see from the Longhorns that you thought was really, really okay on Saturday, that looked different than when you saw them before?
I mean, you got to start with Arch Manning, right? I mean, he was special. You know, he wasn't just good. I thought he was special. I thought he also got help around him from a lot of different guys. The receivers looked elite. A lot of different guys on the outside making plays, but you got to give all the credit in the world to Arch. I mean, making history, obviously, with the passing, rushing, and receiving touchdown, which great catch by Arch on that trick play. I was in that end zone. Loved the play design and Sark getting in his bag a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that was it. I mean, offensively, just he was different than at any point I'd seen him. They looked confident offensively. I think that's what we expected all year from them. And it you know, let's call it what it is. It helps when you're playing an Arkansas defense. There were a lot of guys that were wide open. A lot of guys were running wide open. So they were able to take advantage, though, and drop that 50 burger. So I think that was the big thing that I hadn't seen at that point, is just, you know, like a well-oiled machine offensively. And, you know, I know what was kind of a low start defensively, but made some big plays, obviously, in the second half, the big scoop and score, you know, forcing the issue against Taylor Green, the interception, what have you. But, yeah, I think offensively is just where you got to go. It's where it starts and finishes with that game. And, yeah, Arch was special. He's catching a lot of momentum, which is a good sign going into this weekend.
Yeah, you've seen two of Arch Manning's worst performances of the year in person. You've also seen two of his best performances of the year in person. So you've gotten the full Arch Manning experience, but you're right. He's definitely put it together down the stretch. Speaking of down the stretch, Texas A&M on Friday back here in Austin. Obviously, the Aggies coming in 11-0. They had no problems with Cupcake Samford this past Saturday. Texas maybe coming in with a little bit of momentum, a nice bounce-back performance for the Longhorns. Chris, I think you learned in just 1 year how big of a deal this rivalry is, and it's kind of cool that so much has been on the line in the first two matchups since the Lone Star Showdown returned. What are your thoughts? What are you looking to see Friday night between the Longhorns and the Aggies?
Well, you know, the beautiful thing about this game and pretty much all these others too, or at least most of them, is like, you know, we can talk about what it means for if Texas were to win, the whole debate, should they be in the playoffs, should they not, you know, what's on the line for A&M. But like these games don't need any extra hype. They don't need any extra hoopla. It's just we hate you and you hate us, and let's put bragging rights on the line and go out there and beat each other's heads in for a couple hours and see what happens. So, yeah, I mean, the intensity is going to be through the roof. I do wish I could clone myself and be there Friday night and just experience what that's going to be like. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think what's interesting, the quarterbacks will get a lot of the attention, Arch and Marcel Reed. And, I mean, those guys, the way they play is important. But I kind of look back at last year, and guys, I think that's going to determine the game yet again, is who's winning at the point of attack. I mean, Texas dominated it last year, right? We all remember the trenches. Yeah, they won in the red zone. I was in that end zone when it was 1st and goal, and Texas holds them all the way to 4th and goal and stops them, and like that kind of defined what that game was. This is a different Texas A&M team, I think, even up front, you know. And I think the big matchup in the game is Texas A&M, what they do running the football against that Texas front seven, right? I think the A&M rushing attack, the Texas front seven, is Texas able to corral them and keep them in check and put the game on Marcel Reed. And as good as they've been in the passing game with Concepcion and Craver, I mean, I think that's what you have to do, right? Like if Texas A&M is able to go out there and just run at will 6-7 yards a carry, you can forget about it. You don't have a shot. So, I mean, Arch Manning needs to play well. I think they need to be able to find balance on the offensive side. I mean, A&M, you've been able to run on them this season. You will say against that Mike Elko defense, that's probably been the thing that they're most susceptible to. So I do think Arch needs to play well, but I think point of attack on both sides, guys, as boring as it sounds, it defined last year's game, and I think it probably is going to define this year's game.
Dude, you know they're not running the ball the length of my desk right here, Texas against A&M's defense. You've seen them enough now to know that they can't run the ball. They don't have runners. They don't have blockers. They don't need to be wasting their time. Throw the ball 60 times. Go Mike Leach. Just start throwing it all over the place.
Sark, I tell you this, Bucky, Sark better get in his bag, because I got to be honest with you. I do like the matchup with Mike Elko against Steve Sarkisian. I do. I mean, I just – you know, again, doing it against Arkansas is great. That's one of the worst defenses in college football. Let's just call it for what it is. Like I said, there's so many guys just running wide open. I don't know that you're going to have that many running wide open against A&M. So, yeah, it's a big game for Sark. You know, he said this is why he has the job. He's a master play caller. That's why he got it. So, you know, Chris, show it this week.
After what you saw of the Texas secondary, what about Craver and Concepcion in that secondary? I mean, talking about catching and running with the ball, those two dudes.
Yeah, those guys are elite.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all have seen them. You know, there's nothing I'm gonna tell you about them y'all don't know. But they are big time explosive. I mean, and that's the tough thing, right, about Texas A&M is we've talked all season. They are very well rounded. They can beat you in a multitude of ways, and guys, the teams that can beat you the most ways win the most games. I mean, that is college football, right? The teams that win the national championship, they're not one dimensional in any facet.
Yeah,
right? They can beat you all across the board. If they need to run it, they need to throw it, they need to win a low scoring game, they need to win a high scoring game. You know, maybe they need to beat you with special teams here. Like they can do it though. They have another pitch, if you will. So, I mean, it's going to be a challenge for Texas. You know what I think is interesting, guys? Again, maybe it's a little bit overplayed, but I don't even know that it is. Is that like in these rivalry games, the mental edge? Yeah, I think just how the role that plays, because you would think all the pressure's on Texas here. A&M's 11-0, they're rolling, but I don't know that it is, to be honest with you. I just there is this. Even when I was in Austin this past weekend, there's this vibe I pick up from Texas fans. It's like, you know, the season hasn't gone obviously the way y'all have wanted, and it's to be sitting here with 3 losses and them coming in 11-0, but like. There's a feeling amongst Texas fans that, like, we're supposed to beat the Aggies.
Yes.
They are the little brother. Like,
yes.
Even though we're not having a great season, like, we're going to beat Texas A&M because we're just supposed to beat Texas A&M. So
that's what's supposed to happen. You're right.
Right. So I just wonder early on, is Texas A&M doing some things out of character, uncharacteristic to them? You know, maybe the moment almost looks too big for them. Or do they come out cool, calm, collected, in control? Because I'll be totally honest, guys. I think Texas A&M is the better football team, just top to bottom.
Sure.
Now, I don't think that's like a crazy statement, but the better football team doesn't always win a rivalry game. And I mean, you look at the spread; it's only 2.5, and you're on the road. So, like, you know, I think this is a coin flip game. I think this game could go either way. I got to be honest. Right now, I'm rolling with the Aggies just because I feel like it would be disrespectful for me to not pick them. That's
what they're there for, Chris. They're Aggies. You're supposed to disrespect them. That's
I know.
They've
answered the bell at every turn this season, and I'm like, dude, I mean, how many times can I doubt them and then prove me wrong? So I just, yeah. I mean, the chaos would be incredible if Texas were to win the game, and like I said, I think the mental edge plays a big part. But, yeah, that thing's going to fade away when toe meets leather and it comes down to execution and, again, just who's the better team. And I just think A&M's the better football team. They might be the little brother still, but they are the better football team.
All right. Yeah, the little brother gets one every now and then. It just won't be this Friday. I can tell
the
you
last
that.
time they won, it was in Austin. So
you're right. Yeah.
You know, which feels you could tell me when it was. I think it was like forever ago, but
2010, 15 years ago.
Go.
And they've played every year since. Texas has won 14 in a row. Oh wait, no, I can't say that.
Sure.
Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered joining us. Chris, you'll be at 2 games this weekend, which is awesome. That's the beauty of rivalry week, right? You get games on Friday, you get games on Saturday. The first game you'll be at is the Egg Bowl. Ole Miss, Mississippi State. I don't give a shit about the football game. I'm not asking you about that. Is Lane Kiffin going to be coaching Ole Miss beyond Friday, or is Friday going to be his last game as the head coach of the Rebels?
Yeah, BK, I'm glad you brought it up too, man. It's always cool when you can do – anytime you can accomplish first. And so, for the SEC Unfiltered Tour to do 2 games in one weekend is pretty incredible. My greatest act yet, I feel like, with Egg Bowl, Iron Bowl back-to-back. It's going to be an awesome weekend. But listen, I think the hype around what Friday is going to be not being the game, like you said, is very valid. Is Lane Kiffin going to be the Ole Miss's head coach past Friday? If you ask me right now, I don't think so. I think he's going to LSU, and whether that's the right decision, wrong decision, what have you, I don't know. That's
the Kiffin way.
It's the Kiffin way. Like I said a little bit over a week ago, he's a scorpion. At the end of the day, a scorpion's going to be a scorpion. They're going to sting you. It's just in their nature. So, I think it's interesting. Like, I'm excited for the Egg Bowl because of the weird dynamic in that building with Ole Miss fans, and they're PO'd at him, and again I will not be surprised, guys, if stuff like leaks on Friday before the game. It's so here's my deal, and I think Bucky will respect this because I'm actually picking Mississippi State to win.
Wow.
Here's why. you cannot sit here and tell me this is not a huge distraction to the football team. Because here's the deal. Here's the deal. You can fool a fan base. You can fool the media. You can fool whoever. You cannot fool a locker room. So I'm like, what is he telling those guys this week? Because he's got to tell them something. They want to know, are you with us? Are you not? Are you in this thing? Are you not? Are you 1 foot out the door? He cannot BS that locker room, guys. And I don't see this team coming into Friday focused at all. I don't think Mississippi State is obviously world beaters, but I think they're a good enough team where if you are coming into this football game with anything but 110% focus on beating them, you are going to get beat. So I think State plus the points is the easiest bet on the board this weekend, and I'm going out on a limb and saying State wins it. I don't know.
I don't know how you can be with a bunch of guys all year round, all year long, and for the last couple of years, and then you have an opportunity to be in the playoffs. You know, when you win the game, you're going to be in the playoffs anyway. How you can leave that group? I don't know from a money standpoint or a future standpoint. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the future at Mississippi that he's built, but like you said, he's such a scorpion, and to lead those kids, because that's what he does. He gets you into, his, oh, my coach is kind of cool, isn't he? And then he just shits on you. And that would be shitting not only on the university, but shitting on those players that have been trusted, him to be their leader. And then we could be in the playoffs and you could walk away from him. How do you do that? What is enough money and what is enough success that you could do that to somebody?
Yeah. I mean, I made the point that, and listen, for us, like if he goes to LSU, if he goes to Florida, I don't think he's a crazy person. I get why he's doing it, but yeah, I'm going to have a hard time not losing respect for Lane Kiffin if he quits on that team. I don't know how. And, listen, here's the thing. Should LSU care? Not really. Should Florida care? Not really. It's not.
They will in a couple years if things start going bad.
Hey, listen, Lane Kiffin's like the woman that cheated on her boyfriend or husband with you, and then y'all ended up getting hitched. Well, guess what? You got her, but you will lose her the same way as you got her. So it's only a matter of time, right? It's just it's she's not the one. It's just your turn. And that's kind of how Kiffin is. So yeah, but I mean, listen, you pay that price, and LSU just wants to get a natty, and I think they'd trade that. Hey, if we lose him that way in 5 years because Bama opened up, that's the job he actually wants, but he wants a national title, then so be it. Like they don't care. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, by the way, that dude better win this game on Saturday. He needs to win that game.
If they lose the Egg Bowl and then he leaves Saturday, they will never forgive him. Because I talked to Ole Miss folks earlier this season, I think maybe even before the season, about, if he were to leave, what's his legacy there? Will it be nasty out the door? And they assured me, no, dude, no, he's going to be looked at as one of the greatest coaches in school history. Like everything he's done, he'll be revered for it and thanked for it. And man, I could say you don't handle this the right way, but I don't think he's really handled it the right way to this point. His legacy is going to be tarnished very, very, very drastically at Ole Miss. I mean, time heals all wounds, but it's this exit potentially is not going to help.
No, it's wrong. I don't know how you go into your rival, your biggest rival, no matter what it is you do in the SEC. You're playing your biggest rival on rivalry weekend, and you haven't told your team, I'm with you guys. Don't worry about it. I'll be with you next week and the week after, and we'll get to the playoffs, and we'll go in there and try to win a national championship. I don't know how you not tell the team. You have to tell them something. You can't be like, how are you in between with your football players?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Buck. You can't fool a locker room. So I don't know what I don't know what he's telling them, because, like you said, he has to tell them something.
Yeah, it makes me feel like
if he guarantees them like he's in it for the long haul, I think he's probably lying. So, I don't know.
It's crazy. All right, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. Chris, last one from me. I think this Friday should be win and in for Texas, but I'm not on the committee. They don't listen to what I have to say. So the Longhorns, we'll see what the rankings look like tonight, but there's a good chance they need to beat A&M, and they also need some help from around the country. Obviously, they could get some help from around the conference. You'll be at the Iron Bowl, Auburn, Alabama. LSU plays Oklahoma. Maybe Tennessee beating Vanderbilt could help because Vanderbilt was ahead of Texas last week. So I give you those games. Do you think we'll see some chaos in the SEC this weekend that could open the door for the Longhorns to sneak into the field of 12?
Well, I think we see chaos on rivalry weekend. I think it'd be crazy to say that we won't. Here's the other one, guys. If Mississippi State beats Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin comes out Saturday and says he's leaving, it's not a guarantee the Rebels are in, which is nuts.
Wow. Yeah.
It's nuts, and it would be, oh, my gosh, it's such a shame. And, again, you talk about really ruining his legacy on the way out. I mean, that would just be going from Ole Miss is having one of the greatest seasons in school history to, hey, what they say, our selfish, narcissistic coach blew it up. That'd be interesting to say the least. I know where you're getting at, VK. Obviously, the debate will rage on if Texas does beat A&M. Should Texas be in the college football playoff? I don't think they're going to slide up that far. I don't. They just have to jump so many spots, and you're right, they need chaos ahead of them because it's not even like you got to get a 12. You got to get a 10 because 11 is going to be your ACC champ, 12 is going to be your G5. So you essentially have to get into the top 10. And my question would be, who is Texas bumping out at that point? They're probably going to have to bump out a pretty good team. And if they were, 17 last week, they're probably around, how much did they move up this week? 16, 15 maybe?
Yeah, 15 at worst because 15 and 16 lost last week.
Okay, both did lose. Okay, so at 15? Yeah. Okay. So, it's a more reasonable jump now. If I had to predict, I don't think Texas is in, even at 9-3, which I know, again, Longhorn fans will be furious about that because they'll say we should have played Samford week 1. I hear you. But, I never thought a 9-3 SEC team was going to get in. I think there's just too many. There's going to be too many good 10-2 teams that, fairly or unfairly, the record matters.
Got to boat race A&M. You got to boat race them on Friday.
You got to beat the heck out of them. Yeah. I think winning with style will matter. I think winning with style will matter in that game. And first you got to win. First you got to win for sure. But that Florida game, man, that's the one that wrecked the season. If you want to be totally honest, that's there's no shame in losing to Ohio State and Georgia, but man, that Florida game it did you in, So we'll see how you need a lot of chaos in front of you. That's to say the very least. You need a lot of chaos in front of you. I don't think at 9-3 they're in though.
Yeah, but what if Florida beats Florida State this weekend? That's a great Florida State team. That's going to make the Longhorns lost to. I know. I'm kidding.
3-8.
I'm kidding. I know. I'm reaching. I'm grasping for straws here. I'm trying, CP.
I hear you. I hear you. Like I said, a lot's got to happen in front.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. That's what's so difficult though with the whole committee and the playoff because even if Oklahoma lost LSU this weekend, I think they've got one of the best resumes in the country at 9-3. But they lost to Texas head-to-head. So would you swap them out? The debate, boy, this one will get you going here on a Tuesday morning. Listen, I think Vandy at 10-2 should be in the college football playoff. I do. You go 10-2 in this league, you should be in. But Texas beat them. So What does that mean? They beat them by 3. Should Texas get in ahead of Vandy, even though Vandy's 10-2 and Texas is 9-3? So
yes.
No, they want the Cinderella story. They want the Vandy story. They want the Vandy story.
No, Bucky, they don't. They want the Texas logo. I can assure you of that.
They
don't want the Vandy story. They want the Arch Manning story. They want the Longhorn story. They want the Sark story. I can assure you the TV people don't want Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. We'll see.
And heck, Vandy might get left out at 10-2, which would be a travesty. Travesty. And the playoff needs Pavia, man. We need.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I know Bucky wants to have another couple games watching Pavia's mom on the sideline, watching her act up and cut up. I know that's Bucky's favorite part of the weekend
No,
now.
no, I don't want that. They better get it all done. Their coach, their Vandy coach, better find his new gig because once Pavia's gone, that thing is turning right back into the.
Dude, they're going to get Jared Curtis.
Yeah.
The number one quarterback. They're going to get Jared Curtis.
They got a 5-star potentially coming in to replace Pavia.
This ain't Bucky's Vandy, man.
Oh, it is. It'll return back to Vandy. Yeah, they'll be the new Arkansas again.
Oh my God. Well, Chris, Buck, you got any more for CP this morning?
No. I know he'll eventually come our way. I told you by Wednesday. Right now it's 43-37, Chris. So I'll take
43-37 Horns.
Yeah.
I love the confidence. I haven't talked to as many Aggie folks this week. I wonder what their vibe is, if they're as confident as Longhorns are.
They are horrified. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's so funny. The team that is undefeated is the one coming into this game shaking in their boots, at least from the fan side. Now, I think that football team will be confident, but yeah, it's like their worst nightmare to think that Texas could kind of, is so funny because, they're going to be in the playoff no matter what.
Yes, they are.
It'll be, when you lose to your rival, it's such a hollow feeling no matter what you do after that. So.
No, they'll claim national championship after this week, so it doesn't matter. That they don't have anything that's hollow. They claim
they'll hang the banner for 12-0, you think?
Of course.
Oh, my God. All right, Chris. Well, thanks for joining us as always, my man. Happy Thanksgiving. Safe travels to both of your games this weekend, and we'll chop it up next week.
Be safe,
guys.
Chris.
Yeah, y'all the best. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours and your audience as well. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
You're the man.
Yeah.
SEC Unfiltered. Y'all be sure to follow Chris Phillips. And, yeah, pretty cool. He'll be at 2 games this weekend. The Egg Bowl, which, oh, man, the vibes. That game is at Mississippi State. It'd be a little crazier if it was a home game for Ole Miss. But still, it's just going to feel weird in that stadium on Friday. And then, obviously, he'll be at the Iron Bowl Saturday night. You would love, if you're a Texas fan, you would love an Auburn upset over Alabama, because that obviously increases the Longhorns' chances of sneaking into the college football playoff. I may be foolish, but I think Texas has a better chance of getting in than Chris does. But obviously the Longhorns have to take care of their business first. And then, boy, the wait from Friday night. If Texas does beat A&M, Buck, 36 hours or so from the end of the game Friday to the bracket coming out on Selection Sunday is going to be the longest 36 hours of my life, I think.
That's quite the stretch right there. I still think they have to do it in style, BK. That's what bothers me, the fact that you got to have some style points. We even said that last week. We talked about winning, beating Arkansas, which you did. You beat them pretty good, but you still needed style points against the Aggies if you beat them. I still believe you have to.
You might be right. And even that might not be enough, as crazy as that sounds.
You're right. I mean, if they beat them by 2 touchdowns, that still may not be enough. You're right.
You're right. There's no guarantee that Texas will be in, even if they win by 4 touchdowns on Friday, which, again, I don't think that's going to happen, but that's where we're at right now. So, I don't know. Vanderbilt's a great story. They're a good football team, but I don't know how you could put 10-2 Vanderbilt over 9-3 Texas when Texas beat them head-to-head. And Vanderbilt played nobody in the non-con, and Texas is third losses at Ohio State.
I'm telling you, they want the little Cinderella story. Yes, they do.
No, I think Vandy would. I think Vandy's going to be ranked ahead of Texas tonight, and Vandy's got a game at Tennessee this weekend. So we're talking about Texas having a huge resume-boosting opportunity. Obviously, beating A&M is better than beating Tennessee because Tennessee already has 3 losses, but that would still be a ranked road win for the Vanderbilt Commodores if they can get it. So the committee might say, they only have 2 losses. You have 3. They're getting in. You're not jumping them because you beat A&M.
Well, I'll say this. You're jumping them if they don't win, and you're jumping them, if you just get by. If you just win the game against Texas A&M, you're jumping that group. Somebody else may still be up there, but you're jumping that group for sure.
I don't know if that's the case. Utah is going to be ranked ahead of Texas tonight, and that is going to blow my mind for the second week in a row. Utah plays a crappy Kansas team on Saturday. So, if they win, are they going to be in over Texas, even if Texas beats A&M, just because they have 1 less loss than the Longhorns do, even though they play in the Big 12? I don't know. Again, this could all be a total waste of breath if Texas doesn't take care of its business.
That's true.
Steve Sarkisian was asked about it yesterday. He just said, hey, well, we got to take care of our business on Friday and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. Hey, by the way, you can't get that Florida game back.
No, you can't get that Florida game back. But anybody who brings that up, Buck, anybody who's like, oh, if you just beat Florida, yes, they're right. Of course you're right. If Texas just beat Florida, Friday would be a win and you're in, no questions asked situation.
Or they just beat Georgia or they just beat Ohio State. Either one of those two would do.
Well, that too. But also, if Texas just scheduled somebody besides Ohio State and won, the Florida game wouldn't matter because they'd be 10-2, and they're getting in at 10-2 in the SEC.
Yes.
So, yes, both things can be true. If Texas beat Florida on the road, a crappy Florida team, they would be in with the win on Friday. But also, if Texas just scheduled somebody worse than Ohio State, they would also be in. So that's the frustrating part about all of this thing, is that Texas could potentially be getting punished for having the balls to schedule somebody tough in the non-con. And
yeah, we're going to have to quit having the balls.
Right. And you wonder, look, I don't think Texas would cancel the return trips for Ohio State and Michigan because that's too much money you get in your pocket for those home games.
That's too much notoriety and too much money involved there.
But after these next 2 years, that home and home against Notre Dame, do we need to play that? Nah, I don't think so. If that's what the committee's going to do to you, I don't know if you need to be scheduling games like that more in the future.
Yeah, I love it as a fan. I don't love it as a coach.
Right. So I would love to play those games. But I would love to not get punished for playing those games. And that could be the difference between Texas making and not making the playoff this year.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, Lee Sterling will be joining us here in a few minutes. We'll get his picks for Texas and Texas A&M and some of the other big college football games coming up in rivalry weekend. But before we get to Lee, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company. I'm going to have myself a little Hat Creek Burger this morning before I play golf. Love Hat Creek Burger. Love the double with cheese, of course. They've got great fries there. They've got great milkshakes. And in some locations, folks, they even serve breakfast at 7 a.m. Waffles, pancakes, tacos. They've got it. And for mom and dad, if you're thinking about having a little margarita in the evening, some of their locations have that just for you while the kids play on the play skate. But it's all about the burgers at Hat Creek Burger Company. Love the folks at Hat Creek Burger. Coming close to getting ready to have that ice cream. After Thursday, better not talk about it too loud.
Come on.
Somebody will be able to hear me in the house. But, yes, can't wait to have myself that first banana pudding milkshake. Yes, indeed. That will happen come Thursday. But I love the Hat Creek Burger. I'm past the little hat now. I'm doing doubles now, BK. Doubles with cheese. Keep the pickles to yourself, please. Onions, tomatoes. I'm all about that at Hat Creek Burger. That burger is delicious.
Yes, indeed. Love Hat Creek Burger Company. Also a shout-out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas, a proud Texan fighting for fellow Texans. He's been a good friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade as well. He is the best at what he does. And again, he's going to fight for you every step of the way. If you get hurt in a car crash, if you get injured on the job, don't try to fight the insurance companies alone. Call on Hurricane Hecht. He is going to blow their case wide open, and he is going to flood your wallets with cash. 512-938-8929. That's the phone number to call. Maybe put it in your phone so you have it ready if you ever need it. You can find out more information on his website as well, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Again, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas.
Now, if you're coming into town and you don't have a place to have that Thanksgiving meal, you told me on Saturday, I think you had the pregame show, that Moonshine is having, are they having a big buffet, a Thanksgiving Day buffet?
All you can eat.
All you can eat Thanksgiving Day?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is awesome. If the folks there are a lot of folks coming to town. I don't know if I'm going to go here. I don't know if I'm going to go there. The Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill, BK said, has an all-day, I have a buffet, all-you-can-eat buffet on Thanksgiving. Yeah, does that sound great?
That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work.
definitely work. Shout out to Moonshine. Also, some love to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Our TSU hats, shirts, stickers, signs, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs merch, reach out to Waterloo and they will take care of you. They're based in South Austin. They will get you what you need and get it to you very, very quickly. You can call or text Adam directly at 512-300-9641.
Sweet.
All right, Lee Sterling will join us here in a moment. We'll get his thoughts on some of the big games of the weekend. We also have, you know what? Before Lee jumps on, we're not going to do this yet. We're not going to pick any games yet, Buck. We're going to save this for crosstalk with Wags and Double R because we need 4 votes on this.
Okay.
But I'm going to unveil our TSU Thanksgiving food bracket to the people. We've got 12 seeds here. Can you see this on your screen?
Just barely, but that's all right. Can we make
Okay.
them? You people with good eyes can do it.
Can we make
The
them
blue is what's
bigger?
getting
Is that the word you're looking for? Bigger?
Yeah, right there. Maybe bigger. There you go.
Okay. So here's the top half of the bracket right here. 4 teams are going to get a bye. Again, 12-team tournament, so not everybody's going to play in round 1. Your top 4 seeds, you've got turkey, number 1, pumpkin pie, number 2, stuffing/dressing, off screen, number 3,
Yep.
and then mashed potatoes at number 4.
Ooh.
Your 5 seed, now we get to the first round game. So some of your first round matchups, the 8-9 is cranberry sauce versus mac and cheese. The 5-12, green bean casserole versus the shitty squash dish that someone always brings that nobody likes. I don't know if we're getting the 12-5 upset. The 7-10 is apple pie against rolls. And then the 6-11 is yams or sweet potatoes and pecan pie. So think about that, marinate it on that for a moment. And after our conversation with Lee Sterling, we'll bring on Wags, we'll bring on Double R.
What did you throw my cranberry sauce versus?
Mac and cheese. That's the 8-9 matchup.
Oh, that's going to be a loser. You did that on purpose because you knew that was a loser.
Hey, it's not up to me. I only get 1 vote. Wags and Rodney get 1 vote. You get 1 vote. And then the people will be the deciding factor. If we're tied 2-2, the people will get to determine who moves on and who is the best Thanksgiving food. This is going to be fun. But before we talk a little Thanksgiving, let's try to make the people some money because Lord knows the Buck isn't doing a good enough job of doing that.
Are you saying I've been screwing up?
You had a rough weekend. So
yeah, I did.
I am saying you're screwing up. But a guy who hasn't been screwing up, our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com, the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe. Lee, happy early Thanksgiving, my man. How are you today?
I'm good. Looking forward to the weekend. I know you guys are too. And both of our teams, big games, huge games this weekend. So, like the hat, Bucky. Is that the alternative hat?
That's it right here, baby.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so some big games to get to this weekend, Lee. Buck, why don't you start us off with a pretty crazy one in Mississippi?
Yeah, that is kind of crazy, Lee. Ole Miss, playing at Mississippi State -7.5 right now. The Kiffin train, that guy is the center of attention. I don't know what the game is going to be like, but he's got to be a distraction to his football team in this game. But is Mississippi State good enough to win this game? I don't know, Lee. What do you think?
Well, it's a rivalry game. It's a rivalry game. Let me say it 3 times. We've seen bunch of Ole Miss teams go in their better team and either squeak out a win or lose the game outright. This distraction of Lane Kiffin has to be used. The chances of him staying are like 2-3%, in my opinion. When you make a statement like that, the president, they're going to decide his future. And my money is on LSU. So I think his son probably wants to go there. I know his wife probably would like Florida. She's a Florida grad, but I don't know. I think both jobs are good. Personally, I think he should have stayed. Just my opinion. You have the money there, or at least close to the same amount of money as LSU. He had finally gotten some inner peace, supposedly had beaten drinking here. and think that he could have really built something and the pressure wouldn't have been as big. I also think that his quarterback, Trinidad Chambliss, not the same. And against the last two games against Florida, pretty good game, but just one touchdown, one interception against Florida. 12 for 21 for 159 against South Carolina. I think teams have enough tape on him now, and now you're figuring out why, he wasn't a highly sought-after Division I quarterback. Too late to make the change now. The other kid probably gave them more of an upside, but Mississippi State has nothing to lose here. Stark Vegas is going to be crazy. They're going to throw everything at Ole Miss here. It's going to be loud. Ole Miss escapes 34-31. I'm not laying 7.5 points with Ole Miss here with all the distractions.
Lee, maybe not the most intriguing matchup on paper, but that doesn't mean you can't make money betting on this game. Missouri and Arkansas, that game in Fayetteville. The Tigers 2.5-point road favorites. Any strong lean for this one?
Yeah, Arkansas's DBs are so bad. I mean, you saw them up close and personal. I mean, I've never seen more wide open receivers, not real good at tackling either. That's a problem. Yep. KJ Jackson, it looks like he's probably, I'm going to guess that he gets a start here. I think that they want to see what they have with him, and then also starter hurt his hamstring. So if he's the guy, I mean, there were some nice things he does. He also doesn't look like his pocket presence is incredible. So got a little bit to learn, being a freshman quarterback. Something I noticed that Missouri did, I'll send you guys some clips of this. Missouri twice centered the ball on field goal tries. They centered about 3-4 yards one way, and they put on the short side, the sideline side, just 3 blockers and 5 on the side to the middle where they're trying to kick it close to the middle of the field. And they had guys blocking down. And turned out that if you center the ball so far, 3-4 yards, you really only have 3 guys. And that's how they ended up having a field goal block that somehow went through, and then another field goal that was blocked that hurt them. So if I'm able to figure that out, not the smartest move on their part. I know teams like to get as close to the middle, but you better have your blocking straight, and they don't. I just think that Missouri has a physicality. They played Oklahoma tough for Billa's first game back after the injury. Maybe he plays better here, especially against such a bad Arkansas defense. So I like Missouri here, 35-27.
All right, Lee, going to Soonerland. They're -10 at home against LSU. A big game. It's a big game for the Sooners, and LSU, they may be ready to pack this thing in. I got a feeling that you're going to go Sooners' way. I for some odd reason, I think you're thinking this game is so important to Oklahoma, and really LSU is just waiting to find out who their next head coach is going to be.
Right. Yeah. I mean, whatever they had, you would think they would have played against Alabama. Last week, Western Kentucky, 13 points. You kidding me? Western Kentucky's defense is awful. They were giving up a lot of yards and a lot of points to anyone with a pulse. Michael Van Buren Jr., just not the answer. He's a backup's backup. Mm-hmm. He can throw a little, run a little. When you score 23 points on Arkansas and 13 on Western Kentucky, it's going to be tough going on the road with, like I said, nothing to play for. Oklahoma's defense is legit. Even in the game against Texas, that punt return changed the game, whole game. Yeah. They gave up 23 in that game, so really like 16 by the defense here. Ole Miss, they didn't play great, but Tennessee in a win, 27 points. Alabama, 21 on the road. Missouri last week, man, they were dialed in. They were just suffocating the run and also the pass. There were just no open wide receivers here. So the offense isn't great. You hate to lay double digits, but it is at home. They have a lot to play for. And I think, like we all think here, I think LSU's packed it in. Oklahoma, 28-13 over LSU.
I agree with y'all. Another big one in the SEC, college football playoff implications in this matchup, Tennessee and Vanderbilt. It is a home game for the Volunteers. Tennessee out of the playoff picture, but Vanderbilt trying to sneak in. Obviously, a win gives them their only chance of getting an at-large bid into the field of 12. Can Diego Pavia pull off another upset, or does Tennessee, does the clock strike midnight, I should say, on Vanderbilt's Cinderella type of run?
Yeah, what's interesting, I was looking at the pace of play. I'm always looking at totals, too. Tennessee does play fast. We know that. So I thought they were top 10, top 15, and my hunch was correct. Yeah, they're 13th fastest paced offense. They get off 73 plays per game. Vanderbilt, you think of them as kind of middle of the road, but not the case. They're 126th in pace of play, just 61.3 points per play. That's 126 at 136, 11th slowest. So if you're looking for a 45-41 game, you may not get it. Last year's game played at Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt may be a little bit better than last year, but not like they have all of a sudden, they're taking their game to the next level. I think they're better, but last year they were dominated in the trenches. I mean, 528 to 212 total yards. The score was 36-23. It was a little misleading. I think they've closed the gap, but at Tennessee, I know different quarterback here. I'll take Joey Swigular here. Tennessee, 35-28.
Interesting. And the game everybody here is interested in, Lee, Texas versus Texas A&M. I don't know why this thing is hovering around 2.5. We're talking about the number 3 team in the nation coming here with everything going for them, coming to Austin to play. Got beat by Texas last year. A lot to play for. Win, lose, or draw. A&M is still going to be in the playoffs. I mean, they've got a solid football team. Texas struggling with the run game. The defense is not as potent as it's been, especially in the secondary right now. 2 unbelievable wide receivers at Texas A&M. Still, I thought this game would be somewhere like 4.5 lead to 5. It's just hovering around 2.5. Why is that?
Yeah, really good observation there, Bucky. I thought the line was going to be 4.5. It's like they're begging you to take Texas A&M here. So I still think you got to go with a winner. You're trying to win it when the line's 2.5, but sometimes I'm off. It's not going to be a game for my clients, obviously. You mentioned Concepcion and Craver. These two guys are just so dynamic. They're dangerous, probably more dangerous not going down the field on crossing routes. They catch the ball and they have space. We've seen them just continue on down the sideline and they're in the end zone, or they make a cut and they cut back on you and they find open spaces. They've combined not just for 13 touchdowns and 99 receptions, almost 16 and 17 yards per reception. Then their third guy, Bethel Roman, almost 25 yards per reception.
That's kid number 3 out of nowhere. He's all of a sudden.
Yeah. So if you try to just double those two guys and play a lot of 2 deep, he's a guy that might beat you. So it's tough here. I mean, they have had some bad games. They have had some bad halves. And we've seen Marcel Reed against LSU throw 2 interceptions in the first half, and they didn't blink. They came back and won that game going away, led to Brian Kelly's firing. And then being down 30-3, you're not going to see many teams come back in that game. So I do think that Texas will be able to score some on them. I mean, some decent quarterbacks have had some big games. I mean, C.J. Carr, 20 for 32 for 293 and 40 points that game. One was a block punt for a touchdown. Taylon Green and also the backup, Jackson. These two guys put up 42 points on him. And it wasn't like, they had turnovers, the ball at the 10, 15, 20-yard line, drives just right down the field here. I think Texas can be fired up and play better here. But bottom line here is I think that A&M is better in almost every position. And their strength outside of Reed and their receivers, their pass rush. Number 2 in the country, 39 sacks. And we know Texas, that's their weakness here. I think it's going to be a great game. Not giving it to my clients, but I like A&M, 38-34.
Yeah, good move, Lee. Make sure our sponsor, Bill Cohen at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers,
Yeah, way
is
to
happy.
give him. Yeah, way to give
I
him
like
that victory. Good
Way
job.
to pretend like you think A&M's going to win the football
Yeah.
game to keep our partner happy. That's
Good
awesome.
move.
We love that. That's a great
Well,
move,
we
Lee.
keep them happy for the show. I go 4-1. I lose that game, and then we're all still happy. Everyone,
There you
know,
go.
not throwing
Well,
eggs at me next time I come to Austin.
We're all celebrating. All right, Lee,
Yeah.
your game of the week, the Iron Bowl. Oh, man, always a big one. But Alabama obviously needs a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Auburn trying to spring the upset. The Tigers maybe had a little something with their freshman Deuce Knight, who started his first game at quarterback a week ago. If folks want to get your thoughts on that game and all of your picks for rivalry weekend in college and a huge Turkey Day slate in the NFL, how do they find you?
Just go to ParamountSports.com. We call it the Turkey Shootout. 15 games, boom, from Thursday all the way through Sunday night. I know, Brad, you'll know everyone that's going to be at your Thanksgiving. You got a big one. How many people you got going to Mom and Dad's house?
I think we've got 43 this year.
Wow, 43. We've had some big ones in the low 30s. 43.
That's a lot of Capelta fish.
Yeah. No, that's another holiday. It's another holiday. So, wow.
Yeah.
I just think that going to be a fun time. And let's say you're going away. Let's say people are going away driving or flying. The games are ready right now. 15 games. It's an immediate download. We had one 14-1 record. We've had a couple 13-2, 12-3, and 11-4 records on this promotion. So let's say there's some relatives. You've heard the stories over and over. You want to kind of zone them out and zone in. I mean, there's some great games. On Thursday, Detroit and Green Bay. Now resurgent Dallas against Kansas City. Friday, Philly and Chicago, the Bears. 8-3 record. And then other great games in college football. Mike Canes playing Pitt.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
And Lee, let me ask you about. Let me add just. You don't have to give any numbers, but that game, Pittsburgh. Where do you see Pittsburgh playing? Like they did against Notre Dame, or like they did last week against Georgia Tech? How do you see them? That game is in Pittsburgh, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
Ooh.
So here's the problem for Miami. High of 36 for the game. I'm hearing they're going to, in the indoor facility, put the AC down, try to get in the 50s.
Oh, my goodness.
So we haven't had a day during the day where it's been below 70 degrees here in Miami yet. Those kids playing defense, you don't want to tackle.
No.
I mean, it hurts when you tackle. The receivers aren't used to it. Tony's insane. This kid's he's the best freshman. I saw a vote. They said it's not even close. But other than him, the other receivers have been kind of nondescript here. Carson Beck's probably played in some cold weather games playing at Georgia, so I don't know if he's going to have trouble throwing, but I'm worried about the defense. Keontae Scott, their number one cornerback, number one rated cornerback, college football, based on Pro Football Focus. He was hurt a couple weeks ago. This kid, Mason Henschel, is the real deal here. I don't think that from Northwest Ohio, they love this kid. I think the Miami I just can't trust Mario. Even
of course.
I can't trust him, in a big game here. We lost 8 years ago. We were undefeated and went up there.
I remember that.
So, I'm a Miami fan, obviously. My daughter went there. My dad was a team dentist. I finished my school in there. So I just think that great scenario here for Pitt. I think they win maybe even outright 27-24. And wow, it's going to be an absolute avalanche of people wanting him fired. When bottom line is, who are they going to get better? All these teams, all these schools have fired a lot of these coaches.
Yes.
Who are they going to get better? Like Florida, if they don't get Lane Kiffin, I don't think they'll. Who are they going to get? They have quarterback. They have the coach from Tulane supposedly turning him down.
Right. Yeah, Alex Golish. You go to USF.
No, he's USF. Yeah, he's rumored
I know,
to be
but
maybe.
Would he go to Florida if they offered?
Oh, he would go there. He would go there in a second.
Yeah.
I mean, him or, maybe he goes to Arkansas if he doesn't get the job. But
yeah, I think he'll get a job, Lee. I think he'll be a guy who'll get a job, though.
Right. What's crazy about I think his record is something like 12-10, something like the or 15-10 the last 2-3 years in conference. So he pulls the upset, but he has trouble in conference. Not like he's winning the conference. So when you lose to teams like Memphis, I think he would be okay for them, but I just don't think there's that many great options out there for these teams, except for if you get Lane Kiffin.
There you go.
Wow.
All right. So ParamountSports.com, Lee, 800-400-9741 to get in on the turkey shootout, correct?
Yeah. Yep. If Texas pulls the upset, I think we might have to pull Bill Cohen in here and have him explain what happened.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He will join the show if the Aggies win. He will have no interest in joining the show if the Aggies lose.
They'll give
Maybe a wager.
New contract if they win. They'll give him another two. They'll give him another.
Maybe a wager. He joins the show either way here.
There you go. We may need to reach out to him and see.
Maybe he comes on the first 5 minutes of the show, and I'll take the back 10. All right.
I like that. Well, Lee, happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you next week, Lee.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, Bucky. See you, BK.
See you guys. All right, there he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Again, get that free pick on Alabama-Auburn. Take advantage of that turkey shootout. And, of course, our weekly conversations with Lee Sterling, brought to you by our friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. I talked to Bill. He said they are ready for the holidays, which, of course, are right around the corner. He's met and helped so many TSU listeners over the year, and he would love the opportunity to help you. Yes, you. You don't have to know anything about jewelry or watches or diamonds or any of that. You just go see Bill and his great team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers downtown on 6th and Congress, and they will take care of you. They've got the TSU listener discount. They do free gift wrapping. They've got items in every single budget as well, plus free returns and exchanges. I'm telling you, no other jewelry store does everything that Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers do. Awesome people, even though Bill's an Aggie, but we love them. They do great work. You should go see them. 6th and Congress or online at joecohenjewelers.com.
Yes.
All right, let's bring on the boys here because we've got a bracket to fill out, Buck.
Guess who just got back today?
Oh, a little Thin Lizzy? Thin Lizzy on a
Tuesday?
The
boys, he said let's bring on the boys. The boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town. I love it. Tonight
Didn't
there
know
might
we
be
left.
a jailbreak. Yeah, I guess
thought
so.
you went to Houston. No, I'm leaving as soon as we're done.
Oh, okay.
As soon as we're done.
Oh, I'll see you down here, Double R.
Come on to Autorama.
43. It's 44. What's one more, right? What's one more? 44.
Yeah, really. I don't have anywhere to go. I think I was going to have to go to like Luby's or some shit like that.
Ooh. I was going to invite you, but I don't want to rob you the opportunity at a Luann platter.
There you go.
Luann platter with turkey. Man.
I wouldn't do such a thing. All right, guys, so I've put together the ultimate Thanksgiving food bracket. It's the Texas Sports Unfiltered food bracket. Oh, yeah, of course, college football playoff is coming up. We've been talking about 12-team brackets for a long time. Now we've got a 12-team Thanksgiving food bracket. All right? So we're all going to fly through this together. We'll do a little screen share here. I'll show you all the top half of the bracket first. Because there's 12 teams, just like the college football playoff, you're going to get 4 that get a first-round bye. So turkey is the 1 seed, pumpkin pie the 2, mashed potatoes the 4, and stuffing/dressing the 3. I don't know why I went out of order there. Here's the top half of the bracket. And, oh, no, now the bottom half of the bracket is not showing up.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
No, you just gotta open the window, make the window bigger there at the bottom. I saw it. You can scroll it down.
Yep, we're hitting a quick refresh here. All right, there we go.
There you go.
Now we're good to go. Look at
there.
Here's the bottom half of the bracket, gentlemen.
Okay.
So you see all the Thanksgiving foods in all of their glory, and we will go round by round to determine the ultimate Thanksgiving food. The 4 of us are going to vote. Majority rules. Each person counts as 1 vote. If we have to go to the audience real quick, we will go to the audience real quick.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, Buck. I know this is one you're passionate about. How about the 8-9? Cranberry sauce, the 8 seed, mac and cheese, the 9 seed.
I'm always cranberry. Cranberry sauce at Thanksgiving. It has to happen.
Okay, Wags?
I'm going to go with the 9 here, the mac and cheese. More versatile. You can do more stuff with it.
Double R?
Yeah. Man, and that one, that's a close one, man. Give me the cranberry sauce, man. That's
There
a staple.
you go, Rodney.
Gotta have
That's
it.
what I'm talking about.
Gotta have it.
Oh.
Gotta have it.
I was hoping we weren't going to have a tie with our very first
And we
pick,
are.
But we've got a tie with our very
Going in
first
OT,
pick.
overtime.
All right. Congrats to Jake. Mac and cheese destroys.
Come on.
Oh, there it is. That's a Texas thing.
Well,
He's
it's I love mac and cheese, but it's like I can have that anytime. There's more cranberry sauce is more tailored to Thanksgiving.
Plus,
know
I
what,
can
that's
stick
a
that
really
cranberry
good-
sauce in my sandwich, in my turkey sandwich.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
you know what? That's an East Coast thing right there.
Yes,
That is an East Coast thing right
no
there.
doubt.
So mac and cheese moves on. All right.
Yes.
The
I
5-12 matchup, gentlemen. Green bean casserole against random ass squash dish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Green bean casserole. I got to try somebody's green. I'm not trying anybody's squash dish. I'll try the green bean casserole.
Yeah. The 5th giant destroys. Ho, ho, ho. Green giant.
Yeah. If you got to have one of those,
Yes.
if you got to have one of those, give me the green bean casserole.
You know, we had a lot of folks earlier when we first revealed this bracket who said, "Oh, squash is actually really good. Like if you make a good squash dish, and that's better than any green bean casserole." Malarkey.
Yeah.
Malarkey.
No.
Green bean casserole moves on. No 12-5 upset here. It's like the G5 team, you know, the 12 seed that has no chance. That's squash. All right,
Yeah,
on to
right.
on to the 7-10, guys. Apple pie. Some would argue it's not a Thanksgiving food. Like enough people have it to where it is. Dinner roll.
Are we talking Hawaiian rolls here?
It's just rolls, whatever rolls you have at your Thanksgiving spread.
Little Pillsbury dough, dude. Yeah. I'm going to go with dinner rolls.
Man, I can't throw it out. Apple pie. I gotta go with the apple pie. You can't throw the apple pie out.
See, I don't like pecan pie. I would rather have
Same.
apple pie over there.
See,
So-
that's why I'm taking apple pie. I can't do pecan pie.
But with this, I got to have the rolls because you got to dip that in the stuffing and
Sauce.
the little
There you
turkey
go.
gravy and all that. Yeah, you mat that shit in there.
So
Does lemon
going
meringue
with?
not get a shout out for a playing game?
No.
here?
no.
Sorry,
DK's
buddy.
headset. There you go.
It's only me and you that like the lemon meringue, dude.
I
Me
like
and the
lemon
dog.
meringue, but again, not at Thanksgiving. Not and pecan. I just don't. I don't like pecans. I just
No.
don't like pecans.
What do you say, BK?
I do like apple pie. Apple pie is right up my alley. You can
Yes.
put an apple pie in my fridge, and that some bitch will be gone in 3 days.
Especially with like a lump of ice cream, vanilla ice cream on it. Holy
Now
crap.
you're talking.
Yeah. Tracy came home the other day. She was at a lady function, and she had some sort of peach type of pie. And
Oh,
she's like, this is there for whenever. I killed it last night. I'm not a big sweet guy, but if it's there, if it's a pie, I'll eat it.
I could eat
Yeah.
the entire.
We all
can
like to
of
eat
lemon
that pie.
filling.
You got that right. All the time. All the time.
All right.
All right.
My headset's jacking up again.
No, we can
All
hear
right.
you.
We
We
hear
got
you.
you.
Okay. All right. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
It's all good.
Who's moving on? I couldn't pay attention. I couldn't even hear y'all. Apple pie.
I feel like Rolls
I
got
got
two.
rolls.
Rolls.
Rolls got 2 votes.
Rolls.
Rolls are going on. That's fine.
Those
All right,
Hawaiian
what
ones are
about
good
the-
in the orange bag.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
y'all were dunking on pecan pie. So we're moving yams.
I'm
and
going to take sweet potatoes over the pecan pie. Yeah.
I'm taking the sweet potatoes too.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Me too.
That's 3 votes. Doesn't matter what I say. I honestly don't really like either of those very much. So
Yeah.
I will cede to y'all. All right, we are on to round 2, the quarterfinal round. Turkey, the 1 seed, taking on mac and cheese.
Turkey.
All the way.
Yeah,
Got-
you can
got
you can make turkey stretch for a couple of days, mac
Yes.
and cheese. Yeah. And plus
Alright.
like the turkey sandwiches are the best part of the turkey. right? Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's like turkey. I don't want turkey all the time, but on Thanksgiving, I'll hammer
Right.
down on turkey. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right, on to the 4-5 matchup. Mashed potatoes versus green bean casserole.
I'm going mashed potatoes.
absolutely mashed
Leave the
potatoes all the way.
skin, leave the skin on.
Yeah. I don't know about that
Okay.
part, but mashed potatoes, same thing. Dip them in that sauce. Dip them in that gravy. Giblet gravy.
Yeah, mashed potatoes with gravy.
3 votes for mashed potatoes there. All right, that's moving on. Now the 2-10 matchup, guys. Pumpkin pie, the 2 seed, taking on those dinner rolls.
I'm not a big pumpkin pie guy either. I got to tell you. I think rolls with a strong, surprising upset here from the 10 spot.
I do too. I'm going with you, Wags.
I'm with both of you guys. You got to have the roll.
Lemon meringue, lemon meringue,
Lemon
pie, but
meringue
not
over pumpkin
apple
pie.
or-
Again, I can eat the entire can of lemon filling.
Ugh.
And my wife, the way she whips those peaks.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I'm going to
crazy
go with
'cause
rolls.
Yeah,
It's
rolls.
crazy
Got to
'cause
be
if
rolls.
if Texas makes the playoff, they'll probably be the 10 seed. So seems like a 10 seed could go on a bit of a
Use
roll
those
here.
rolls. You can still put that turkey inside those rolls too with some stuff.
That's right.
Push that mashed potatoes and the
yeah.
turkey together. It all comes together like one cornucopia of just
yeah.
The rolls moving on to the semifinals, and then the
Who
3
said
seed
hair
matchup.
pie? Somebody said hair pie.
Hair pie?
Oh, they're those bad boys.
I know what you're talking about now.
Like fur burger.
All right.
Come on, man.
You guys can hear me because people are saying people can barely hear me.
I got you.
I can hear
We
you.
can hear
Yeah.
you, man. I can hear you.
That's fine. All right, the 3-6 stuffing / dressing, whatever you prefer to call it. It's the same thing. Don't freak out. Can't have anybody freak out there. Taking on yams or sweet potatoes.
Stuffing for me.
Yeah.
And I'm good with stuffing. Homemade stuffing, stovetop stuffing. I just like stuffing.
Yeah, I think stuffing gets the win here. I mean, we already got the mashed potatoes, right? Sweet
Yes, you
potatoes
gotta
are
have
great,
stuffing.
but you already got your cousin in there.
And it's you got to have it. That's what I go back to with all this. You got to have it on Thanksgiving.
Yes.
So
I don't
we've
want it
got
on
the
random Wednesday.
Right. We've got the 1, 3, and 4 still alive, but also the surprising 10 seed, the dinner rolls.
Here
I
comes
think
Texas.
10's fighting even stronger. I think the 10's going to make a bid.
All right. We've got the 1-4 turkey against mashed potatoes, gentlemen.
Ooh. You got to have the turkey. Turkey has it's Thanksgiving. Turkey's going to stay.
Yeah,
Turkey moves on. It's not about like what has to be. It's what your favorite food is.
Yeah.
Turkey.
Okay. Clean sweep
During
here.
Thanksgiving, yeah, I'm going with turkey. Of course, we're talking about now. It's day 2, probably day 3 at this point, right? Now you're taking all that. You're putting a little bit of butter on the bread.
Oh,
Who knows?
man.
You're maybe even finishing off those mashed potatoes with a little bit of great cushion on that turkey sandwich there with the mashed potatoes, right? Boom, and now the mashed potatoes are wiped out. Turkey
And it's like those 4 are what I want. Those 4
Yeah.
exactly. That's the mainstay of what I will have on every leftover plate.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And the other semifinal, gentlemen, dinner rolls against stuffing / dressing.
Well, this is where the dinner roll loses out. Sorry about that upset, but I got to have my stuffing.
I'm going a strong pull for the 10 here.
Wow.
Sorry, Texas. I'm going stuffing. Dressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the stovetop. Give me the stovetop.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to be the deciding vote here. I'm going to go with the stuffing / dressing over the dinner rolls. Don't get me wrong. I love a good dinner roll, but I'm not
By
trying
that
to fill
time,
up
I
all
can
my-
eat bread. By that time, I can just have I can have
Well,
Wonder Bread.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm a huge bread guy, but I'm not trying to fill up my stomach on Thanksgiving with a bunch of bread. I want the
There you
other
go.
stuff on the plate. So I'll take a roll, but I'm not going back for like thirds or fourths on the rolls that seemingly everybody else is. And what a time for a network error. There we go. All right, so we've got the finals, gentlemen. The 1 versus the 3. It's SEC versus Big Ten in the national championship. It's turkey against stuffing / dressing.
Ooh.
State your case. You can't just give a pick here. You got to give a pick and then state your case as to why you are going.
Well, I'll just say this: that bird gave his life for that day and for that rest of the remainder of that week. So I'm going to say, got to have turkey.
Yeah. And he can't fly.
That's
He
right.
can't- He couldn't try to get away. He
No.
couldn't fly.
Okay, is that 2 votes?
I'm turkey.
for-
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If it's done right, the stuffing was put up that bird's ass.
Yes, you're right.
And that turkey
tastes like
owns,
turkey?
that turkey owns that stuffing. Turkey wins.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Turkey shits all over that stuffing.
Yeah, because you got to
Yeah.
have turkey salad, turkey gravy, turkey hash, turkey a la king. Everything
Yeah,
they say
man.
in a Christmas
Yeah.
store. You got to have
And
all of that stuff.
Anyone that takes it up the ass deserves to win.
That is an interesting. Is that a tip for kids? Double
No,
R?
it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That is to each their own, I guess. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But anything that takes it up the ass deserves to win. Well, congratulations. We have spoken. Turkey, the ultimate Thanksgiving food.
Nice.
The winner of the 2025 Texas Sports Unfiltered Thanksgiving brackets.
I'm a little disappointed in everybody's thoughts on cranberry sauce, though. I can put cranberry sauce on a turkey sandwich. BK does not like, and it can come out of the can. And homemade cranberry sauce is, somebody's always trying to be unique, sort of like the green bean casserole person that comes by with that dish in their hand with a big smile on their face, and you're looking at them like,
Rhonda, we know, Rhonda. It's your grandmom's recipe, Rhonda.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah, I was like, don't you want to leave that in the car? Keep that warm for when you take it back to your house.
Yeah.
Just leave it in the car.
The one that comes out of the can looks like dog food.
sauce.
Oh yeah, the one that comes out of that's
got all them dents.
That's ocean spray.
Yeah, it's got all them dents in the side from the
Oh
can.
yeah.
It's like, all right, wet
It all
dog
Exactly
food.
is cranberry sauce.
It comes in
Like,
the same, it goes out the same.
Yeah.
Cranberry sauce? I don't know. It's
like what is it?
cranberries.
What is cranberry sauce?
Looks like
It's
Jell-O.
cranberries combined
It's
with
red.
all this
It's
stuff.
nice and it's like
No, but I mean,
almost
like
some
what?
kind
Like
of sweet gelatin.
no, I know what it is. Like, so it is. It's a gelatin. Okay, that's what it's classified as, a gelatin.
Sort of, yeah.
I'll classify it as ass wags.
Oh,
Yeah.
and by the way, I am down with tamales on Thanksgiving.
We usually have them in there because there's an allotment of them that are acquired for Christmas, and so they manage to pop their way out usually in the leftover section. It's like
Javier's wife. Javier called me the other day. Maybe that's what he's calling about because his wife makes them, and I buy them from her. She has buckets of those.
y'all like deviled eggs.
Oh,
Of course I do,
Yeah.
all the time.
Bucky loves them.
I love them.
Dude, I like those.
Bucky loves deviled eggs.
Give you
Bucky would have deviled eggs every day if he could.
If I
Give you-
could, but I
Give you
can't.
the best farts when you're done too, man.
They're the best.
like-
oh, that's always great too. Around the folks, where do you go when you've just got to let something loose? Do you have to actually go out of the house when you have company, or are you the king of your castle and you just kind of just sit back and just let the silent one
What
go?
you just ripping them at the dinner table, blaming it on the dog?
No, you can't do that. BK's got his girl family coming by. You can't just rip it there. But do you let one silently go and just kind of look at the person beside you and go, "That's you," or
I
point
think
at
you
that
gotta go
person?
outside, right?
I think so.
It's usually warm and steamy inside, and
Yes,
you know,
go to
you
the
don't want to add
garage.
to that steam. You want to go outside, kind of let your
Go say-
steam kind of get
go to
taken away.
Go to the garage. That's far enough. You don't need to go outside. Garage is good.
Yeah, go check on the turkey.
If,
Right.
if I stand up, I might poop. So I just
outside.
like where I'm sitting, just let it
Yeah.
go quietly.
Oh.
Go outside with the dog, and both of y'all take craps together.
Oh,
out there,
yeah.
That's the move right there. All right,
All right,
guys, we'll let
boys.
y'all get to your show. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
to each and
Thanksgiving,
every
Hey,
guys.
happy
one of you.
Thanksgiving, gents.
Y'all get
See
be
y'all
careful
Friday.
traveling around. Be careful, BK, traveling around, y'all.
Be safe, guys.
Thanks, guys. See you guys.
Later, brothers. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. You can hit us up on our socials. On Twitter, I'm at Not the Fake Wags. And then my homie, my partner in crime, is at the Rodney R. On InstaFace, he is the _ Rodney R. And then on InstaFace, I'm the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you have not done so already. And get into this conversation. Tell us your favorite foods for Thanksgiving there.
Yeah.
We kind of just pulled the curtain back and went down our list of favorite foods. We might intervene and talk about our favorites that didn't maybe make the list here. Of course, lemon meringue pie is on my list. But yeah, Double R, we'll get everybody's thoughts, man. Break down a little bit of this Texas and A&M little brother matchup. Of course, it's going to happen on Friday. We will return to business since then. We will be off tomorrow and the day afterwards on Gobble Day, or Turkey Day rather. But yeah, man, let's break down. We had some Monday Night Football last night, Longhorn hoops as well. A lot to get into and a little time to do it. Your thoughts, Double R?
Brock Purdy. How do you win 20-9 and you have that performance? I'm like, where's Mac Jones? Where's Mac Jones?
Yeah, I wonder when Shanahan, might kind of dip back into that pool of Magic Mac Jones there. I would love it because I do have some stock in fantasy for Mac Jones. But yeah, hey, Brock Purdy, coming back, he's always had this kind of knack about him, right? Like he just does enough to kind of win. And look, credit to Carolina. Like the Panthers they got some young dudes over there and growing, man. So look, I think you started to see flashes of it, right? You started to see flashes of the Panthers starting to come together, right? Just a little bit more consistency, and they could actually be contending for the South. I just, at this point, by default, I kind of think it's the Falcon. Like, if we have to pick someone, right, by default, it's the Falcons. So.
Yeah, Carolina is, they're definitely improving. And I think I've got a buddy that's a diehard Carolina fan. And that's the one thing that he says. He's like, man, I'm just glad that we're relevant again. Or, that there's a little bit of relevance.
Or at least competing or I don't know. Yeah, because they were fighting against Arizona too earlier in the season and lost that one. So they lost some close ones as well.
Yeah. And that, this is kind of the tale of San Francisco's, last 2.5 years, to where they've been so battered up, but yet they've still, this year, they're finding ways to win. And Christian McCaffrey, there's why you paid for that dude right there, because that's a guy that's going to rise up and
he does everything, right?
Yeah. Ugly game. I wasn't blown away by either side, but yeah, Purdy, it's like, man, Purdy, you get to the playoffs and you do that against Detroit or somebody like that, and you're going to get run out of the gym. But 49ers 8-4, man. It's like, golly, there you go. But Carolina's almost there. Carolina, I think in about 2 years, Wags, they're gonna be something. They're gonna be something to contend with. I think they're gonna be something to contend with.
With 49ers struggling the way that they are now, do you think that they're even relevant to make a splash? It's Seattle and the Rams, right? The Rams at the top of the West. Like, you think that they pretty much have this locked down and sealed down, as competitive as the NFC is this year and parity in it. I think San Francisco's door is closing.
Well, yeah, I think so, and I don't think that they're going to be relevant if they get in. I saw somebody posted with that. The Cowboys now kind of vault up into the 9 slot, in the playoffs, but the Cowboys just have a tough road to hoe. I personally think, just looking at it from an outsider standpoint, I think I'd rather see the Cowboys get in with the defense improving, just for a competitive standpoint. I just think that the Cowboys could make a little more noise, a little more excitement than what the 49ers would do at this point.
You're a homer. You're an absolute homer. That's
no negatives on Dallas.
I agree with like Dallas is trending in the right direction when San Francisco is trending in the wrong direction, right? Like San Francisco's still banged up. They're all banged up on defense, man. So
yeah. Well,
and you guys, to your point last night, Purdy was banged up as well, which brought me to, my thing with Shano. Like, when will Shano turn back to Mac Jones, be like, hey man, at least you're the healthy one. Let's sit here and ride this thing out until Purdy is able to get back to 100%, and then we'll go back to our guy. So 20-9, a doozy last night. Thursday night was a decent one, right? So Monday night just happened to be a little bit of a dud. That's all. But I remember when Monday night games, Monday night games back with like the turn of the odds, right? Like 2000 and 2001 with Miami and the Jets being able to make some magic happen. Wayne Corbett Jets, Wayne Corbett Jets with Chad Pennington just making miracles happen. Yeah, those were the Monday night games that we long for, man. Those crazy rivalry games. We don't get any of that shit here with the 49ers and the Panthers here. We need better games on prime time, man.
This is one where at the we always go back to when we see these matchups, to where at this point of the year it's like, man, you see a matchup like, let's say it involves the Patriots or the Bears or something, and it's like you look at the schedule at the beginning of the year and you're like, oh man. This is another one where it's like you see 49ers and Panthers and it's like, man, that's going to be meaningless. And it was the total opposite. There's a lot on the line. But how about Jair Brown, man, for the 49ers? That win however you can win,
right?
At this point, however you do it, right?
Yeah. I feel bad, man. Our guy Collier asked, for some fantasy advice. He's like, "Hey, man, Jennings this week or Olave?" And or no, not Olave, Odunze. And I was just like, "Oh man, well, Pittsburgh's defense is actually kind of sus. I know they got T.J. Watt and they can kind of dial it up and get after the opposition, but usually the opposition finds a way to beat them through the air, right?
Yeah,
stats will lie, but So I was just going without, all the stars are aligning to Adonze here, but he's just, and Carolina's been playing, decent on defense too, which made me believe, to give Adonze the nod. Also, I probably favored Adonze just because I have stock in Adonze. But yeah, Jennings ended up having the better night for fan, or at least a better week in terms of fantasy. So Kalai, my guy, very sorry, amigo. Apologize. Owning full credit and eating crow. My bad.
I think last night with the whole Purdy Mac Jones thing, I think given the way that the game was going to go, even with all the missteps, I mean, the 49ers were still ahead at that point when all of that was happening. I think if you get in an ultra competitive game against a different opponent where you're actually trailing, I think Shano would have made the move. I really think he would have made the move to try to get Mac Jones in there. But it doesn't matter. They weren't trailing. So you win however you're going to win. It's the bottom line. But yeah, not the most exciting one whatsoever.
It's also a thing that's kind of been undersold here with the 49ers. I mean, they're known for their ground and pound, right? And a lot of credit goes to the Swiss Army knife of Christian McCaffrey. But dude, like Brian Robinson as the spellback here for when McCaffrey gets tired, that's a nice little 1-2 punch, man. We talk about who's got the best. Clearly, I think the best backfield in the NFL right now is Detroit with Gibbs and Montgomery. But this is another, like, the 49ers got a decent little backfield too, man.
That was a great move that they made. Kind of a quiet move that they made, acquiring that dude from Washington. Yeah. That's
if Washington's trying to get rid of him, for a cheap return, take it. Why not? As much as your running backs seem to be prone to injury in San Francisco, why not stockpile it, or at least get a dude that has the body frame to kind of take on the bruising and the beating and pounding that Shano likes to put his running backs through.
And that's a great call, because with McCaffrey, it's kind of like, okay, are you going to have him? Unfortunately, that's what you run into with that guy. So to fall back on Brian Robinson, man, that's a great get. That's a great get. I like that. So formidable backfield there with Shano and the 49ers.
Yeah, man. We also had Longhorn basketball last night as well, man. Did you tune in any of that against the Sunday Arizona State?
I tried to stay up for the whole thing. I got a pretty packed morning. I can tell you one damn thing. When I went to sleep, I was pretty confident. I'm like, oh, this is looking good. I think I'd go ahead and nod off.
The Maui Invitational, so it's going to be on pretty late, right?
Very late. I'm like, okay, this is looking pretty good.
How far did you make it up to?
It was a 10-point advantage when I went to bed.
Okay.
It was late. It was later. I'm thinking, all right, got up this morning, run to check, and I'm like, oh man, how'd that happen?
19 turnovers, dude. 19. Yeah. I mean, you can't turn the ball over 19 times, close to 20 times, and expect to come out victorious, right? You can't go out. We talked about it. It's the old adage. You can't go in there playing two teams, and that's what they did last night. Yeah, really uncharacteristic too, because they battled hard on the boards. They beat the hell out of them on the boards too. You figured that maybe this is just an off night. The travel was tough. I'm trying to find some type of optimistic, excuse for the Longhorns, but this hasn't really been the tune of play for the Longhorns. So credit maybe just an off night. But yeah, tough matchup. And the Sun Devils came out to fight. Who was this dude? Gribovich last night, man. He was fantastic. Being able to dial it in, dude. He was nasty, pretty ferocious. And got the range too. So yeah, man. Longhorns, they play like that. You can expect them, to usually come out on the losing side if you get anywhere near 19 turnovers. Here's the thing too, right? Heidi only taking three 3-pointers, I believe. Excuse me. Yeah, he was 1 for 3 last night. But yeah, to my point, Pope, man, like I love Pope. I think his aggressiveness is fantastic. Being able to get his jump, being able to get his own shot off the move there, off his own dribble. Here's the thing. I think we're scheming out to get the wrong guy at the shots, right? Like if you're going to take 6 shots, it should be coming from Heidi, right? Mm-hmm. That's based what we've seen last year from what Heidi was able to do at Purdue from the arc, and what he's been able to do when he gets a good look from the perimeter. Not that he had decent looks last night. He just only elected to take 3 shots, but got to get more shots put up for Heidi, especially if you want to be the 3-point assassin there.
Yeah, and Texas, outshot them field goal percentage, controlled the boards, but dominated in 3
Yeah,
points.
I mean that's fantastic. But
32%.
that goes to show you how strong 19 turnovers can do you in.
Yeah, 32% from beyond the arc, and that's especially when the other team's shooting 50. That's not going to get it done. So there, and you look at everything. I mean, assists. I mean, Texas at the stat line
dominated all down it.
Yeah, but man, 3-point, man, not good. Steals. The Arizona State wins the steal battle, and that's that's just going to be part of that. But yeah, 3-point percent is just not there, and it's just not the right guy putting up the shot. Good call by you. It is definitely the wrong guy.
No, but you know who the right guy that is putting up the shots for you? Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a person. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn wearing that burnt orange through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in an accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Looking for that holiday new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One place to go, friends. It's Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Holiday season, it's here. Well, we keep saying it's around the corner. If you're thinking Christmas, yeah, it's right around the corner, but Thanksgiving is here in 2 days. Holiday lights starting to go up around my neighborhood. Well, mine have been up for a week and a half, friends. And as I've been telling you, it's because of the great folks at Humbug Holiday Lighting. Let me tell you, friends, this house looks spectacular. It's got the candy cane flavors going on, the red and white lights across the top of the roof, and I mean way up on top over my garage. I've got a couple of pillars out in front of the house, and those things are wrapped in white. So it's definitely the candy cane flavor going on here at the Hacienda. Humbug Holiday Lighting, a full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage, handling everything so customers enjoy a stress-free holiday display. And let me tell you, friends, it is custom-made for every property. You're not going to see a standard package that comes out from these folks. They're going to take the characteristics of your property and design that lighting package for you. And it's professionally installed. Let me tell you, you don't see any of these lines or wires, any of that. The only thing that you see is when you go and look at the outlet, that's where it's all plugged in. You don't see anything that's obvious. Full season maintenance and support. Something goes wrong during the holiday season, you need them to come back out. They're going to come out and make it right because they want to serve you, the customer. Postseason takedown, you tell them when you want it down, they're going to store it for you. You don't have to store it up in the attic and let all those lights go to waste. Commercial grade LED lights included, multiple design and package options. Guys, it's hassle-free, elegant design, safe professional setup. You're not out there on the ladder trying to do this stuff. Let the pros handle it. Enjoy the holiday season without any setup or any stress. Residential and commercial services available. You have a storefront that you want lit up and excited for the holiday. Give it your own little pizzazz right there. They'll take care of that for you also on the commercial side. Check out the website, humbuglights.com. Gallery of projects here. Information, contact information is there. I'll tell you, you can call them 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text directly 512-222-1820. You want to do this quick because these spots are filling up fast because now is the time. Again, humbuglights.com, 833-4HUMBUG, 512-222-1820. And like they say, Humbug Holiday Lighting, all the magic without the hassle. Check them out today and get lit for the holiday season. Also, McCall Custom Homes, outdoor project, indoor project. Hey, give your significant other a nice holiday project. Have Mike McCall and his crew come out and get a room redone, get a section of the house redone, get an outdoor project done. They'll do that for you like they've done for 40 years. A father-son team right here in the Central Texas area, taking care of lots of Central Texans, and they want to make you a valued customer as well. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Hey, we trust our homes to them. Bucky Godbolt has had work done. I've had work done, and they want to do that same thing for you. Right now, during the holidays, free estimates for TSU listeners. 512-633-9580 is Mike's number. Reach out to him or text him. Get on his calendar as well, and you will not regret it. For 40 years, family owned and operated, McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
My dude.
Speaking of value into your home, what the hell's going on at your place yesterday, my man? Saw some pictures.
I stepped out to use the bathroom. Did you already talk about audiovisual consultations?
No.
Okay.
Teeing you up right there, brother. Teeing you up.
Gents and ladies, if you haven't done so, I've been underselling the audio, right? We all know the eye candy, which is like the 65-inch, OLEDs, the Samsung OLEDs, and all the stuff that kind of pops off the page at you, right? But what really ties everything together is the fucking, excuse my language, it's the audio, man. It's absolutely the audio. It makes your nipples hard. It just brings everything together. It gives you that vibe. It gives you that experience of being at the damn arena too, right? Like the surround sound. Tom's crew came out. Dave and Justin, they were fantastic. They programmed the automated my entire backyard to where I had the Sonos surround sound system set up, and it's hidden, very low profile speakers, directional speakers too, so it hits the house, and the neighbors can hear a little bit of it, but it's not vibrating, their walls off and their paint off either. We got a subwoofer in the ground, put some rocks and did some hard
in the ground.
Ground? They dug a little bit as far as they could go until they hit, rock. We have that bed of rocks where we're at. Yeah. So they dug the subwoofer out, and then we put some hardscape, like just took some rocks that were around the yard and then put it around there to kind of look like a natural type of, scape or whatever.
Yeah,
right? Try to make it as natural as possible. Like nothing's natural about rocks just being formed right there in a man-made kind of project, but still make it look, aesthetically pleasing and stuff. It's fantastic, man. And you're sitting there watching Monday Night Football last night. I didn't care that Purdy had a dog shit game. I didn't care that a bullshit game. I was just enjoying Troy Aikman talk. Yes, and you know what, Joe Buck too. Being able to hear Joe Buck and then also hearing the audible calls from the background, right? It's almost like you're hearing the field mic and shit when we were doing the game and stuff. Really, just a really cool vibe, man. And I can't wait to have people over and check it out, man. Now, Tom, of course, New Year's Day is coming up. All you hockey fans, if you're out there, we're thinking about doing a little bit of an exercise, right? Maybe there's a contest that we have, and the winner of the contest gets to torture themselves and comes over and does a polar plunge, right? Maybe AV consultations can get in on something and figure something out, but maybe we do something with like the playoffs here, for college football or the playoffs here for NFL, and we get something together to where you have to come over on New Year's Day and do a polar plunge.
We had to do that anyway. All the TSU hosts had to do a polar plunge. Of course, it's probably going to be 80 degrees that day anyway, right? So how much of a polar plunge is it going to be?
On New Year's Day, I don't know. It's starting to get cold right now. Of course, you see I'm wearing the fleece right now. So
yeah. So last night you had the total audio visual experience because you had the audio. You had the audio.
I've had the audio, right? I've always had the visual, but it's the first time I've had the audio.
So you had the audio of Buck and Aikman, and then you had the visual of Laura Rutledge. So you had it all going last night.
I mean, I don't really focus on the sideline reporters. I usually watch the game, but yeah, my guy, we had
they pop her up,
But then I put Avengers Endgame on last night just to see, after the game, just to see the vibe, just to see what the effect was. And man, it was fucking wild, bro. It was cool, man.
Yeah.
It was cool. So Tom, thank you. And everybody out there, I can't recommend it enough, man. Like visual is one thing, but ask Tom about audio. Like audio is where it's at, man.
I need to get him back over here.
It's a little bit pricey. It's a little bit, but you're paying for a premium experience. You know what I mean? And it's really like all you got to do is just hear the first thing. And Tom, I wasn't sold on it, man, until you hear it. And then once you hear it, you're just like, fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Like, this is great, man. This is fantastic.
I'd like to do something.
I kind of tried to tell Tom, like, no, we don't need it. We don't need it. And Tom's just like, nah, trust me. check it out. So
yeah,
that's what Tom does. It's Tom's world, man.
Oh, well, it's like when Tom's crew came and they showed up with arcade games.
Yeah,
I'm like, what's that? And they're like, Tom sent them. I'm like, okay.
He does. He just makes people happy.
Yeah.
All right. Where do you want to go next, man? We got a big game. I mean, we're talking about Turkey Day here. We'll be coming back after Turkey Day to talk about the game, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't preview it a little bit, right? We didn't break down a little bit of their defense. We talk about ours being stout and being a mighty, but look out for little brother this year, man. It's here. It's upon us. I haven't been doomsdaying for nothing, man. For 2 weeks, I've been kind of whispering sweet nothings in your all's ear, like, man, this shit's gonna hurt, right?
Yeah.
Let's go between the numbers, man. Break it down. What do you talk to me, Goose?
And it's like this year. I think, let's say if Texas was playing Tech or Baylor or something like that. Let's say that it was one of those old Thanksgiving matchups that came up after the separation and the divorce and all that. It would be like, yeah, we'll just get to it Friday. We'll mention it every now and then. But the fact that it is A&M and with everything on the line for both teams, folks, I'm kind of getting this little notion that some folks are like, well, for A&M, they're in anyway. It's not a big deal. Bullshit.
So what?
Shit.
So A&M. So let me break this down. I'm deducing that because A&M is in anyways, they're not going to be motivated to play Texas on Thanksgiving in DKR.
Come on, man.
After we beat them at Kyle Field last year, they don't want to return the favor.
Yeah,
they want to just allow. They want to allow that. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, you want to help Texas get into the CFP, possibly not help, but you want to help their chances. I don't think the other part of this, Wags, these teams are going to be off for what at least, well, A&M longer than Texas, but 3 weeks.
You really think the Aggies want to let their their undefeated season get derailed by the Longhorns on Thanksgiving Day, or excuse me, the day after Thanksgiving in DKR? You really think that they don't give a shit about that?
And anyone that thinks that is crazy, because
no, I'm with you. I'm signing that docket too.
It'd be one thing if Texas hadn't gone there and made you look absolutely like shit in your own place last year.
It'd be one thing if you weren't undefeated. It'd be one thing if you weren't. You're undefeated coming into this game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So this is going to be a dogfight, and this is why I'm glad, because you're talking about the A&M defense. They are so good. The front's good, the linebackers are good, secondary solid. This is where I'm glad that the Texas offense is peaking right now, because this is going to be a hell of a matchup right here with this.
Double R, I had this damn stat, and I can't pull it up now. I can't find it, but it was basically breaking down the lack of rush attempts that the A&M defense has seen because of the situation that they're usually in, where teams are playing from behind.
Yeah.
And when teams do have to run, it's usually just to kind of keep A&M's defense honest, and they're plugging it up anyways. I'm not trying to undersell their defensive front four. They can get after it, man. I'm worried about that. I'm worried, but I think what I'm saying, it's mass, right? I think that is where you go in, you have to attack it, right? As much as you want to throw the ball downfield and try and keep up with an offense that just scored maybe in 2 plays or 3 plays, I think you're playing into the wrong hands if you're trying to keep up with in a track meet with this team, right? You've seen what they do they don't allow that much on defense, man. Their defensive pass, or their pass defense is pretty nasty anyways as it is. I think if you want to come out victorious, you have to, and this isn't breaking news, right? You have to have a plan of attack and rushing, establish the run, right? You have 100%, man. I know we say it each week, but this week it's absolutely critical. We talk about what Wiseman was able to do last year. Sure, maybe if you can return the favor and continue to do that again, man. That's basically my only prayer, man. If you try and get into a track meet with this team, you're just going to get blown out.
Especially with the offense going the defense going in the opposite direction right now. The last couple of games, you've seen the struggles there. And that's, I mean, the best way to stop that A&M offense is keep them off the field. Just don't let them get on the field. And like for A&M, like you're talking about with their rush attempts against them. Well, here we go. What game plan do we see? And this is where what Texas can't do.
They allow 108. They allow over 108, or excuse me, 100
there.
yards a game, right?
It's
like
there.
expose that, like use that. Don't why go up against the passing defense that only yields 183?
Yeah.
Right. Why play in the hands of that?
Yeah, and this is going to fall squarely on the shoulders of Quintravian Wisner. I mean, this is going to be your guy. Like we talk about with CJ Baxter. Love the guy, but he's just not. I mean, it's not. There's a part of me that thinks CJ Baxter shouldn't play this week, man, against this defense. You want this dude to get right at some point, right?
No, I feel you. No, for sure. 100.
Yeah. So it's going to be, I mean, Wisner did it last year, a different offensive line. I know when we start talking about last year, that's just the common thing to do, but yes, stretch this game out and keep that offense off the field, because those guys, they are deadly. So many weapons that you see with A&M, and they're going to come in here. A&M's going to want a fast start. A&M's going to want a fast start.
They're going to come out. They're going to come out with a fast start, and Sark's going to want to try, and he's going to be tempted to naturally keep up with that. And John, to your point, man, you got to do what works, run or pass. 100%, brother. Like exactly. But take what's given to you, man. But if you get into this game and we continue to be, or the Longhorns go and become one phase immediately, you're playing right into the hands of the A&M defense that only yields 181 yards. That's exactly what they want to do. They're going to score quick, and they're going to force you to punt the ball in the next one. Then they're going to score quick again, and then you're going to be playing one phase, one-dimensional football for the entire game. That's exactly what they do. You got to come out, you got to kind of punch them in the mouth early, and you have to take control and retain control rather. And to what Rodney was saying, Double R's point, you got to keep them on the sidelines, man. That's the only way. And also, it just feasts off your offensive line too, as you continue to wear them down and lean on the defense into the fourth quarter, man. It just builds off that. And then if Sark wants to do that, take some quick shots, right? Go into your high tempo offense. We talk about breaking tendency a lot. The tendency right now for the Longhorns, or at least throughout this campaign, has been high tempo, at least coming out of the gate too, right? And then they kind of lean on the defense. Why not break tendency, zig whenever everybody else thinks you're going to zag? Come out there, and I think that's kind of what the Longhorns did last year too, right? A&M was kind of expecting, this high tempo, quick scoring offense, that Quinn Ewers was going to have, strikes down the field with Golden, and here comes Wisner, just boom, 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 knocking the shit out of you. That's exactly the type of approach or the type of style that we need to play going forward into Friday.
The one game that we saw Quinn Ewers' legs, even though they were going slow, very slow on that run. But here's the other thing to think about. If this is going to be a fourth quarter game, if this is a tight game where everything that we're talking about happens, and it comes a trench warfare battle right here, Randy Bond has struggled with field goals. And I know that they had another dude that is kicking also. 11 of 18, 61% is Randy Bond. So you factor that in as well, where special teams could be, I don't know the weather forecast. I've seen maybe cool and wet Thursday morning. So if this turns into I don't really put a lot of stock when folks are trying to gauge weather 2 days out, because it's like,
especially in Texas, right?
Yeah. You can't get the day right. 49 yards is the longest for Randy Bond, and then the other guy, Zirkle. So you've got two there. If it comes down to special teams, again, get you a punt. Of course, they're not going to kick to your punt returner. They're not going to kick to your kickoff specialist, which that makes total sense. But if it comes down to a field goal, Texas does have the advantage right there. And I hate to go to Texas has the kicker advantage, but that's a very viable part of it.
I'm looking for anything. Right.
Yeah,
I don't care what advantage we have. As long as we have an advantage, I'll take it.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Quick to John one more time. Don't think we can put all the load, or excuse me, I don't think we can load all the pressure on Trey Wisner. Not all of it, but he can take a brunt of the load, right? Like Trey's very capable of getting 100 yards or getting over the century mark. I think that sprinkled with a little bit of Simon, give me a little bit of Simon too, right? I like him in the spell. There's formidable backs in our backfield, or in Texas's backfield, that can expose or at least continue to wear down the front four of the A&M defense here. I'm really, I'm more confident now in I know that they got their asses handed to them against Georgia, but I am more confident now in the offensive line of Texas. Sometimes failure is your best teacher, right? It's your best lesson learner. And again, this is another week of having the same combinations in and kind of learning, building that chemistry. I'm trying to be optimistic here, move forward, lean on that, and hopefully the Hog Mollies up front take pride in. No, but look, if you're, we talk about it, man. Everybody makes Texas their Super Bowl. Swallow the pride, man. Make A&M your Super Bowl, right? How realistic do you think playoffs are right now?
I still think that if they beat A&M, I don't think they're.
God, I love your heart. Oh, you don't think they're getting in?
No.
Okay.
No.
I thought you were saying that
No.
they were getting. I was like, I love your heart, brother.
No.
But I'm gonna hit you with some reality, man.
No. My theory of them getting in, because my theory was you can lose to Georgia, but lose close, play competitive and lose close, and that's not correct.
I don't think
it did not happen.
Right. My point is, I don't think playoffs are achievable this year. But swallow some pride and make A&M your Super Bowl. And when everybody else loves to spoil our season or loves to get their jollies off on spoiling our season, screw it, man. Like if that's what we're playing for this year, let's go out with a banger.
Yeah, because it is your Super Bowl. I mean, ReliaQuest Bowl. I mean, where do you end up? I mean, you're going to fall short of the goals when it comes to all of that.
And I misspoke. Excuse me, Double R. To Rob's point, you're not going to spoil their championship aspirations, but you're going to spoil their perfect season.
Yeah, the biggest thing.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
The biggest thing for the Aggies is if you lose on Friday, move on. Like we're talking about with Texas, just move on and get ready for the college football playoffs, because they are definitely in. So that is all. This big win this last weekend over Sanford or whoever they beat, that locked them in. That big win, but yeah, Texas, you got to stretch this game out. You can't get into a back and forth.
If you're PK, I mean, A&M has weapons, right? They just, you look anywhere, even in their damn backfield, like Owens is a threat, right? Like if you're PK, what is your plan of attack, right? I don't think you can play man, or I don't think you can stay in man all game, because they're going to cross you to death. And God, I just see, and I hate to compare this guy to these receivers, right? But it's CeeDee Lamb. All I see is just CeeDee Lamb with this receiving core, right? Just the way that they run the crossing routes, dude. And the yards after the catch, they catch it probably within 7 yards off the line of scrimmage, and then they just run the pay dirt, Double R. It's not like they're blowing doors off the defensive secondary. They're finding holes. Marcel Reed's finding holes, and then they're scatting to the pay dirt, man.
I'm going to hope that their receivers turn into CeeDee Lamb this past Sunday and have the drops.
With the yips. I mean,
and have the drops.
See, he's had some drops over the past couple of weeks, but talking about when CeeDee Lamb was in Oklahoma was when he was donning the crimson for the Sooners. That's kind of what he looks like, and kind of giving me visions of him.
Well, and I saw this week too, because we were talking about Reuben Owens, who was kind of taking the lead right there. I saw that Le'Veon Moss might play this week. I thought he was done for the regular season. That's how big this game is.
I don't know, and I saw a snippet of that too. I don't know if they would.
I don't think I would
risk that, right? I don't know if they would risk prolonging that even further when they could probably have him back in a national championship situation, right?
Well, and you've got another runner. It's a guy that plays quarterback.
Yeah, Marcel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And kind of honestly, that's kind of been the thorn, or I guess the Achilles heel in Texas's defense the past couple of seasons, right? Has just been that scrambling quarterback. Which brings us to a really good point. If Texas doesn't stop the run, like we talk about all these receivers and how they're able to carve up the secondary, if Texas doesn't stop the run, like we're done. We're yielding over 100 yards. What in the past, I had this fucking stat too, and I lost it. Over the past 3 weeks, we've yielded, well over 100 yards and shit on defense, man. I just don't have it right off the top of my head right now. But yeah, if we're not able to stop the run, in which it appears that Texas's defense has been gouged.
Yeah.
Who cares about what their offensive pass production is going to do? You watch us bite on the play action, and then Marcel Reed's going to be able to extend the play, and then it's just going to be an absolute nightmare, man.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot more than Colin.
I know I'm doomsdan. I get it. I'm giving a lot of flowers to A&M, but rightfully so.
You have to.
Our defense has been trending the wrong way, and everything about them has been trending up. So
yeah, and that's why, you know, with the secondary, with the struggles that we've seen in the secondary, that's where that's extremely concerning. And I think they take a shot pretty early, but because they're going to run the ball. I mean, they're absolutely going to run the ball. With Texas, it's like if Texas can run the ball, A&M's going to run the ball. They will be able to run the ball.
I think we'll be able. I hope that we'll be able to contain a little bit in the middle. What I'm really worried about is if we're getting enough pressure off the edge, if they lose containment in the middle, and then they break down and, you know, gouge Texas for 15 chunk plays just right then and there. That's chunk plays don't have to come through the air; they can come through a quarterback scrambling as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a lot of weapons, right? And that's why I'm curious to what PK is going to do, how he's going to, you know, approach this plan of attack moving forward on Friday.
And you've got a tight end that averages 10 yards a catch too, if you get that
right. That's the thing too. Like,
yeah,
once you have everybody else covered, you know, now all of a sudden you just get a guy that gouges you for first downs every time he catches the pass. So.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, to scheme for this, it's going to have to be multiple ever-changing schemes throughout this, because they're just going to bounce around back and forth.
Offense last year, right? It kind of looks like Texas's offense last year. Except, I mean, I think their receivers this year were better than our receivers. But.
Yeah. It was like this offense looks like last year, like Texas's offense, but with Arch Manning the way Arch Manning is playing right now, with that. But, you know, you have what you have, and offensive line, you mentioned them a while ago. I mean, here's your chance for all the shit that the offensive line has taken this year, and the lack of productivity. And
it's been a rough campaign. It's been a rough season.
It has, and here's your chance. Here's your chance to have your get right big time game in front of everybody, and go out there and win the line of scrimmage. And man, that run is going to be so important, Wags, and that really concerns me, because it just for one thing, if it doesn't work well, you don't see Texas really trying to establish it. And when it works okay, they don't do it more often. You go away from it and you go to the stuff that this offense is more tailored to do and designed to do. And you know that A&M knows that. And you know that A&M knows that. And their linebackers are so fast. These dudes are fast. They're fast on the back end. Yeah.
They're
all over the field.
Lateral. They get sidelined, not just tackle to tackle. They get sideline to sideline really quick too.
Yeah, Wags. Their hats on the ball. Go back and watch some of their film. Look at hats on the ball. It's like,
damn. We used to be the same shit. Like we were having 8 hats to the ball. That's the thing. Like we got to return to that form. All right. We're just in bad form. I don't think we're a bad defense. I think we're just playing in bad form right now.
Yeah, it's so weird to where it's like, did all of the hangover of the?
I think it's complacency, honestly.
Yeah,
right.
Or and I think a lot of it,
season fatigue, mental fatigue. You know,
and I think a lot of it may finally the frustration of the offense struggling maybe kind of hit them. You know, to where it's like you said, we're tired, we're beat up, and maybe that's part of it. And all of a sudden the offense wakes up.
I think what did us in this year was, clearly self-inflicted wounds, right? Like penalties, right? Like you can't. Yeah. I can live with holding calls,
and you sure can't do that Thursday or Friday.
100%.
No,
you can't go out there playing 2 teams on Friday.
Right.
I can live with holding calls, right? They suck, but there's holding. Everybody knows it's subjective, and there's holding on every play, right? Every team holds, offense and defense hold. I can't live with false starts. Right, I can't live with illegal motions, stupid pre-snap shit that should be down. That's practice stuff, right? I can't live with face masks, right? Like I know it sucks. I know it. It just happens. It's natural sometimes, but those are drive extenders, right? Stuff that kills yourself. Pass interference, right on. If it's at least in this, it's spotted ball, right?
Yeah.
Spotted the ball or spotted the foul, rather. So it doesn't. No, excuse me. It's only
15 yards. Yeah.
Spotted the ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can handle that. Which brings me to my point, Phillips. I think PK finally getting over that threshold of just the same penalties coming in week after week and expecting Gilbo to, and not just Gilbo, but a lot of it was Jalen Gilbo, right? Like week to week, you're making the same mistakes. You can't be doing that. Like, why not take a shot on your young freshman, right? Who you expect those type of those mistakes out of a freshman, right? But with this, you're not only getting the same results, but you're also building experience, right?
Yeah.
And credit to Cade, like he had a interference call. We kind of talked a little bit about this yesterday, right? But he's playing very aggressive, and that you do not want to have any type of back burner or put in his back burner to be reluctant to kind of take that aggression off.
Don't have
let this young man continue to play natural football and be aggressive, right? And hell, man, the ability to have the edge rush, get after Marcel Reed, play with an aggression, and I think PK might have a chance here to kind of dial up. I still think you only need to scheme 4. If you blitz 5, or if you bring 5 against the pass, you better make sure you get there, right? Because obviously, if you're bringing 1 and you leave a wide open space, this is not the wide receiver core to allow free space to, man. They will pick you apart. So if you're bringing 5, you better get there, man. Ultimately, I think you can get there with 4, and you just kind of contain the middle, right? Just kind of do a little spy on Reed. That's the move, man. And just put your money on Simmons, right? Like this has got to be a game where Simmons carries the defense and really disrupts the pass flow. That's my concern. If PK brings 5 and we don't get there, we're exposed. It's just going to be lights out. We don't need to give this offense any more space.
And I think if you go back and you look at some of the defensive struggles, I mean, you can kind of tailor this back when Michael Taft went out, and Michael Taft being back, that's the conductor. I mean, that's the quarterback of the defense right there. So that's a disruption right there. And I know that my folks are going to say, well, he gets beat too, whatever. Everybody gets beat. Everybody gets beat. I mean, I saw
he also helps people get in place, right?
That's a huge part of what he does. And I think that's the one thing, if you really go back and look, that's when things kind of really started going in the wrong direction. And when you lose the puppet master, just from not only the play on the field, but the different things that he's telling you to do, or the different things to look for before the play.
Right? Just alignment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was talking about this to someone, and they're like, what does he have to do with the linebackers? I'm like, that dude's back there barking shit because he's in the back and he sees everything that's going on right there. And oh, by the way, Anthony Hill, injury report will come out, but again, you need that dude.
It's all hands on deck. I mean, that's I don't think we're breaking news at this point here. Anything else we need to talk about, amigo? I know we
I'm just ready for this game. I'm like, can we get this game going?
Well, we'll come back, and still be able to talk about it. What about Thursday night football? I know that's probably not the popular subject to talk about. Everybody, drinking that burnt orange coffee.
Thursday all day football, all day long. Man, it's remember there were 2 games at one point. Like, hey, you got 2 games,
and that's kind of what I had on the docket here. What is your favorite, or what should be the traditional games in the NFL? Right, like Cowboys for sure, right? But would you want to see Bears Packers?
I think Detroit has to be in that, and I know for a lot of years it was like
right. I'm not talking about taking any slate off, but remember, you know how we get that third game now, right?
Yeah. Green Bay. I think Green Bay would be the one.
Northern, like I love seeing. I would say Chicago too, right? Or Green Bay or Chicago, a team that could have a chance to have snow on the field.
It's got to be some history. It's got to be a historic. I mean, maybe you could throw the Steelers in there, from the Super Bowl championships. I don't know why even as successful as the 49ers have been. I don't think the 49ers. Yeah, Packers, Cowboys, Lions, and now it's a total lot. And then this year you get Packers and Lions. So boom, there you go. That's taken care of.
I could sign up for this.
Ravens and Steelers every year. Yeah. That would, and this year, I mean, you want to talk about. I mean, we don't go into ratings a lot here, but when you talk Kansas City at Dallas, it's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that one, dude. That's the America's team and America's team junior right there going at each other. Whew. Taylor will probably be there for Thanksgiving. It's going to be a massive game, dude. Massive.
What
rating.
about Kansas City?
Not yet. Not yet. They've been, I mean,
would you want to watch Kansas City on Thanksgiving?
I think Kansas City with a always home game like the Cowboys in Detroit, I think that could be something right there.
I think that's you talk about tradition, right? Lamar Hunt, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Have AT&T Stadium, Detroit, whatever they call that place, Lambeau and Arrowhead. That's 4 pretty historic.
I could sign off on Kansas City being a traditional Thanksgiving third game. I could sign off on the Steelers, and I could sign off on the Patriots. Yeah. Right? All 3 of those venues, you have a probability of snow in Thanksgiving.
So is it? So I know Baltimore plays the Bengals with Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow coming back. I'm like, really? Whatever. Baltimore's been on Thanksgiving Day a lot lately, haven't they? It seems like maybe they're working into that little. Haven't they? The last couple of years, I think 3 or 4 years we've had Baltimore in that third game. It seems like are they becoming the Detroit Dallas?
I can't remember if Baltimore. I can't remember if Baltimore has been there the past.
I thought they were.
Hell, maybe they're trying to kind of mold, and maybe they're trying to shape that in the third final slot. I don't know. It's got to be a team in the West, or not the West. Excuse me, the Midwest, or kind of the East, man. Like the West Coast, you still have really good weather. I mean, you still have good weather in Miami, but hell, those are the games that I remember most, right? The snow game with Miami versus Dallas and shit like that.
Man. Leon Lett. That was Thanksgiving. Leon Lett. Come on, Leon.
Lett. No, dude, it's Leon Lett.
That was so crazy that storm, because I mean we had weather down here when all that was going on.
Yeah, I never knew it snowed in Texas.
Dude, that was so crazy, man. That was Leon Lett. Man, that poor guy. He did all right though. Well, he had some bumps. I mean, he had some stuff to deal with, but yeah, Texas Stadium, snow covered. Green Bay at Detroit to start it off. What do we have here? Detroit -2.5.
Got a fucking mosquito in here.
Oh man, it's that mute. It's all that sound you had going on. You're drawing up all the bugs, man.
Huh? I don't know what the hell it is. I don't like them.
Yeah, no, they suck. Detroit. I think I probably go with Detroit here. Detroit really trying to. Does it feel like to me like Detroit's? It seems like they found themselves, and now maybe they.
No Laporta, man.
Yeah, it's a big loss. It's a good call by you. It's a big loss. I think Detroit takes care of this, so because Green Bay is just so all over the place. I mean, you want to talk about inconsistency. You can buy into Green Bay one week, and then the next week it's like, what happened to the Packers? Where'd they go? And I guess this would be an off week for them. Yes, good call, Rob. Detroit does need to win because they got a lot. They got a lot in that division that's happening right now. So they damn well better win.
I'm going to take Green Bay.
Oh, nice. All right.
Wrong. I'm going to say wrong team favorite here. I might flip on it. You know what? I wouldn't advise my clients on this, right? But I'm going to go wrong team favorite here, right?
Yeah. All right. Good call. Kansas City at Dallas. Dallas given the 3. I think the Cowboys are going to win, Wags.
I'm with you. I'm with you here, man. Like I bet against them last week, and it kicked me in the ass.
I hate that I'm buying in and being positive. I'm going to stay positive.
I can't believe I'm going against the Chiefs, to be honest with you.
I know, man. I know this offense is just.
I'm going 2 wrong team favorites.
I'm going with the Cowboys. I'm taking the
traditional host Lions lose. The other traditional host, the Cowboys, win.
Yeah, because if this comes down to a top or a tight game like we're talking about A&M in Texas, I mean, same thing here for Dallas, to where it's like, okay, when the other day, Sunday, I knew that game. When Dallas had the ball at the end right there, I'm like, man, you don't have to go very far. You're going to win this game with a field goal because you've got that guy. But then you've got that guy at quarterback the other day or the other Sunday. I thought that they were done, and that guy does it again. So
I need you all to help me out here. Double R, you've probably seen a game in Cowboy Stadium, recent, modern era, right? With recent upgrades. I have not.
Usually a loss.
Is it an raucous environment at all? Like, is it a home field advantage for the Cowboys?
I don't see it. It's loud. It's loud, and a lot of it is with the acoustics are great there. That's why they have all these concerts. But they do all their sounds and all these different things. But the crowd to me there very much feels like DKR, to where it's like it's loud in there, but it's not a rowdy crowd. Like up in the standing room only, it's pretty rowdy up there, but that's way up on top. So it's no.
Chiefs are 1-4 on the road.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really say that.
I think I'm sticking with this, man. I feel good about it. Wrong team favored.
I'm sticking with the Cowboys. I think Dallas is going to win this game. I really do. I truly believe that they're going to win, and it takes a lot for me to say that. You got Patrick Mahomes against Brandon Aubrey. Which guy's going to make the big play?
You're underselling Dak, man. Dak's played great this year. So. Underselling Dak, amigo. All right, last one, and then we'll bring our guy Jay Guns on here, and then I'll pop off for a couple of seconds, and then pop back on if you can do that for me, man. I know you got to hit the road and get to Houston here, but I need some help for like a minute or two.
Right on.
All right, Bengals against the Ravens, the resurging Ravens at the top of the AFC North. Ravens. Spotting 7 here to the Cats. Where you at?
For one thing, I don't think that I would bring Joe Burrow back. I don't think that the season. No, if you were
3-8, there's no climb out of this cellar.
If you had, this much of a chance at a wild card or something like that, bring that dude back. Especially
I don't even think Higgins is playing this week either, right?
I don't think so. I think I'd stick with Uncle Flacco here in this. But, Baltimore, improvements on the defense like we talked about, like the Cowboys. We've seen little improvements there. I got to go with the Ravens here, man. I just don't think that the Bengals have any gas in the tank left over. Especially against – and like we were talking about, it's like kind of a different Lamar. It's still the Lamar that is great and all the different things that he does, but he's not blowing you off the map with shit like he always does. He's just winning games, and he's brought this team back into contention again. I got to go with the Ravens here, man.
Yeah, I'm taking the Ravens here, especially if they're not going to have T. Higgins. Here's the thing: like you bring Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow's already, one of the most sacked quarterbacks as it is, right? And he's been broken because of that. You rush him back to injury, or you rush him back to play in a irrelevant season. I just think you're doing yourself a disservice to him and your franchise, right?
Yeah, like I totally agree.
It doesn't make sense to bring Joe back, but and maybe it's on Joe. Maybe Joe wants to come back, and that's a tribute to Joe. That's a testament to his toughness. I just think it's unnecessary at this point.
Joe Burrow's getting to me, Wags, to be like Matt Stafford was in Detroit, to where at some point, I hope that this franchise, Cincinnati, which I know they won't, would say, you know what, we need to let you go somewhere where you can have that.
Rodney, they're 3 years removed from a Super Bowl.
Oh, I know. But still, it's like, man, put this dude in a good franchise, man. Let this guy go play. Bad toe and all.
Jay Guns, what's up, fellas?
Had an eventful morning.
Dog World?
Yeah, we took him to my girlfriend's parents' house. They live like 10 minutes away and got a big backyard, and I ran him a bunch because I'm driving to Austin after the show. So and cleaned out the car. Neighbors looking at me crazy because in the summer when I went to Alabama, had a beach chair and an umbrella, a beach umbrella, and I just pulled that out of my car because I haven't had my car most of the time since I got back because it's been in the shop, and I wasn't taking it out of my car for the shop,
right?
But I am for this trip, and neighbors saw me and was like,
"Gotcha." Hey, Jay Guns, I'm going to step out for 2 seconds, and then Double R is going to be in my stead for a minute here. All right, I'll be right.
Sounds good. Who are you watching in the playoffs this week?
Oh, so what did nosy neighbor say?
He didn't say anything. He just
okay.
He was far enough away. He didn't have to say anything and make it awkward. He just looked at me confused because I was taking a beach chair and a beach umbrella out of my car in late November. So I'm wearing. I've had this hoodie since LeBron went to the Lakers.
Well,
pretty old one.
Yeah.
Shit, that means it has to be about 9-10 years old. Wow.
Damn.
How about that?
Yeah.
One of my
There you
older
go.
ones.
There you
It's
go.
pretty comfy. That's why I'm wearing it. I'm not a Lakers fan. I'm a LeBron fan. I'll say that.
There it is. I got a lot of folks hitting me up, down here that are excited. They're like, "Oh, San Marcos Vandegrift," San Marcos fans. I'm like, "You're excited about playing Vandegrift?" And they're like, "No, it's in the next round of the playoffs." I'm like, "Have you enjoyed your playoff run? Because I think it's coming to an end."
Oh yeah.
Coming to an end.
Yeah, I mean, San Marcos, what a run making it to the third round. You do have to provide the context that they haven't played anybody at all because, they're in the region they're in where, you basically play Austin area teams, San Antonio teams, and then Valley teams.
Yep.
And then the Cinderella story ends when you run into North Shore, who, by the way, still the top dog in Houston. Rich Point thought they were going to be able to upset them, thought this was the year. I feel bad for Rich Point. They just have it's a really tough situation with what their playoff outlook is every year because they have to run into North Shore at some point to get the state.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the year for them. They're loaded this year, and they have a lot of young talent. They'll be good the next few years, but North Shore usually is not like considered this down. And I mean, that was not a competitive game at all. So we'll see. I think my Lake Travis Cavs might still be able to get North Shore, but after they did Ridge Point like they did, not feeling as good. So
yeah,
we will see. How's basketball season going for Lockhart?
I don't know. I haven't. Nobody ever reaches out to me about that. It's all football, and I'm like, call me during baseball where things are a little bit better. It's like, that. Geez Louise, I don't know what they're going to do over there, man. That's quite the mess. But we're down into it, and this is what a lot of coaches would always talk about. To where it's like for a lot of them, their goal is to be practicing like right now. The season is accomplished if you're practicing right now, and then obviously beyond this, because this is when those matchups get. This is when the pretenders are eliminated very quickly, quickly.
And I mean, there's two Texas high school football coach sayings in the playoffs, like, we want to play we want to be practicing during Thanksgiving week, playing on Thanksgiving week, and that's a good deal. Even if they lose, they made it to Thanksgiving, the third round. And then you got the real serious programs coached by guys like Hank Carter, where it's the teams that play in December, or the teams to remember are the ones that play in December, something like that. That one's a lot cooler. Because that means you're in the fourth round. Only 2 more games still state. But I don't know. Let's see. There's one Thanksgiving playoff game. Bluffdale and Strawn. I don't even know if these are 2A, 3A.
That's what I was going to ask you. I don't know what classification that is. I've seen Strawn. I think I've been through Strawn. I can't. The sign. I remember seeing the sign. I don't think that there was like a booming metropolis or anything like that. I think I've been through Strawn. I just can't remember where that was.
Yeah.
So there's actually a Thursday game. Wow.
Well, usually there's 1 or 2 on Thanksgiving. I mean, if I'm ever a coach or a parent of a Texas high school football player and there's a choice, Thanksgiving or Black Friday, it's like, whoa, buddy, we're not doing this on Thanksgiving. What are we talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Yeah. Well, damn, I did not know that. But and that's the other part too. This time of year, Jordan, because when you get into these games, when you get into this round, then you get the cool venues. Where like the San Marcos people I'm talking about, they're all excited about going to the Alamo Dome. I'm like, it ain't all that great, but yeah, it's big. It's big. Yeah. Enjoy it.
I mean, hey, the Alamo Dome is an awesome venue for Texas high school football or the state tournament. Anything else, it's like, God, get me out of here.
Yeah.
The All-American Bowl isn't bad because it's in January and it's colder than hell outside.
Yeah.
But outside of All-American Bowl, Texas State for basketball, and playoff games, it's very meh.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
Not the best acoustics in that one either when it comes to concerts.
No, I'll tell you what, one of my favorite places to go because it's very nice, but I also kind of hate it because it's loud as hell in there, is the Star in Frisco.
I've never been to that one for a game. I've not been to that one.
People bring their bands and oh my God, I saw North Crowley play Lancaster there last year. And Lancaster, phenomenal band, truly one of the best in the state. Like them, Skyline, South Oak Cliff, all have great bands, better than anyone else in South Dallas I've seen. But Lancaster plays like the entire game. Oof. And it just echoes in there, and it's nonstop. And they bring like the entire, not every band, not the entire band will travel to some away games. They did that time. Yeah. And it was louder than hell. By the way, looked it up, Rodney.
Yep.
The Strawn versus Bluffdale game is at 7:30 p.m. Thanksgiving Day. They're playing at Dublin or in Dublin, and they are 1A Division II, so 6-man football on Thanksgiving. But usually this is around the week. Like high school coaches will try to line up the day they play on for the day they play on for state. Yeah. So like a lot of 6A programs instead of playing Friday like they have, they're moving them to Saturday this week.
Yeah.
Same with
that makes sense.
I can't remember. 5A D2 will be on Saturday this year. That'll be the 11 a.m. kick because they flip D1 and D2 who goes first every year.
Yeah.
And there's 3 games each day. So like every other year, 5A D2 they'll play on Friday. The Friday night game, and then the other year they'll play Saturday morning.
Gotcha.
So, and it'll probably be a rematch of Richmond Randall South Oak Cliff. It was a banger last year. Richmond Randall, they kind of have this window. Landon Williams Cowles, the star running back. They got some other really good players, but they also are kind of, I don't want to call it cheating the system because, it's not like they went out of the way to do this, but they have 6A numbers competing in the smallest 5A, division. And it's because it's a new school that opened, and that's how it lined up. Katy Pato, they haven't ever competed for state in 6A. They won it in 5A because they had 6A numbers in 5A.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Creek did the exact same thing when they went to state back-to-back years. They had 6A numbers in 5A.
Yep.
Why can I wait to see in these next few years? Alito finally is going to be 6A. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that.
It's going to be 6A for the first time ever.
Yep.
Denton Ryan, I'm pretty sure they're 5A and lost some kids because I remember the last snapshot day in what would have been like October 2023. They came in 2 kids under the limit for senior. And I'm not trying to expose anything. I think people have figured this out that this is what happens. Like I've talked to coaches, like they tell kids to stay home because they know what day is the snapshot day. If you're on the line between the two, you'd much rather be in 5A than 6A most of the time.
Yeah.
But they don't tell them what the line is that decides 5A and 6A until after like the numbers have been taken. But you're gonna have a better shot with less.
They tell kids to stay home to influence numbers. That's wild.
Hey, you got a better shot at winning a ring.
Yeah. No.
5A. Yep.
And you can always opt up. Like Austin ISD forced LBJ to opt up into 5A. That total horseshit. Like one day at some point, I want to write a book on some of the things I've come across, stories I have that I can't share until people are retired or done doing their current jobs or whatnot. One of them is going to be about how Austin ISD screwed Jamal Fenner, Cedric Alexander, and Austin LBJ out of a state championship in 2022.
Yep. I was working with them when all that went down, and that was just a bunch of shit. God damn it. That still pisses me off to this day. Still pisses me off. Guys, I got to run. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving. I'll be checking in. I'll be listening to you guys on the road.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Safe travels, dude.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thanksgiving.
Well, hey, welcome to the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Wags. Going to be talking some Texas football, Texas, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Some recruiting. Longhorns picked up another Georgetown Eagle yesterday. How about that? Both these guys want to commit past 8 o'clock. I don't know why. But, that's why you write the story in advance and have it ready to go with the graphic. We'll start it off with Caden Scherer, and then we can go from there. If you have any recruiting questions regarding Texas player personnel, transfer portal, Texas A&M, drop them in the chat, and we will get to it. So Caden Scherer flipped his commitment from from Stanford. He goes to Georgetown. Bit of a late bloomer. Played defensive end and tight end up until making the full-time move to offensive line between a sophomore and junior season. Originally chose Stanford over, it was like Iowa, Kansas State, Northwestern, Houston, which, Texas fans are going to look at, 3-star, blah, blah, blah. Why are we taking this kid? Because that's what happens every time Texas gets a commitment from a 3-star. But not bad at all. Not bad company.
Can you
Iowa
put more weight on him? It looks like, his shoulders look pretty damn broad, dude.
Yeah, so Iowa, K-State, Stanford, and even Northwestern nowadays, these are developmental programs. You have to understand, Stanford to some degree, yes, they have money to drop the bag and make sure they get a kid over another person, over another school. But, at the end of the day, their entire recruiting class is pretty much filled with, 3 stars, low floor, high ceiling that they have to develop and that are a year away from being a year away. They can't see the field till year 3. And if you whiff on too many of those guys, you will get fired because you're at a place like K-State or Stanford or, Northwestern where you can compete in those conferences. But, you also have to deal with Texas Tech in the Big 12, Ohio State, Michigan. In the Big 10, Stanford, SMU in the ACC. I'd say Miami, Florida State in the ACC, but they beat them or beat FSU. So not bad, like I said, late bloomer. Longhorns have been sniffing around this one for a while. They had him and Jet Walker at the Mississippi State game in Austin in 2024. And then at the September 20th game for Sam Houston, Scherer returned and then was back again for the Arkansas game. They extended an offer, I think it was November 13th, a Thursday, the Thursday before the Georgia game. And, things move pretty quickly. The day that they offered Jet Walker and Caden Scherer, I wrote their commitment stories because, Georgetown kid, I may or may not disagree with the way Texas goes about evaluating, recruiting, and building the board with the local kids.
Right. Do they just put them on the back burner because they feel like they're going to have that home field advantage? Or
well, yeah, and also
discount?
One thing that is,
my God, what's up, dude?
That is part of it is you don't want to offer a kid and then not take him, because if it's an Austin kid that grew up liking Texas, he might try to commit right away. And if you're Texas and you offer a kid because you like him, but you're not ready to take him, and you don't take him, well, him and his high school coach and his people are going to be pissed. And then you got to deal with that situation. And then you ask yourself, why did we offer this kid if we weren't going to take him? Well, that's why it is the way it is. But with Scherer, a lot of upside, has retained a lot of the athleticism since moving from DN tight end to offensive line. Tested at the National Combine this past January. Tested pretty well. Amongst the offensive linemen, he was first in the broad jump, 8 foot, 8.5 feet, 5'10", went 5.026, and then finished second in the vertical jump, 6th in the 40.
And I'm sure that 40 time will come down drastically. That's at a 5.5 right now. I'm sure they'll get.
Oh yeah, but even they'll get that down. We don't care about 40-yard dash times for linemen. We're going to look at the number if it's available, but we're not going to factor that into the evaluation. And also want to bring up the 40-yard dashes that are run at the National Combine. We add or subtract 0.2 seconds in our head because it's a very slow track.
I'm sorry. I keep kicking my dog. I'm sorry.
You're all good. The Alamo Dome field, the UTSA field, it's a really slow track. So The 40 times, you got to add that with context. But look, I've gotten a lot of texts from parents and coaches in the Austin area in the last 2-3 days since Walker and Schroer committed. Like, hey, why is Texas taking this kid and recruiting this kid, taking his commitment? But this kid at this school who's committed to this Power 4 school went on one visit to Texas as a sophomore, and they never looked at him again. And that player is probably better than, Walker and Schroer. And I'm like, well, Texas, they had needs. They needed to get numbers in the class. These guys are, I'd say Walker is higher floor, lower ceiling. Schroer is lower floor, higher ceiling. But you have to be smart about your budget. Roster construction, the financial part of the game, it's so important nowadays. Like, if Jet Walker and Caden Schroer are coming to Texas and are going to make like less than 150, 100 a year, I don't know what their NIL or rev share plans are, that's really good value. Like, that's really good value. And it's a hometown discount, most likely. Kids from Austin, doesn't have to pay them as much to get them. You probably didn't even have to discuss NIL to get them to flip because it's Texas and it's an Austin area kid. But there's value there. And yes, Schroer might not be able to contribute for 3 years, but if he can contribute for 3 years, that's better than taking a guy like Chapman or Stroh or name whomever that was a high 3-star, low 4-star that you probably had to pay more to win out for, that can't play till year 3 either, can't even play till year 4. So I get the way people are taking the information of these guys committing and them being lower ranked prospects.
I'm not surprised though.
Yeah. And like, some people on our board are like, well, in the past, we flipped big names before signing day. Xavier Filsaime, Kelvin Banks. It's like, yeah, well, they already have multiple 5-stars committed. Those guys are going to sign, and they're not cheap. Jermaine Bishop, not cheap. Derek Cooper, Tyler Atkinson, any of the 3 defensive linemen, they're not cheap. And if Texas flips a Bryson Martinez, he's not going to be cheap either. And also, like, for all the people that are bitching about high school recruiting and how they're finishing and the guys they're adding to the class, they're the same people saying, oh, we need all this in the portal. You don't have any money in the portal if you spend it all in high school. If you're Texas and you have immediate needs and you're trying to make a run in the final year of Arch Manning in 2026, you're going to save that money for the portal and not high school players who can't contribute right away. That's why the high school players they are taking are cheaper value options that might not play to year 2 or 3, but Texas is saving this money for the portal. And, they signed 25 kids last year. I believe they have 23 committed right now. Bigger classes. And a lot of people have asked, like, hey, are they going to 85 scholarship? Or is the SEC going from 85 to 105? That's something I think Texas would have an idea on ahead of time before it happens and goes public, but I don't think that's happening. The schools are not recruiting like it's happening. And, Texas, they're graduating 16 seniors from this team. There's only 16 players that are going to run out of eligibility after this year, but several other guys are getting pushed out. Like, I already have 10+ stories written and done for whenever guys go in the portal.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Like, yeah, because these decisions have been made, most of them. And the ones that haven't are going to be made on Saturday or Sunday when they have exit meetings the day or 2 days after the Texas A&M game. Like, Saturday and Sunday is when you're going to start seeing players announce that they're going in the portal, even though the portal won't open until January 2nd. It's,
right. Well, the news is already, upon them, right? They know if they got a future at the program or not. So might as well just go ahead and announce it. And
and also, like,
the brand up.
It sends out the bat signal. Hey, this is my agent. Hit him up because you can't talk to me, but you can to my agent. Like, there's already, I'm not going to name names in schools, but like, there are dozens of silent commitments that have already been made, for transfer portal players, and they won't be in the portal for over a month from now. But that's the game nowadays. You talk to the agent, handlers, other people, like, there are workarounds. There's always been workarounds, and there always will be workarounds. So yeah. Sticky said he's 6'6", talking about Schroer. So that's good, but a little light in the ass, I think. Yeah, he needs to put on weight.
He's like 175, 180, somewhere around there. But I saw the picture of him. He looks like he could, stack some stack some weight on there, at least probably 20 pounds, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to play over 300. And, like, you also got to remember, this is a kid who was 285 or is 285 right now. And as a junior, I believe played around like 260 because he's only in his second year playing offensive line. So yeah, when he plays at Texas, he's going to be north of 300. I don't have his wing numbers. Actually, I might. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah. Well, not sharing
pull that down.
I had to go to my Gmail to find these results. Let's see. If anyone wants to see what the results look like from the National Combine, here they are. I kind of hate how they do this, but this is how they do this. Okay, he's going to turn – his birthday isn't on here. This means he's 18 already. Yeah, he must have turned 18 this fall if he was 17.3 in January. Yeah, and we get, they test their explosion scores, high speed, different things like that.
He is very light.
He's
in the bottom 50%. Is that what they said, or top 50% for?
I don't know. I never look at any of that shit, to be honest, because it's like there's like 1,000 kids at this showcase, and 600 of them have no business being there.
Gotcha. So they just skew the numbers the wrong way or whatever.
Yeah. Wingspan, he's a 6'7" wing. Jesus Christ. And is 6'5.5". And again, this is from January 10th. So 272. 9.5 hands, not great. Usually want him to be 10, but I mean, it's close enough to where it doesn't matter a ton. And the one thing that is very annoying about the National Combine, they do not take arm length measurements like Under Armour does, which is frustrating. But I assume it's somewhere between like 33 and a half for arm.
You got a shuttle drill. No, he's got a pro agility in there. That's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, Fort Bend Crawford going 5A. Hey, they I don't even know who they played this week. They had a big win over Lindale. They were down like 21-7 or 21-3 at one point, came back and won. Alvin Mosley, president of the Alvin Mosley fan club, he had like 5 touchdowns. What he does, grown ass man. It's still dumbfounding me that kid doesn't have more offers.
How big is he?
6'2", 185, and every bit of it verified.
Jeez.
And he had like the second highest vertical at Under Armour Houston. This is one of my favorite prospects in the cycle. So I found this kid last November because there is I shouldn't say found him. I was the first to write about him, talk about him. There's a coach at Fort Bend Crawford that was at A-Leaf Hastings who I met when I was covering Smith of Rugbo. He took a job at Fort Bend Crawford, what would have been January of last year, and texted me about this kid in the spring. And was like, hey, this kid's going to be Power 4. We have several other kids here, but this is like the one. And then I watched his tape in November last year and was like, holy shit. He didn't have a single offer in football. He had 2 basketball offers at the time. Now he has 24 football offers and like 8 basketball ones.
Like good
Texas
hands. I mean, why? What's wrong with him? What's the knock?
He goes to a brand new school. Like it's the second year the school's been open. Like I didn't even know Fort Bend Crawford existed until the coach hit me up. But yeah, and like he went to Under Armour Houston too, but some parts of Houston are just wildly under recruited. Like he's in, people talk about the Golden Triangle, right? And Beaumont and Southeast Texas, the amount of, football players that come out of there. I don't want to call it the new Golden Triangle, but something similar. South Houston or the South Houston area, talking Pearland, Fort Bend, League City, Manville, like all those areas are loaded with talent. Absolutely. Like Shadow Creek is loaded. They underperform every year.
Right.
CE King, I mean, they have a good team this year. They're probably they have the fastest team speed in Texas high school football because, I mean, they have like 4 guys on their team that run sub 10.6.
Jesus.
Yeah, but Shadow Creek, man, they underperform. This is Chris Stewart's only time ever playing past the first round of the playoffs in his career, and they lost in the second round and lost 51-6. So, yeah, but Jose said, I'm old enough to remember taking a player like Travis Great, Peyton Kelly, and not getting a down of production out of him. Hope Schroer is better than that. Yeah, I mean, hey, the good thing, or I should say one of the good things about the transfer portal and NIL rev share kind of ruining the sport to some degree is that there are very little guys that end up like this anymore. Like, if you take a player and realize very quickly, oh, this dude actually can never play at this level,
right?
Well, you put their ass in the portal after 1 year. That's what happened to Freddie DeBose, kind of what's happening to Ricky Stewart. Like, it's what happened to Travell Johnson after 1 year at Texas. But it's sometimes when you're early enough in a tenure, you have to be so you're desperate for talent. And in 2022, Texas was desperate for talent because everyone was going to A&M. That was the year A&M signed the number 1 class. And Travell Johnson was a Texas linebacker take. Went in the portal, went to ULM, played 1 year there, went in the portal again, and never found a home. He hasn't played football in like 3 years. Same with Derek Brown, who was an edge rusher they took from Texas High. Yes, Antoine brings up Max Merrill. Texas took him off scholarship, though, in like his 3rd or 4th year. They took him off scholarship. And if I'm not mistaken, they inherited him. He was a Herman take. And the Sark and Flood staff were like, yeah, he can hang around, but not on Scally. And I guess he wanted to be at Texas that bad. I mean, he never really played. Yeah. I don't know. What do you got coming up this weekend? Thanksgiving? Anything fun with the family? You got kids back in town?
The kid actually stayed here, went to ACC for first semester, and I think he's actually going out, coincidentally, to Arizona State is where he's targeting. And Texas Hoops lost to Arizona State last night. But no, I think coincidentally he might be going out there. But ultimately, we're going to have Thanksgiving here on Thursday, and then we're going out to my wife's sister's on Friday. That's in Hutto. So, yay. I was hoping rather, with the new setup with AV consultations to be able to watch it outdoors and take in that little fall vibe and, Thanksgiving experience at the house. But no, now I got to pay attention to a Frenchie, which cute dog, awesome dog, but it's going to be on my lap all the time, while I'm trying to watch the game. And also too, like I love being around family environment. I do. I'm not trying to undersell that, but if I'm trying to watch a fucking game, excuse my language, if I'm trying to watch, A&M and Texas roll here, like I don't want to be asked, what do you think they're going to do here? Huh? What do you think about Stark? A lot going on with Stark right now. What do you think's going down behind the scenes? I don't want to answer any of that. Like, I just want to watch the damn game, right? And usually,
bro, how do you think I feel?
I know, dude. I know. I can only imagine. That's where I was going to. Like, I can only imagine what the dinner table's like for you at Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gotta be hell, bro.
No, I mean it really.
I would just walk in a room and be like, guys, you all know I can't say shit, so don't ask. All right. How's the turkey? Pass the cranberry sauce. Let's go.
Yeah, give me that stuffing. I didn't even realize there was a college game on Thanksgiving this year. Navy, Memphis.
No.
Very meh. I don't know. Not super excited for that one.
No, hey, I mean, Thanksgiving we got Pro Ball though.
Yeah, we do, but like I don't care really for Ravens.
Hey, your team played last night.
Yeah, and I didn't watch a single minute. The only thing I saw from the entire game, only thing I saw from the entire game was Jawan Jennings punching someone after the game was over. Like, hell yeah, Jawan. Got a notification for it. Watch the video on the ESPN notification.
It looked like he was going to high five the dude, and then he just chucks one guy out of the way and just smacks the guy, bro. Like,
yeah, fuck you, Tom out. Hey, Jawan Jennings has always been a hothead. I love him. He plays with so much fire, wears his, his heart on his sleeve, emotions on his sleeve. But what George Pickens is kind of thought of as this hothead dumbass that just gets like a penalty each game or something. That's kind of what Juwan Jennings actually is. Like I remember when the 49ers went to Dallas and beat that ass in the playoffs a few years ago. There was that photo of Trent Williams laughing and pointing to the Cowboys fans as he walked out the tunnel. He, after the play, like went out of his way to go decleat Trayvon Diggs, and it was a total cheap shot that put him on his ass, but the refs didn't see it. And Cowboys fans like bitched about that for an entire week. Like that.
I don't remember that, but that's hilarious.
And it wouldn't have changed the outcome, but like at the same time, like if the roles are reversed and that's CeeDee Lamb doing that to a 49ers DB, like the Cowboys fans be like, oh yeah, hell yeah, CD. You know, like it's part of the game. It's football, man. If you get away with it, ref didn't see it. It is what it is. Suck it up and move on.
Dude, what do you do in this situation? Like where you want to go out, like where they ask you to go out in public to watch the game, right?
Yeah.
And you know damn well, like you ain't going to be paying attention to anybody or tuning into anybody what they're saying. You're just trying to. Can we switch spots so I can watch the TV here? And then you get that side eye from the wife or whatever.
No, the good thing about
Jose, you got me. That sucks, man. My heart is with you last year, dude. Hopefully you have a really calm experience this year.
The good thing is working in this job, you can get out of things. It's like, hey, like I literally have to watch the game. You know,
there's been times though, man, where she's just flat out just been in. Like we're supposed to watch a show, and you know, usually like on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I acquiesce and we watch, you know, a show for the two of us, right? But now that Maction is back, right? And so I said, hey, you know, football's on tonight. I gotta watch it. And she just bullshit. Football ain't on Wednesdays, and sure enough, Maction, honey, Maction.
You'll watch this. I got something for you. And it's funny too. I gotta talk quiet because school isn't in session this week. So she's at home.
I got you.
College basketball games with Texas is like, yeah, I gotta watch this. You know, can't go out. Hey, I will say, Jose, I don't think your experience was as bad. Willie T, Will Turboff. I think it's okay that I share this story because he's 21
How's
now.
Will doing? Is Will all right?
Yeah, he's doing good. Working with an agency, doing some scouting. Good dude. We talked for a long time the other day, but last year he had the genius idea of driving to College Station and not going to the game.
Why? What?
Because I know, right?
And
And
just like sitting outside the stadium and listening to it like Rudy? Like what?
so I think the original plan was to get tickets, and service was so bad because there's so many people he couldn't, or something like that. But he ended up in a bar with his girlfriend, and they're both under 21.
Oh.
And the cops kicked the door and are giving everyone MIPs and stuff. And like they went and hid in like this broom closet with like an employee who was drunk on the job or something while the A&M Texas game is kicking off. Like the cops kicked the door and busted in there while it was kicking off. And he's like watching the game on his phone as he's avoiding getting an MIP.
Serious?
Yeah, in like a broom closet. Yeah. Apparently they were in there for like an hour, and then they finally left. And he's like, yo, we need to get somewhere to watch this fucking game. Let's leave. So, and I was like, geez, man, like,
Will, I'm taking Will in a fighting hole with me any chance I get.
I don't know about that.
is
He's
dedicated-
like
that is
5'8",
dedicated.
Will's like 5'8", 5'9". He's a
Still,
small
but that is the heart of a lion right there. That is dedication.
Yeah. But no. So luckily last year my family got an Airbnb in Fredericksburg, I think like Thursday through Saturday or Wednesday through Saturday. And we all watched the game there on Black Friday. And then this year I was going to pay for a ticket, me and my lady. It's like, geez, man, it's $1,000. While I'm in Georgia for the Georgia game, get a text from my stepmom. She's no longer going. So I get to get a free ticket for my dad because he has 2 season tickets for all the home games. So I get to go for free, thank God. Because after the Georgia game, by halftime, I was like, I'm not going to the A&M game unless it's free.
20, what about the better half? She's biting the bullet. She's a lifer. That's a keeper, dude. That's a keeper, man.
She got a friend in Austin, so I'll probably let her go, have my car and hang out with her on Friday or something, because it'll be like an all-day thing going to the game. But yeah, so luckily I got arrangements to be there that I don't have to pay for, because if I paid $1,000 and they lost and it was a bad one, like, I'm going out of there swinging. So yeah, all right.
I can't believe people are paying that much for a fucking ticket. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, I just hope there's no like Aggies around us, because I don't know what section my dad's in, but he's on the west side.
You gotta expect they're gonna travel well. Like,
yeah. And especially, I mean, they're favored by 2.5.
They're undefeated.
Yeah, this is the year, if you're an Aggie, to make it make sense for paying that much for a ticket. But apparently for the Arkansas game, like, all the season ticket people around my dad sold all their tickets. It was a bunch of random Texas fans, a few Arkansas fans. I'm like, shit, man, they better not do that for A&M, because like, it's not like it was that hot of a ticket for Texas Arkansas. But you can make a lot more money reselling a ticket for Texas A&M than you can Arkansas. If they're going to sell for Arkansas, they'll probably do.
You could probably triple, maybe even quadruple it, dude. Like,
yeah, I mean,
that's not hyperbolic. That's a no shit. People are emotional right now.
Yeah, and it, like, if you have season tickets in lower bowl, you have to donate like $2,000 and then pay $3,000 on top for tickets. Yeah, that's why like season tickets are so hard to get. Because you have to make a like, for each section you want, the nicer you get, or the nicer the section is, the closer you are to the field.
Sure.
You have to donate more money to the Longhorn Foundation, and then pay for the tickets, which are obviously more expensive.
Oh my! So that's it's an added tax.
Yeah, and with those tickets,
what a racket!
Yeah, but I mean, hey, it's the Texas Longhorns in Austin. It's a big deal. It sucks because it's pricing out the regular fan.
You know what's a big deal? Audiovisual consultate. Like, go ahead and just make a one-time purchase, right? With audiovisual consultations, you'll never have to go to a game at DKR.
Oh, yeah.
I'm serious, brother. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but
shameless plug.
No, you're good. I don't know, like, outside of the Texas OU game, which isn't that it hasn't been expensive for me. Because if you do season tickets at Texas and the year Texas is the home team, you get your tickets for Texas OU. So that part's cool. But my dad knows someone that somehow gets like 30 or 40 something tickets a year for Texas OU, and he'll just sell them to me for retail, or to my dad for retail. And retail at the Cotton Bowl now is like $250 or $200, but it's better than paying a resale, especially this year. I mean, that was a big ticket. But all right, I want to hit on this question.
Hold on, look at that. Jesus. Oh, that's dedication, man. I mean, but I'll get it though. Once in a lifetime experience, right? Like, I would maybe this year, I don't know, being at Kyle, like that pregame ceremony that they do, I think, man, it's better than DKR, dude. It is.
Dude,
the atmosphere, man. It's more, hold on. I misspoke. It's more intimidating than DKR. I'll say that. The pageantry's a lot better than DKR. What, the cannon? The cannon's gonna fucking scare you?
And Thunderstruck. It's so stupid. It's so stupid,
shit, man.
I've been
somebody that's older than you saying, "Hey, excuse me, son, can you sit down? I can't stand. My knees hurt. Can you sit down, please? Can you stop clapping? I can't hear."
I dare someone to say that shit to me.
It's real, Jordan. It's real.
No, I know it is. But okay, I'm curious, for Texas fans, do you prefer Texas A&M on Thursday or Black Friday? Because I like it on Black Friday, but I see both of them. But with Texas, though, dog, I've been to dozens of high school games that are more intimidating than the atmosphere Texas has. Like, They're not scaring no one. No one's getting hyped up.
Maybe intimidating was the wrong adjective.
No. But still, and like, dude, I'll message recruits after a game, get reactions. They're like, yeah, like the entrance was so hype. Like, there's a flyover, it was so cool. And I'm like,
it is pretty hype, man.
I'm just thinking, like, brother, like, you don't got to lie to me. Or is this your first ever visit you've taken? Because, you know.
Are you talking about A&M? Are you talking about Kyle Field? Or are you talking about DKR?
I'm talking about Texas.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like,
yeah,
it's no. And I know CDC sees all that shit on Twitter every day. So I assume, I kind of am hoping they do something special for Texas A&M. But, like, I don't know, man. There's a, like, if you're Texas and you're CDC, you can't get upset that people call it a wine and cheese crowd whenever schools like Auburn are swag surfing and doing a light show and getting super hyped in between the third and fourth quarter when they're down multiple touchdowns. Whereas Texas, in between the third and fourth quarter, what are we going to do to get them hyped? Let's play some mariachis. And then you get mad when people call it a wine and cheese crowd. This ain't Matt's El Rancho. Like, it's DKR, you know? And I'm not saying you got to do what LSU does where every other game's a night game. I mean, that'd be awesome. I think people would enjoy that and make it a lot easier to get recruits to campus for kickoff. But some more night games would be nice, you know? Like, we need to get something hype. Even if it's like the Big X the Plug Texas song and it's an instrumental, that's better than the effing Thunderstruck instrumental, you know? And even like I remember I brought this up a week or two ago. Years ago, before Sark got there, it used to be an awesome intro. It was like the Joe Cook, who works for Inside Texas, used to have this as his Twitter header. He might still have it. But it was the old, like, animated Longhorns running through Austin, and they go to the Capitol. Does anyone remember this part of the intro video for Texas? And there was
where there's it's like the Stampede, right?
Yeah. And they run around, they run into the stadium, and then also there used to be, you know, this kind of inspirational hype video before games talking about Freddie Steinmark and his journey, his story at Texas, how important he is to the Texas program and the things he accomplished and overcome. Like, they don't have any of that shit now. It's Thunderstruck, and it's a camera angle of them walking through a tunnel. And, like, they're not even putting, you know how the tradition, they put their hands on the horns and kind of brush it when they walk. All 100 players or whatever don't even do that anymore. So why are you even showing that anymore? And that's the only thing. Like, dude, if there was a group poll where you let people on Texas Twitter vote for Texas Twitter folks to make a committee to have a new hype, you know, song or intro when they run out, it would be 1,000 times better than what is right now.
Where would you go? Do you have something you'd pivot to right offhand?
I think you can get some more fireworks, you know, shoot off when they run out.
Pyro for sure. Yeah. But do you have a beat off the top of your head?
Literally any other song.
What do you hot? Really anything? What are you hot on right now?
Literally any other song. Like, I understand you can't play anything like with too much rap or whatnot because you don't want cuss words and you don't want.
I like Annie. He's saying Jake's saying set it off. I like Annie Up. Annie Up's my go-to, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
it's old as shit, but it's still legit, man.
But even if y'all don't change a song and you keep it, like, give us a hype video or something, not just these players walking around in the tunnel. But all right, David Keith Williams had a really good question that I've been meaning to hit on. So we're going to hit on this. And again, if y'all have any other comments, questions, throw them in the chat. We'll get to them. David Keith Williams said, this question has no clear answer due to the difficulty in projecting the offensive line. But do you see recruits like Caden Sherrod, Jackson Christian, and the Coleman brothers as potential difference makers at Texas? I am not sure I do. Like many of the other posters, Logan Parr, Reese Moore, Max Merrill come to mind, and I think about those recruits. I will say, people bring up Logan Parr and shit on him. Does anyone know that Logan Parr is like the highest graded offensive lineman in the ACC? A guy that Sark and Flood pushed out. Anyone know that? Like, back-to-back years has been like a top 5 highest graded offensive lineman in the ACC. I know it's the ACC. I know it's SMU. I know it's PFF. There's more than just grades. But you probably would have been better off not pushing that guy out and instead taking guys like Connor Stroh, who are unplayable in year 3. But nonetheless, the other two, I'm with you. Reese Moore, Max Merrill should have never, been playing at Texas, but that was Herb Hand and Tom Herman doing Herb Hand and Tom Herman shit.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But as far as Jackson Christian, the Coleman brothers, Caden Schroer, what do we define as difference makers? That's my question. Because how many offensive linemen do you classify as difference makers in the Sark era? I'm not calling Cam Williams a difference maker. Brandon Baker ain't one. Trevor Goosby's been pretty solid, but he's not.
I was going to
Banks
say,
level.
can you give a nod to Gooseby so far?
Yeah. But like Kelvin Banks, that's difference maker. Trevor Gooseby, I guess difference maker.
So we're talking day one. We're talking day one NFL draft picks, right?
I guess so. Like that's kind of what I'm asking. What's the basis of difference maker? Because Cam Williams and Brandon Baker aren't that. So what we'll do is instead of difference maker, we'll talk about starting. Can these guys start and be reliable starters? Jackson Christian, I think, can. I've seen – so Chip Brown has had several stories with quotes from Dan Neal this year on the O-line being dog shit, not being tough enough, and he keeps saying, like, Kyle Flood should stop recruiting these 400-pound kids that are fat as hell and are the big humans, the large humans, and then, try to work with that. What he needs to do is be recruiting guys who are mean and care about Texas and want to be Longhorns. It's kind of what every – former player says nowadays because they don't understand how much everything is driven by money and how much toughness and playing for a logo, how little that means nowadays. Because why the hell would I stay at a school where my position coach and head coach chew my ass out and cuss my ass out like a dog every single day when I can go transfer somewhere that'll pay me more, that'll play me more, and they're not going to yell at me? Like the ass chewing style of coaches are going out of style because – people are sensitive, and why would I let someone talk like this to me when I can get talked to a lot nicer for more money? Like that's part of it.
That's a weak mentality, though. Honestly, I mean it's smart, but it's also weak. Like hard.
I get. Trust me, I get it, but I'm just telling you what the deal is.
I understand.
But with Dan Neal and a lot of former players that kept saying, we need these mean linemen. That's what Jackson Christian is. Jackson Christian is from Beaumont. He went to P&G. Southeast Texas kid. His dad worked in a refinery. His mom at the post office, I'm not mistaken. Blue collar through and through. Chose Texas over Texas A&M. Was never going to leave the state. And had NIL, any of that had nothing to do with his recruitment. Not anything. So he's mean as hell. He hasn't played a snap this year. He's a true freshman that's redshirting. But he can play center, guard, and right tackle in a pinch if it comes to it. He's a state champion. He played in 2 state championship games and is a phenomenal young man who's probably one of, if not the toughest guys on the team. So I think he's going to be a good starter someday, whether that's, it's probably in 2027 realistically. Caden Schroer, I'll be honest, I've never spoken with him in person. I've seen him in person. We've exchanged messages. I don't have nearly as good of a read on the mental eval as I did for Jackson Christian because I saw Christian a lot longer and covered him for years instead of Texas offering him less than a month before signing day like Schroer. But with Schroer, I think he's kind of a year away from being a year away. There's value there, though. If he can't play till year 3, but it's playable year 3, that's okay. If it's Connor Stroh and you want him to play early and he still can't play by year 3, then you got a problem. But Schroer, there's more tools to work with there than Stroh besides, Stroh being a bajillion pounds. The Coleman brothers, regarding them, Jordan Coleman.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to lean on you and everybody else. What's the Texas high school wrestling scene like?
I mean, there's like no alignment that do it. Like there are very few kids I come across that play football that also wrestle in Texas.
That's wild. All right.
Yeah. A lot of the times, like if it's a kid who wrestles, it'll be a linebacker or, a D lineman, maybe an O lineman or a tight end, and they play at like small schools in Georgia or the Midwest or something random as hell. Like wrestling is very uncommon for Power 4 football recruits for them to have that in their multi-sport background. 9 times out of 10, it's track.
I mean, there's no cross with offensive linemen. They don't have any wrestling background.
No, I mean, there's some that do it, but it's not popular in Texas. And like,
right, I guess that's what I was alluding to. I think like schools like Iowa and Midwest schools, they get the advantage of linemen like that and versatile linemen like that because they have that pedigree, right?
Yeah. Like the main guy I think about, the top prospect I knew that wrestled, there's a kid named Sammy Brown at Clemson. He's in year 2. He's one of the guys that Jaden Blue just ran by in the Clemson Texas CFP game last year. He wears number 40 something, but he's a white kid from Jefferson, Georgia, small town in Georgia. I think they're like the second or third lowest classification. And he won like state in like 5 track events. They won state in football. And he also like won state all 4 years of high school in wrestling. And his dad, I think, was the head football coach and athletic director. And he was like a top 10 or top 20 prospect in the country, number 1 or 2 linebacker in the 2024 cycle. And hasn't really panned out as many people would think, but he's still in year 2, and it's Clemson, which is a shit show. So I don't know, but that's the main guy I think about. So as far as Texas goes, like there are no kids that are doing wrestling. But to finish this, Caden Scherer, I think, can be a starter. But if he's starting before year 3, it's because he's exceeded expectations or injuries, and the wheels have fallen off. Jackson Christian, I think, could potentially get in the mix next year. Will compete for it, but I think a transfer will end up starting at the 2 guard spots and probably at center. And then as far as the Coleman brothers go, Devin Coleman's a player who, if he's playing any time before year 3 or year 4, it's because of injuries or he's exceeded expectations. I think you could say the same thing about his brother Jordan, except Jordan is kind of, a jumbo right tackle or a right tackle or jumbo guard. Devin Coleman is a guard all the way, and they're not going to have him snap the ball either. So yeah, like, so to rephrase this, instead of being difference makers, could I see them starting? Yes, I think they all could. And, like, I try not to have recency bias and revisionist history, but I mean, I think all 4 of these guys, all 4 of these linemen are better takes than Connor Stroh. And even Nate Kibble. Like, no one ever brings this up.
Better or safer? Like higher floor.
That is a good point. I should say safer. They have a lesser chance of being a bust, which you can call Connor Stroh now, because he hasn't played at all till this year 3, and when he did play, he stunk. So, and that also is probably on the coach as well. Everyone's, brought that up with Flood and his job security. But yeah, so those are kind of the thoughts. Antoine says Jaden Warren to A&M, Texas didn't offer. Yep, way to go. That's what happens when you have a CEO head coach approach and all you want in receivers is sub-11 guys. The fastest recruitable power 4 prospect in the state at receiver, Jaden Warren. He's gone in the 10-2s and the 10-3s and is verified over 6'1". I'm dead serious. Guess where he was committed before he flipped to A&M?
LSU?
Houston. Willie Fritz. Talk about it all the time. What a job. Hey, guess who never offered this kid?
Texas. Yeah, so I mean that's that math that adds up. Yeah,
I don't get like the amount of Texas wasn't the only one that's overthought of Jaden Warren. He averaged like 24 yards of catch as a junior. I think only had 400 or 500 yards, but like a third of his catches were touchdowns or something crazy. And not many schools are offering him, even though he was running like 10 threes. That's why he went to Houston, and he chose Houston over SMU and TCU. And then some schools pulled their head out of their ass. OU, A&M circled back. A&M had him on campus twice this weekend, but Texas never offered him. And in May, I was at Alito. The other
have you seen this dude play?
Huh?
Have you seen this dude play?
Yeah, he goes to Iowa Colony, which is in Houston. But in Alito, I was at a spring ball practice to see Caden Finley. And I usually won't share these details, but I am now because I don't think I'm ever going to run into this dude again and try to get info out of him. But Notre Dame's receivers coach was there. And we were talking about Finley, talked about some other guys. And he was like, yeah, we need to expand our board. We need to send out some new offers. What guys do you like in Texas? Like, I'm going to go see some the next few days. And I was like, you need to go offer Jaden Warren in Iowa Colony. Like, he's a fucking truth. And he's sub 10.5, faster than anything you'll have up there. Like, you're not going to have the Jane Greathouse production, but a lot higher.
What's his size? Does he fit that build for them?
Yeah, this kid's 6'1", 6'2".
Okay.
And he's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to see him like tomorrow. That's great. Good to know. I want to offer him. I'm like, okay, cool. They offer him. They have him on a visit. And I circled back with someone on the Notre Dame beat. What's going on with this kid? He's like, yeah, he's not a take. Probably won't ever visit again. It's like, what is Notre Dame doing? What are these other schools doing? And the people I feel for, the player personnel guys, the scouting guys that make 40, 50K a year and their jobs are to know this shit and have opinions and have conviction in these players. And then you have coaches like Sark, or you have director of player personnel or other people who choose to ignore them when their job is to offer advice, opinions, and have conviction.
Right.
You choose to ignore them. Like eventually I think being on a staff would be cool, player personnel, scouting, but like I'm going to be losing my shit with those guys.
So if you give all this information and nobody takes it.
Yeah,
right?
and I'll write a bunch about certain kids I think should have Texas offers. So when they don't offer them, they end up elsewhere. I will very closely watch that player and his development and hope he hits so I can be like, look, like, told you so, you know? That's how I feel about Javian Martin, the Houston tight end commit. That's how I feel about Jaden Warren. That's how I feel about Carter Buck. And, like, I get it. You're Texas. You're not going to satisfy me every time and get all the guys I want them to get. But, like, there are incorrect decisions that have been made with personnel. That's how Texas got to the season it's had with the poor offensive line it's had. That was all in the offseason decision-making. And it was all on Sark because he's the head man, the CEO, head coach. He's approving everything. People are getting mad at Kyle Flood and saying he shouldn't have noticed this, but at the end of the day, it's on Sark.
Yeah.
It's on Sark.
He's oversight, so.
Yeah.
Or that's what you're supposed to be as the CEO, right? You're supposed to be oversight. You're supposed to be that last overvision.
Yeah. Yeah. David Keith Williams says, do you think Texas getting Caden Schroer is a sign that Bryce Martinez, who I do view as a potential difference maker, may not be likely to Texas at this point? No, it has nothing to do with that. They want 5 linemen in this class. They would have happily taken Bryce Martinez with or without Caden Schroer's commitment. They would have happily taken Caden Schroer's commitment with or without Bryce Martinez's. So they have nothing to do with each other. Schroer's going to play guard. Martinez is a tackle. Regarding Martinez, I agree with you. Potential difference maker, highest ceiling offensive tackle they've landed since Kelvin Banks. You know, John Turntine ranked higher for a long time. He isn't anymore, but like Martinez, high ceiling. The thing that kind of concerns me, very far from a surefire thing. Like this kid plays wildcat quarterback, tight end. They hand him the ball, they throw him the ball, and he plays. He's not at small school Louisiana competition, but he's not playing big school either.
Okay.
And they swing him. He's a left tackle, right tackle. And he's just super raw, has all the tools, the traits. He's athletic, but like has to put on weight, has to change the way he's put together, and still, has to learn a lot of stuff. He needs a lot of development. He's ranked high. People are going to get excited if Texas ends up flipping him, but he's also a guy that people like need to know the context. He can very well bust. His ranking is what it is because of the traits and tools he's had. Not really because of the film. It's they're taking their shot on the ranking.
Potential. They're looking at potential.
Yeah. So like Martinez, very well, if he ends up at Texas, they probably 7 figures. He is a top 100 offensive tackle that they'd have to flip from LSU, and LSU wants to keep him. You're probably going to have to pay an extra tax if you get him. And he probably won't be able to play till year 2 at the earliest, potentially year 3, because he needs a lot of development. And he's a great ball of clay, but you have to mold him, So Martinez is awesome. He'd be the best O-line prospect in this class if he flips. But he's going to need some time. So yeah. And to clarify again, Schroer's commitment has nothing to do with Martinez. They want 5. Sorry, I'm catching up on these comments.
Right, you're good.
This is what I'm on. David Keith Williams said, at this point in my life, I do not attend weddings, religious events, or any social events that impact me watching the Longhorns play. Oh, yeah.
That is planning ahead. Forevision right there, or foresight.
Yeah. Man, Rob Latendre is $300 to get into Texas, Arkansas. Oof.
I'm staying home. I'm good.
$350. That's cheaper than I thought it'd be on SeatGeek if this is for the A&M game, but at the same time, like I assume this price is before
That can't be for A&M.
they bend you over and stick it in you with the $200 fees and upcharges and all that BS.
And where's that? That's got to be like the height of the nosebleeds too.
Yeah, like you lean back too far, you die because you fall off the side of the stadium probably. Sorry, still catching up.
That's where you see the shit in the stands that you don't want to see.
Sticky said Black Friday, Thanksgiving. Talking about if they prefer Thanksgiving or Black Friday for the A&M Texas game. Said Thanksgiving, I have too much family over and distracting. Friday, it's an empty house with an 18-pack.
18 friends, man.
Yeah. Jose said, screw that mariachi last year during the Clemson game. It killed the vibe of that playoff game. Yeah, hey, Woodcrest brings up a good point. You guys remember how electric the game was at Kyle Field when they showed the Aggies coming out of the tunnel? Why can't Texas and DKR be like that? Man, A&M has a great, like, pregame, I don't know about ritual, but routine. Like, them running out, powered by Kanye, the stadium's going crazy. And they also got that
it's a sight, man.
Well, they got that chant they've been doing too, and they walk down the tunnel where it's like, Torian York, my guy, the captain, he goes, if you ain't in my jersey, and everyone else goes, then fuck you.
That's for it's a sight.
And they show it on TV and have to bleep the F word part, but yeah, that like they have
like, it makes you feel like you're going into battle. When I watch A&M come out, it makes you feel like you're going into a fight. Right,
yeah,
I don't get that when I watch Texas come out.
I've been drinking all day, looking forward to the game, talking shit to your coworkers or the people, and you're in that stadium and it's finally about to kick off, and that's like what they play right before it does. You're right. Like you're ready to go out there and play on that field too. You're hyped up. You don't get the same thing from DKR. You don't. You need to have the minister of culture do his Wolf of Wall Street scene at the intro of the game. Stop calling him the minister of culture. This dude left with like 5 minutes left in the Georgia game, and he left before the Ohio State game was over too. Don't call him the minister of culture. I watched him walk off the field. I get it. I know why people call him that, but need to get rid of that title a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater.
You got to stay there. If you're the minister of culture, you stay there the entire game, man. You're supposed to be there for us, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still catching up. Nathan says the NATO situation was just ridiculous. You can't give the guy reps all off season, then decide he's unplayable a week before the season. Yeah, that's one of the biggest red flags with Kyle Flood if he comes back next year. I agree with you on this, David Keith Williams. Let's see. Connor Williams is also a 3-star. You put Connor Williams on Texas in the SEC, he's a day 3 pick. He never goes day 1. He got away with so much shit because they were playing in the Big 12. And he looked amazing compared to a lot of stink on the Texas O-line. And he got in the NFL and like led the league in penalties for like 2 years and stunk for the Cowboys and is still a hated man in Dallas, even though he's from Capel. But yeah, like I was never huge on Connor Williams, and even Cosme too. He wasn't horrible, but like he was hyped up so much because, huh?
He still plays for Washington, doesn't he?
No idea, but like Cosme and Williams got so much more love than like they should have gotten for the level of player they were. But it's because Texas, their ceiling was like 8-4 during that time, you know, and they didn't have any Jades or Worthies or anyone walking around that was, you know, a guaranteed draft guy, really. Okay. Jose said Jordan is the O-line, the hardest position to evaluate in high school next to QB. Yes. I also think
defensive back too, right?
So I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. Like offensive tackle is harder to evaluate than guards because you go look at all the best guards in the NFL. And even in college, all of them have elite testing data. And like for us, if you could be kind of ass as an actual football player, if you show up to Under Armour and test well, as a guard or center, you're going to get ranked really high because there are so few body types and athletes that are that frame, that size, that are that athletic. And to play in a phone booth as a guard or center, you have to have short area quickness, 5'10", 5, vertical, obviously arm length, hands important too. So interior line is fairly easy because you just have to have testing data. Offensive tackle is a different ball game. You know, you need to be able to bend. You need to have anchor. You need to have hips, waist. Like, that one's a lot harder. I think, if I'm not mistaken, how do I word this the right way? Like, so 24/7, our rankings are draft projection, right? The lowest hit rate they have for hitting on, you know, projecting a player to the draft and he gets drafted around that area, just gets selected. The positions with the lowest hit rate are tight end and running back. Think about all the top tight ends in the league. A lot of them are former quarterbacks, so they grew into a tight end.
Yeah.
George Kittle was always a tight end, but like, I think he had less than 300 yards in his career at Iowa, and he's gone over 300 every year in the NFL. And that's because he was in a system at Iowa, but the 49ers and John Lynch in their front office saw traits in him and flashes, and they drafted him. You can take a fifth-round flyer on that because it's a tight end that was primarily a blocking type and was great at blocking at Iowa, showed some flashes receiving, and they thought, hey, we're going to throw him the ball. And he's been great. Brock Bowers was a 5-star. That one was very easy. Darnell Washington was a 5-star.
Kelsey was a quarterback, right?
Yes, he was, and made the move to tight end at Cincinnati. Like, what's his name? Played for the Chargers forever, former basketball player.
Gates.
Yeah, Antonio Gates. Everyone knows that story. Like, tight end and running back, I'm pretty sure have the lowest hit rate at any position, like as far as rankings go and projecting them. And I'm pretty sure athletes are the highest hit rate. I mean, there's a lot less of them than the other positions because most of the time they get a positional designation before signing day, but athletes have the highest one. And linebacker is somewhat low too because linebacker and running back are both just so instinctual. Like, it's so like, do you know how impossible it is to like try to coach into a kid? This is when you fire off the ball.
I would feel like linebacker is kind of easy because you either got the instinct to be a ball hawk and a nose for it, or you're either taking a first step forward or 2 steps backwards. And
yeah, but even then, you can have tremendous high school tape and dominate because the schemes you're playing, the level of athletes you're playing. And he looks great, and then he gets to college, and it's like, oh, whoa, and there's a lot more people in the way. He's not doing shit, you know?
No, that's a good point. I would just think that it would be easier because of the instincts that you can,
and like the big thing for linebackers, the most important measurement besides height and weight is wing. You have to be able to get in the hole and get guys down. It's like Torian York. He's going to leave A&M after this year. To be honest, I kind of want him to be a 4-year player. I think it can improve his draft stock. If he comes back another year, he'll make a lot of money being a 4th-year player. But he can get drafted after this year. The most important thing for him in getting drafted, he's going to have a good wing because he's probably going to check in under 6 foot barefoot at the combine. And if he's over 6 foot, he's 6 foot half an inch. If his wing isn't at least 75 or 74, he has no chance of going anywhere but day 3. And he'll obviously have to run too and get under 4.6. So, yeah, great question though, by the way, Jose. Another Jose said, I don't know how Sark coached Harris and Bijan, then said our running back room is good. Lol. Yeah, it's another. Yeah, they misevaluated the room. Woodcris said Jordan Duval.
I thought Weisner was a lot. I thought Weisner was good.
Weisner just like
he lacks the blazing speed for being the size that he is.
Yeah, I love Trey. I love the shag, South Dallas swag, Waco swag, but he's like Austin Eckler towards the back end of his career. Where it's like, oh, whoa, the bus ran out of gas. He's not accelerating anymore. Yeah. Except Trey Wisner's like 21 years old, not 30-something and been in the league for a long time. So
I love his tenacity, right? He still gets yards after the first hit. Like, he's pretty good at that. And he usually beats the first tackler, like makes him a would-be tackler. But and it takes multiple guys to get him down. But yeah, he just lacks that blazing speed, man. And not just the blazing speed, that quickness, that elusiveness too, that can make 3 guys miss in a box, right? He just doesn't have that. He'll run through one, right?
Wow. You
what you
just
got?
reminded me of something. You got me excited. I'm happy you brought this up. This is no one drop any more questions because I do have to leave and get back to Austin. Or
Okay.
get to Austin. But I am showing you Jermaine Bishop, 5-star athlete commit for Texas out of Willis, Texas. Broke into the top 10 in receiving yards and receptions on Friday. He's the only player in the top 10 in career receiving yards that played 6A, besides Jackson Smith and Jigba, who went 20 overall in the draft and 3 years later leads the NFL in receiving yards. Bishop versus Tom Ball in the second round of the playoffs. They won 34-27. Threw a 2-point conversion to put Willis up 7 points, less than 2 minutes left in the game. Also ran 2 scores and caught one. These are his highlights. I clipped them in a different way because he kind of posted them out of the order I liked. But this is a 41-yard touchdown, late separation.
Oh, yeah.
And his helmet pops off.
Nice.
But this, I just watched this, and I edited it a little bit so it replays because it's pretty impressive. But
oh shit.
Like, does anyone understand? This is supposed to be like a 5-yard loss, and it turns into a 10-yard loss. And think about where he catches this ball and where he gets tackled.
Oh, look at that dig. All right. Oh,
he just got 15 yards after the catch, and he made another dude fall off the diving board. What are you doing? Jumping off the diving board.
He's on skates.
Watch this shit. This was the 2-point conversion pass. They're up 5. There's a minute 47 left in the game. They get this. They're up 7. Throwing across his body.
Ridiculous.
Like, he's unreal. Watch this. He caught that and is still running. Think about where he catches this, where he's supposed to go down, and where he actually goes down to. 20 yards after the catch.
No, that's what we need. This is the type of person you need.
Yeah.
This is what Texas is missing.
Yeah, and even this, like, oh, this isn't the clip. This one's, impressive too. Because he just is running away from people and erases angles. But watch this. They load the box to stop him. He's still dancing by everyone.
I like how he starts inside too and then can burst outside and get the edge pretty quickly. So, like, Texas doesn't have that either. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that kid can offer right there.
Yeah, and I've said it before. I'll say it again. I cannot stand when people in media, parents or coaches are like, this kid can start at Texas right now. This kid can start in the Power 4 right now. Jermaine Bishop should actually start at Texas right now. He's that good. He's that much of a difference maker.
It's crazy, too, because I feel like that's what Sark's always had is that running back, right? Like the bell cow running back. Regardless of how much of a guru he's been able to scheme open wide receivers, I feel like he's had the one constant he always had was a bell cow running back.
This will be his first year as a play caller. OC, head coach, whatever, first year as a play caller, that he won't have a running back go over 1,000 yards.
That's
in kind of last season he cheated too, because I'm pretty sure Trey Wisner hit 1,000 in the playoffs, not the regular season. But yeah, and Jermaine Bishop, without question, without doubt, on the Mount Rushmore best football players I've ever seen in person, high school level or in general. Like, there are some kids you come across.
Garrett Wilson live. Garrett Wilson was pretty spectacular.
He's probably on there. Yeah. But like,
Garrett Wilson, I just the only thing that I could describe in one word was just smooth. Like, he was just
oh,
smooth.
yeah. But, man, there are some players that you almost get goosebumps when you go to see them. Because, I'm not – people are going to be saying, come up for air, quit glazing. But, like, some of these guys I'll think about, I'm like, man, if Jermaine Bishop, if things go to plan, if he continues on the ascension he's on, he's going to have a gold jacket one day. Like, that is how convicted I am in his talent level and other things like that. Like, him and some of these other, not players, but football players and level of athletes they are, it's like, man, this is like God reached down and blessed you. This is God-given. Jermaine Bishop has busted his ass and worked his ass off and has been so good and so productive for so long that we're projecting him to be a first-round pick, and he's currently 155 pounds. That is how special he is.
I felt like Jordan Whittington was a god when I saw him play.
Yeah, but Jordan Whittington played 3A at Cuero. Jermaine Bishop is playing
Correct.
6A Houston
you're
Metro.
right. There's a huge there. This is the top of the pantheon. Like I get that.
And like God-given athleticism, talent, knee strength, tendon strength. His 0 to 60, his change of direction is the best I've ever seen. Like it's Jaden Waddle-esque almost. The high school tape, separation ability, run after catch, change of direction. He is so special. And it's crazy too. As good as he is a receiver, you can project into the league at corner because it's that quick twitchiness. Like he's a 5-star athlete for a reason. He's projectable at corner, safety, or receiver. But all right, we are gonna wrap it up. I'm hitting on these comments real quick. Jose, ask me this next week, and I'll try to have a better answer for you on some sleepers in 27.
Fun conversation today, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Nathan said, Jordan, do you talk to recruits about Texas strength and conditioning? I see people saying our guys don't look that strong. No, I don't ask about that. It is part of the official visit presentation. They meet with Torrey Becton. Usually they have a plan where it's like, hey, these are the exact lifts we're going to do in your first few months. Should add this much to your frame. These are the nutrition people. This is what your plan would look like if you come here. Like, I know that's part of it, but, they're all going to say the same thing. Like, yeah, sure. Coach Becton was great. And the strength and conditioning program and weight room and facilities are cool. Like, I only got so many questions. I'll usually use them somewhere else. Now, there are some kids who are very much into weightlifting and, like, after the junior day or after an OV and you ask, hey, what was, your favorite part of the trip? And they say, oh, getting to meet Becton and getting a feel for the weight room and stuff. Then I'll ask a follow-up. But unless it's a situation like that where the kid's bringing it up himself, I'm not going to ask about the SAC program. Let's see. This is what I was talking about Connor Williams in the Big 12. Put him in the SEC. Doesn't get drafted as high. Nathan says Connor Williams is playing left tackle for Texas. Dude finished his NFL career at center. Yeah, hey, you're correct on Bo Barnes here, David Keith Williams, for sure. Jose said, who's the better prospect out of Temple, York, or Carleton? I mean, Torian, higher floor, a lot closer to his ceiling, though, when he arrived at college. Jamarian Carleton is going to become a different football player if he pans out correctly. He's going to, if he can get to 300 pounds and retain his body control and, this is a kid with a 7-foot wingspan that's 6'4.5" and has bunnies and like several putback dunks a game in basketball, a lot of explosiveness, and he's playing with a partially torn labrum. He's a tough-ass kid, another blue-collar kid.
Are you familiar with Julius Peppers?
Yeah.
Does he have somewhat of a comp like that? Like just with his explosiveness?
I'm not gonna comp him to Julius Peppers.
Right.
Like Jermaine Carleton needs a lot of work, a lot of development, but he's another kid who God reached down and blessed.
Right.
He's
just got some ability. Gotcha.
Yeah, 6'4.5", about 265, 7-foot wing, 10-inch hands. Like
that sounds like Peppers, bro. That sounds like Peppers.
He has uncoachable traits, but he has to get coached up and developed. So, like York was the higher floor prospect, the higher ceiling prospect was, is, and will always be Carleton because of the positional value and just, Torrin York is an undersized linebacker that's had to fight tooth and nail to get where he's at because he's an undersized linebacker. And at the same time, he's smarter than anyone I've met that's a high school football recruit. He watches more film than anyone I've met that's a high school football recruit. And he's a tremendous young man between the years, led Temple all 4 years, 4-year varsity starter, all-time leader in tackles, and Temple is a top 5 winningest program in Texas high school football. It means something. And, the thing about Torrin, too, not only was he always going to be a grinder, he knows that he's not at Texas A&M if Anthony Hill never flips to Texas. People forget Anthony Hill was committed to A&M. If he never flips to Texas, Torian is probably at Duke and was going to Duke for Mike Elko until A&M came and offered him late under Jimbo. Played 1 year at Jimbo or under Jimbo, and then Elko came in. So it really worked out great for him. But, he lives every day and handles every day like it's his last because he knows he's not supposed to be at A&M. So, that combined with the already tremendous mental eval is why Torrin York has been successful as he's been. And why, I'm always going to root for him, regardless of what jersey he's wearing, unless he's playing Texas. So, yeah, but like truly probably out of the relationships I have with different kids, recruits, players, probably my favorite one, just such a good young man. And a role model for a lot of kids in Temple. So, yeah. Jalen Lott, I have nothing here. There's nothing here. I wish I did. Still think he's signing with Oregon. Yeah, David Keith Williams hopefully gets up to 175, about 155 right now. He's never had a true off season. Has always played basketball, track, or a lot of 7-on-7. So curious what he can get up to, because you don't want to take away his explosiveness by putting weight on, but at the same time, he can't play in the SEC at 155. So they have to figure out a happy medium. They had to do it with Worthy. Obviously, he was very light in the ass too in college, but had that sinewy strength. He's also taller and longer than Jermaine. But, I mean, Texas had to figure it out with him too. Like, hey, we need to put more weight on him, but if we put too much, he's not as fast, explosive. So, that's why Torrey Becton gets paid the big bucks to be the director of strength and conditioning. He gets paid to figure that out. But yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to see. Yeah, Jermaine Bishop, his top end speed isn't tremendous. It's a 0 to 60 that's tremendous. And he hasn't run track since his freshman year, but I think went like 11.3 or 11.2 at 14 or 15 years old, which ain't bad. So how I would describe David Keith Williams, or how I would describe Jamarian Carlton too, the body type, he's not as much as a surefire thing, and he won't be able to play as early as this guy could, but he's also about an inch and a half shorter. But the body frame, body type, and just the way they're put together is very similar to how Michael Williams is structured and built, who took Texas to the woodshed not once but twice last year, and was a first-round pick by the Niners before getting hurt and missing the rest of the year. Woodcrest said York wanted that Texas offer, right? Yeah, but he only ever visited Texas when he was a guest of Mikhail Harrison Pilot, and Texas never really pushed for Mikhail Harrison Pilot either. Like, Texas didn't give a shit about those Temple kids, and they've taken that personally. So, yeah. So, yeah, Nathan brought up a good point. It is a different world. It's a different world every year in the recruiting world. So much has changed. The way kids get covered, the way recruitments get covered, the way things get reported, and what is reported has all changed. But, yeah. But like Jake Bayless said, happy eating this week. Horns by Fitty. Wags, we're off tomorrow and Thursday, right?
Correct.
Hell yeah. Well, hey.
Hey, safe travel coming down here, man.
Appreciate it. Up next, our friends at the Voice of College Football preview the Lone Star Showdown. We're getting out of here, but you can find the stream when it resumes at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. That'll be Chip and Zay. And I will see you on Friday with Nick Harris at 10 p.m. Central. Y'all have a great Thanksgiving. Happy holidays. Enjoy the family. Hopefully, I'll see you before Texas plays. But
right, we'll be back.
Hopefully, vibes stay high. You know what I mean?
Right.
Happy Turkey Day. Happy Thanksgiving. Y'all have a great one. Peace.